Hello there and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 17, episode 26. We are live with Calin Culianu, who is one of the biggest developers in BCH, and also Steve Thurmond, who is also one of the biggest advocates of BCH. The context of this interview is that it's been almost 9 years since Bitcoin Cash had launched, since the fabled block size wars, and it seems like, especially if you've been following the show, there are a lot of Bitcoin BTC developers who are inspired by the work that the BCH developers have done over the years, especially the Covenant stuff and the opcodes. And it seems like the BCH side, even though it's being said in lots of places that most of the developers stayed with BTC and BCH only got the libertarian advocates and the wackos like Craig Wright. Anyway, even though there's this narrative, it seems like there are some very competent developers there from which we can learn and from which Jeremy Rubin learned apparently when he proposed CSFS and whatever. So it's really good to have you guys. And also I gotta mention the sponsors of this episode: Cake Wallet, Layer 2 Labs, Sideshift.ai, Orangerock, which is a non-KYC trading platform by the Bitcoin.com people. And I think that's it. It's good to have you guys. Let's get started. Let's talk about Bitcoin Cash.
Yes, indeed. Thanks a lot for having us, Vlad. It seems like this has been a long time coming, so we appreciate the opportunity to kind of showcase Bitcoin Cash, where we've been and our trajectory going forward. It would be nice to just kind of clear up a lot of misunderstandings and misconceptions of BCH in general. We hear a lot of really dated talking points, especially on Twitter, that people are just kind of clueless. And BCH isn't what you think it is, in short. The technology has really evolved and adapted, grown multiple hard forks, backwards incompatible hard forks since 2017. And we've built a lot of cool things on the UTXO protocol. So we appreciate the opportunity to kind of showcase what we've done. And I'm not a developer. That'll be very obvious in our communication here. I'm just a big enthusiast and advocate of hard sound money. So I appreciate people like Calin being on here and kind of giving more of the in-depth technical knowledge. You get pretty in-depth as well, Vlad. So I know there's questions you'll have that some of these devs will be able to answer a lot better than I. So take it away, man.
Yeah, so I do have some curiosities because like 3 or 4 episodes ago, that was last month, I had Amari Sachet on the show, and he's the creator of Bitcoin Cash. He's the one who actually forked off and said, okay, this is the big block version of Bitcoin, and big blockers should join this. And then like 3 years later, he left. And you guys picked up the pieces. It's kind of interesting because Bitcoin Cash gets associated with Roger Ver, with Jihan Wu, with Amari, and none of these guys are involved anymore. So who are you guys?
Well, so Bitcoin Cash was created by, it was like a large effort. There was a lot of people there, right? It wasn't just Amari. Amari sort of, I guess, managed to get some financial backing and also had the courage to just finally do it. But there was talks about forking, sort of how you see now in the Bitcoin world now, in the BTC world, people are kind of upset and they're trying to create, some people are talking about a soft fork, that was going on back then too, in 2015, 2016. The hope was to sort of supplant Bitcoin, not to have it take over. And I guess some of the people that were involved initially, I was involved in the first day as well. I was there on fork day. I was involved in Bitcoin ABC. Some of the people that were involved then just haven't had the patience because it's been a rough ride since fork day, since August 1st, 2017, when Bitcoin Cash forked from Bitcoin. Some of the people just, attrition, it's like a lot of us do this for free. What can you expect? It's an open source project. Some of us have funding, some of us don't. And I don't know. Roger, you can come up with conspiracy theories, but Roger, he still likes Bitcoin Cash. He's still on our team, but he's had sort of some other things to worry about. And in the meantime, other coins have grasped his attention. He doesn't hate Bitcoin Cash. He's just, I mean, initially he was funding some of the stuff that was going on in Bitcoin Cash through his Bitcoin.com business. He managed, he was sending funds some of our way. And, you know, these people are still around. Like Roger, he's not like antagonistic to Bitcoin Cash, Roger Ver. With Amaury Sachet, that's a specific case where he sort of tried to take over the coin and like charge a tax, and sort of we kicked him out. And with Jihan, I don't know what's going on.
And to that point about Roger, Calin, it's a common misconception. I hear it all the time that people think Roger created BCH, and he was merely a vocal champion of,
yeah, it was
of
a vocal
big
champion.
blocks.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of this is
was.
narratives. Like, so there are a lot of narratives that were spun back then. You know, like, you know, the Bitcoin core people like had like millions of dollars to throw at like narrative creation, and narrative creation is a phenomenon. Like, you know, psyops exist even on large scales and small scales. You know, I mean, public relations has always existed, like since the 1920s at least. Advertising, I mean, a lot of this is like psyop stuff or like narrative control. Like, it's like, oh, it's Roger Ver's scam coin, you know. It doesn't acknowledge the actual problem we had with where Bitcoin was going. So it never really was Roger's coin to begin with. I mean, he threw some money at it, and so did Jihan and other people. But, you know, there's Bitprim, which was a company that was around from Argentina that threw money at it. I mean, there was a lot of people that were upset with what was going on. We felt it was an existential threat to like not scale the blockchain. You know, people are going to route around like a limited capacity chain that has high fees, which is what's happened. I mean, so.
I'd be curious as to your perception, Vlad, since you lived through it. Obviously, what was your perception?
Yeah, what was your perception?
Being a maxi at that time?
I was very confused at the time. Like, it was hard for me to pick sides because I mostly had no understanding of the phenomena. I just landed on BTC like most of the people, because if you're holding Bitcoin, you also got the BTC and you could also claim the BCH. So I think what I didn't like about BCH initially was the fact that it was trying to claim that it's the real Bitcoin. Like, that whole campaign, like if it just said, well, we're the large block version of Bitcoin and we're trying to do something different from the store value narrative, I would be on board with that. But I just didn't like how there was a confusion for a while, where Bitcoin.com was a BCH website and our BTC on Reddit was, and still is, pro BCH. And I think it was like a nasty divorce, you know, where the two parties are separating and they're taking whatever, and it's never nice. But it was also confusing for the people who were just joining at the time, because there was a massive bull market that year, which was really unexpected. A lot of people were thinking back in 2016 and early 2017 that Bitcoin is gonna die as a project and there's not much left in it to accomplish. But we had that massive bull run for both BCH and BTC. I think November was just incredible. I remember at the time I was in exchange in Italy at the University of Bologna. I was walking to university every morning, seeing how the price goes up by like $1,000 every day, and I was like, what the hell, man? Like, where is this going? Should I drop out of university? Which I eventually did.
Good choice, probably. Yeah, I mean, so I remember I was in Prague, actually. I was visiting some friends in Prague, and it was like November, and BCH was at $4,500, and I forget what BTC was at. I'd sold all my BTC at that point, but yeah, it was crazy. I remember that period. I mean, the conspiracy theory-minded people are like, all right, so now the money printer people sort of captured, you know, they captured the preeminent cryptocurrency, which is, I believe, really what happened. It was Bitcoin was captured, so it could never really replace fiat. It could just become an asset class, which is what it's become. But now that they captured it, they're going to pump the asset. I mean, the money printer people love pumping assets. Like, it's one of their favorite things to do with the printed money.
To me, that's just self-evident. It's self-evident.
They do it with everything. Real estate.
Right. It's just another speculative asset, which is exactly where they want it. Hamstrung, crippled to actually work as it was intended, peer-to-peer electronic cash. And I think that's where the narrative and the confusion kind of sets in, because we firmly believe that Bitcoin Cash is what Bitcoin was intended to be, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. So yeah, it's a little tongue-in-cheek to say Bitcoin Cash is Bitcoin, because it is obviously a fork. But we think from a functionality perspective and an ethos and philosophy, an economics perspective, it is what Bitcoin was intended to be, a scalable blockchain that works as peer-to-peer electronic cash and freedom money for the world. So yeah, but I can completely see how it muddied the waters, saying that Bitcoin Cash is Bitcoin for sure, especially with the Reddit and all of that narrative. But I'm curious as to now coming full circle, if you will, to present day, how your perspective has now changed for both BTC and BCH to present day.
I like how you're taking over my job right now, and you're the one asking
Yes,
questions.
I was thinking that too. You read my mind. I was like,
Anyway,
yeah.
it's a very good question. I was gonna mention
He's
this anyway,
MC
so even if you hadn't asked me, I was going to mention that my naive perception up to very recently was that the disagreement wasn't on the fact that Bitcoin needed to scale. It was about how to scale, how to go forward. Because obviously BTC also increased the block size with SegWit. They actually invented this thing which some people called like an accounting trick, where you have the block weight that gets increased, and you have this witness side, which is 3 megabytes, and then the base layer, which was always 1 megabyte, since it was left like that. So my perception, and the reason why I was so excited about BTC, was that the promise was that Lightning is gonna solve this, and we're gonna be able to pull this off without changing the base layer, which turned out to be a very naive and silly assumption on my behalf. And maybe I was too
just 18
idealistic.
more months, Vlad. Just 18 more months.
Exactly. And Bitcoin Cash, what it did was very conservative. It was exactly what people have been saying since Jeff Garzik in 2011, I think, when he created this client with 7 megabyte blocks, and Satoshi told him, you know, it's too early for this. Don't run that software because it's uncalled for at this point. So this was always the proven way to do it. Satoshi has increased it, I think, from like 250 kilobytes to 500 and then 1 megabyte. I think it was Hal Finney's idea to have a block size at all, like a cap on it.
If I can point out the history, like initially there was, I think it was 32, it was a 32 megabyte limit initially, and then it became evident that you can DOS the network. And so, yeah, then you went really conservative, and then, yeah, anyway, I'm sorry, continue.
My point is that I was excited about Lightning. I ran a Lightning node. I tried to balance channels and lost money doing so. I sipped the Kool-Aid of passive income using Lightning, which at the time was about opening channels and basically taking fees from people who were using them. And obviously there are not so many users, and you were competing with data centers that were much faster, and I was on a Raspberry Pi because once again I was sipping the Kool-Aid that a Raspberry Pi is good enough.
You have a great deal of self-awareness, man. Okay, all right.
It was an interesting experiment, but then when I started sort of becoming very skeptical of this was when they started saying, well, there is no way Lightning can scale with these small user nodes. We need to have data centers, and we need to have professional grade gears and hardware. And I was like, okay, we're sort of losing the plot. How is this different from the argument that was used in increasing the block size? And they would say, well, this is a layer 2, it can become centralized and it doesn't matter. And when they said, well, centralization means efficiency on Lightning, I sort of lost interest in it, because for me it was exciting for a while. I was in groups where we were opening channels with each other, and we're paying a lot of transaction fees on the base layer for doing it. And then I realized, okay, this is not going anywhere. It doesn't really scale as they promised. The only way it can possibly scale is with what they eventually made, which is federations and these cashew mints and whatever. And I remember like 3 years ago, there was the narrative floating around that Cashew, which is an implementation of Chaumian and Ecash on top of custodial Lightning, is exactly what Bitcoin should be, because it scales, it's private. How can you want more? Except that the issuer of the mint can steal the funds. And that's very much against the principles of Bitcoin. Like, why are we even here if not to minimize trust? And nowadays, I still see people trying to reinvent banking on Bitcoin. And to go back to
The capturers. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah,
I don't want
to go back to one of the conspiracy theories that was being presented at the time on RBTC and by some Bitcoin Cash advocates, like, you guys were right about Blockstream in some ways and wrong about it in others, even in Roger Veer's book. Like, he was assuming that the business is the sidechain, which they always said, like, we're gonna launch Liquid as the sidechain. Of course, it turned out to be a major letdown. Now it's a federation. And people assumed that they were gonna take transaction fees and that was their business. I think there is some merit to the conspiracy theory about the funding behind Blockstream, but not the one about, what was it? One of the Illuminati, I think, Bilderberg, whatever. I think the real conspiracy theory is behind, I think, MasterCard, which was one of the companies that funded Blockstream early on. Because
AXA and I believe DCG, Digital Currency Group, and MasterCard were the three implicated there.
I think MasterCard was investing in this not because they saw the future of money in it, but they wanted to stop the future of money
100%.
to become this. They just wanted to buy more time. Then we started having
100%.
these crypto debit cards, which, I don't know, it feels like a defeat when you tap your card. It feels like, okay, the banks have won. Maybe that we made some more US dollars, but once again, what's the point? Just a speculative investment. We got rich. That's it.
That's enough. I mean,
is
the
there
money
all there
printer
is to it?
people, the money printer people don't often have, a lot of people got rich from the money printer, so it's better than nothing. I mean, if they can get away with like doing whatever they want to do without giving anyone any money, they do that. So it's a small win. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it just always comes back to control on all fronts: the money, the narrative, the technology. It's always going to come back to control. And Bitcoin was so revolutionary because it was a way to defang the banking system. And now all they've done is defang Bitcoin. At the end of the day, it has no teeth.
They have an overpowered cheat, man. They can just print money.
Of course, of course.
That's an overpowered. That's an OP. That's not, the game isn't balanced, man. They got to nerf that.
Right.
There's also the lunacy in Bitcoin right now with the security budget, which some people claim does not exist and is not a real thing, where they say, well, the money printer will go burr in perpetuity and Bitcoin is secured because of that. Like, all the money that gets printed will go into Bitcoin. That's the assumption.
Yeah, if you have a continually rising price that beats the block subsidy having every 4 years, the block subsidy halves every 4 years. So if the price of Bitcoin continues to rise and it beats that, then there's no problem.
And that's all hunky dory as long as the US dollar is the world reserve currency. But BRICS has entered the chat. There are other people that are seeing the writing on the wall and know the history of fiat currency, that every fiat currency that's ever existed throughout time has eventually failed in time. So I guess as long as we have the biggest guns on the block, then we can force the US dollar down everyone's throat. But that dynamic can also change very quickly, as you're seeing unfold on the global scale right now. So yeah.
Well, ironically, the BRICS countries are actually using Bitcoin in the way that it's supposed to be used.
Oh yeah. We saw with the Iran thing, right? They were paying in Bitcoin. Right?
Also, Chinese spies at some point were paid in Bitcoin. I remember reading that. And Russians also, I know that they do a lot of Bitcoin mining. So it seems like
the Ukrainian
also China, China used to be the largest miner, and they still have some of the largest manufacturing businesses.
Yeah. And there's always rumors that the CIA pays for some of its black ops in Bitcoin just because it's easier to move money illicitly that way.
There will definitely be a transitionary period from US dollars to whatever the new reserve currency and world reserve currency is. There's definitely going to be that transitionary period, but at the end of the day, your coin is only as good as what it's backed by, if you will. And if it's inextricably tied to fiat because BTC doesn't work as a medium of exchange, it creates this negative feedback loop, especially when transaction volume goes up. To me, it's just self-evident. The transaction volume spikes. transaction fees spike, you then eliminate 99% of the global population from being able to transact in it, creating that negative feedback loop and knocking price back down. But I mean, again, which is great for the 1%, they'll gladly spend $1,000 to send $1 billion. They don't give a shit. But for the rest of the world, it completely neuters it as a medium of exchange, which is money's most essential quality at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, but then you're gonna get Peter Todd being like, oh, here's a Lightning transaction. If it works for me and works for you, then it works. What are you talking about? And of course, it's a very small scale, anecdotal example. It doesn't mean that it scales for the rest of the world. But she's like, oh, yeah, so I mean, why would the rest of the world want to join all at once right now?
Right, and even if you wanted to onboard the, you know how that whole thing, like if you wanted to onboard the whole world onto Lightning, you would need like 888 megabyte blocks or something, just because of the number of, even like if every person in the world had to do like a channel opening transaction. Right? Yeah, even the Lightning white paper discusses this. That you definitely need bigger blocks if you want it to be global.
The white paper, Lightning white paper itself, says 133 megabyte blocks for everyone to complete 2 transactions per year.
Per year, yeah.
On Lightning, 133 megabyte blocks. Not to mention that it's not even Bitcoin at the end of the day. It's a Rube Goldberg IOU when you really come down to it. If somebody says, "Oh, look, I just bought my my shake from Steak and Shake in Bitcoin," I'm like, "Show me the transaction on the blockchain." They can't show you the BTC transaction on the blockchain because it's not there. You have an IOU of to get Bitcoin in the future, but so it's an unnecessarily Rube Goldberg project.
So like the danger with IOUs like that is not necessarily that they might not be honored; they might be. It's then you can introduce shenanigans, which is what the bankers have done historically, right? Like gold was difficult to move, so everyone was passing out IOUs for gold. And then eventually there were more IOUs than there was gold. And like, basically that's when the bankers started to get real power, when they could just like create money out of thin air, right? So that's the worry, that you end up replacing the fiat system with another fiat system.
So like, are you saying that Lightning is the Bitcoin Cash?
In what sense?
Like, well, I mean, create banknotes.
Lightning's intention is to, I mean, that's the narrative behind Lightning, right? To like have it as a form of cash for like everyday payments, like coffees and stuff, right?
I was trying a bad pun. I'm sorry. I didn't laugh.
Yeah, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. So we are at this point right now where it's not clear whether or not Bitcoin is going to be the future of money. And it's very depressing when I realize all the effort that I put into this. And sometimes I feel like a fraud. And I'm saying this to you guys because you're going to claim the victory or whatever and be like, look, we have a Bitcoin Maxi who acknowledges this. But I feel like a fraud for promoting, especially I onboarded a bunch of people at conferences. I was going to restaurants or whatever. And then there was a waiter or a waitress. And I was like, hey, would you like to take your tip in Bitcoin? And I would be like, install wallet of Satoshi or Blue Wallet or whatever. And here's $10. Look, you just received $10 in Bitcoin. Of course, it's not on the blockchain. Of course, if they wanted to close the channel and claim that on the blockchain, they would pay most of it as a transaction fee. I hope they spent it somehow, like on gift cards with Bitrefill or whatever. But it's very depressing when you realize that you made all of this effort and you were believing in this system, and it turned out to be not what you thought it would be. And now we have Lightspark, which is centralized and stupid, to be honest. Why would anyone want to use that? Of course, it's convenient and it's more reliable. But even in this centralized Lightning, sometimes I try to use it and I get failed transactions, which never happens on the base layer. So there are so many issues with reliability, with user experience, with all of this stuff that right now we're about 10 years since... No, it's more than 10 years since the Lightning white paper. It's almost 10 years since it got deployed on the mainnet. It was being tested 10 years ago on Litecoin, I think. And I don't know. It just feels like on one hand, we could never have this divide between BTC and BCH if people just spent more time talking. But on the other hand, it seems like the minds were set on doing something. I guess Blockstream, maybe that they honestly believed they were going to be successful with their federation. Whereas the industry at large, I think the biggest winner from this battle between which one is the real Bitcoin and how do we scale Bitcoin was actually Ethereum, which was this mess of a chain which had a nasty divorce also in 2016 with a bailout that they did for investors with the DAO hack, and it didn't seem to go anywhere. Like, it seemed to be just another NXT or Mastercoin or whatever. And then in 2017 they had the ICO mania. That's when the price rose from like double digits to triple digits, and it's become like the de facto number 2 since then. Of course, it got flipped by Bitcoin Cash in November for a brief time, but that was the established number 2 since 2017. And I think it was mostly because of the block size wars. And I gotta give them credit for the research that they funded over the years. Like, that was incredible. They spent their money well, to their credit.
Oh, yeah. It's really some of the smartest people in crypto are involved in Ethereum, and they're coming up with good stuff. Yeah, totally. They're serious people, you know. Yeah.
I just want to, we're not going to rub your nose in it, Vlad. I just want to applaud your self-awareness. As Calin pointed out earlier, most people, specifically maxis, never have the level of self-awareness that you have, and they just continue to parrot the sailor talking points. So kudos to you, and taking an objective look at the past and looking for solutions. So yeah, I salute you, man, for sure.
Yeah, and I think that, like, you know, no one could really predict the future. Like, some you know, the elite seem plausible. Like, these really smart people are like, this is the path forward. Some of the people that were involved in Bitcoin early, like Greg Maxwell or Peter Woolley, like, it seemed plausible, right? Like, you know, let's scale the L2, and this is the path forward, and we got this big company, Blockstream, behind it. And I mean, I don't know, like, don't take it on yourself to, like, dude, we all lost, man. Like, Bitcoin Cash is like number 14 or something. It's like people don't pay attention to it. You know, Bitcoin right now is kind of stuck as digital gold, and it's not replacing fiat anytime soon. I mean, everyone lost. Like, the bankers won. That's the people that won. You know, like, the money printer people they brought in their big guns. They were forced to, because they saw a threat, and they managed to do what they do really well. They've been doing this for centuries. Like, it's like, you know, there's no body count here, at least. Like, as far as we know, no one's been assassinated by them. So that, you know, it's been relatively clean. Their ability to stop peer-to-peer digital money from, like, taking hold right now is, you know, it's successful. It only cost them $400 million or something, maybe initially, and then they've been throwing money at it in other ways. But I mean, it's relatively good, and, like, Bitcoin still exists. Like, it's being used to settle, like, stuff, like, you know, like in the Iran, the Strait of Hormuz thing. I heard that some of the ships were just paying in Bitcoin. So that's something. Like, it's, you know, even if it's just digital gold for now, it's like parked as digital gold until the bankers, like, collapse or something. It's something. Like, it's better than the status quo before. There's, like, another financial instrument that people can use that's completely outside their universe. Like, it's really cool. Like, it is still kind of a victory. Like, it could have been much worse. So, I mean, they're winning. The bankers are winning. We have a common enemy. I really do think we do, but we've gained some ground. And, like, some of them bankers are sort of into the Bitcoin world, or they're into Ethereum because they like the financial instruments they can create on them. You know, it could have been much worse. I still think it's a small victory. I'm still a little optimistic. You know, we have, like, really dangerous enemies, man. Like, like, these people, like founded the CIA and stuff like that. Like, they're dangerous people. You know, they topple governments if they want to. Like, you know, I think it could have been worse. It's been pretty clean and pretty bloodless. So, and you know, they haven't really won yet. Like, cryptocurrency cannot be uninvented, man. Like, it's there. So.
Yeah, the genie's out of the bottle, for
genie's
sure.
out of the bottle, like, yeah. So, yeah, and then they had to throw money at it, and they had to make sure Bitcoin is number one, because the flagship cryptocurrency can't be one they use for payments. And so it's like, you know, like, they still had to concede some ground. And in the meantime, they had to up their game. They made Venmo and Zelle and all these other payment apps. Now you can send money. Like, before you couldn't. There was so much friction in sending money, like, from one bank account to another. You know, it's Revolut. I was using that in Romania. Super convenient. They were forced to sort of up their game a little bit, and they were put on notice. So, The glass is still half full, but yeah, you know, and my sort of worldview on it is that like really dangerous, but powerful people that have an OP cheat called the money printer noticed what was going on and went to war against it. And you know, we're lucky they didn't kill everybody involved, and that we're still around and cryptocurrency still exists. So that's a victory. And in some sense, they couldn't beat us; they joined us a little bit. So, you know, if you want to see the glass half full that way, that's how I'd frame it. But yeah,
And I think the saving grace is that we, for the first time in modern civilization, have an exit. We have a life raft. We have the ability to make the current system irrelevant. It's just a matter of education and dissemination of information. And
yeah, man, that's huge. That hasn't not existed for most people. Like, where you can just use a different financial instrument. Like, fuck you. Like, that's
Right.
amazing. Even if it's Bitcoin and it's slightly captured and it doesn't scale to everyday payments, it's still something, man. That's like that's insanely liberating for a lot of people still. So yeah.
As they say often, no one's coming to save us. It's just up to us to create that parallel economy, and we have the ability to do so at this point.
Oh, you guys are actually bullish on Bitcoin. That's cool.
I'm bullish on cryptocurrency as a challenge and an answer. Like, it's like a leak in the system. You know, they can't do like a hermetically sealed thing where they just capture all of us financially fully. So I'm bullish not on Bitcoin itself, because I still feel like it's captured and it's not living up to its potential, and it could. I really personally feel like you need to fire all those devs and just like start again. You know, keep the blockchain, keep everything, stop running core. The Luke Jr. people with their BIP, whatever it's called, 341 or 115, or I forget. Those people are also out of their minds. Like, you need, I don't know. But I mean, Bitcoin is there and it's number one, and it's like everyone knows what it is. So, you know, the situation can still be salvaged to some degree. So, fire core, definitely. Those people are compromised.
Calin,
I think the frustrations have added up over the years. Like, everyone supported this project with different expectations that they were going to be able to do something, and there were a lot of conferences and a lot of nice talks and applauses and a lot of VC money that was thrown at projects. And then you end up in this stasis where people have built something which they run on test nets, and they show it at every conference, and everyone is like, yeah, that's so cool, let's bring it to Bitcoin. And then when it's about activation, like, can we get this opcode that helps me get to work and helps me onboard people? And then they hit against this wall of consensus. Like, there's no consensus for this. What does that mean?
That just means core doesn't approve it.
There just needs
whatever
to be
core decides is consensus.
Unanimity. If there is only one guy who thinks it's controversial or it's not good enough or whatever, they just do a process which is called bike shedding. And there are entire Telegram chats of developers who are just like sharing their work, and then they're like, yeah, we can't really get this on Bitcoin without OpCat or without OpCTV or something really basic, to be honest. Like, it's not like a hard fork that makes drastic changes. It's not a block size increase, which apparently is very controversial. It's something which is only like a dev tool for people to be able to bring their software. But then it gets very political, and I think that the NOTS people, the BIP 110 guys, are the ones who have been nurtured for being toxic and for being against anything and believing that any change to Bitcoin is an attack on Bitcoin. They became mentally deranged when they got the modern version of colored coins coming to Bitcoin with the ordinals. And they're like, no, you shouldn't use Bitcoin for this. And they accomplished successfully this mission of driving away a lot of users who were paying for transaction fees that were going to the miners. That's not happening too much anymore. Now you can pay sub 1 Satoshi per VByte blocks to get in transactions to get into the next block, which is insane. Because the bet that people like Greg Maxwell made was that people were willing to pay $100 fees for Bitcoin to settle transactions, and then everything is going to happen on a layer 2. We don't have proper layer 2s. We don't have a base layer that scales better. Maybe it scales better because we had SegWit, but that's debatable. And then you wonder, well, what's left of this? And then you see bankers investing in ETFs, and you see people like Katie Wood, is that what her name is? Katie, I think. and she's bullish on Bitcoin, and Michael Saylor selling his IOU and his stretch stock, whatever that is. I don't pay any attention at all, but it's all over my newsfeed on Twitter, and it makes me feel concerned because this is not why I got here. I was a political philosophy student. I was
Oh, you were? Okay,
studying
that's awesome. Okay. So you know some
studying
history.
internet governance, and I was writing about it, and then I discovered Bitcoin through my studies, and I was like, man, this is mind-blowing. This changes everything. Now you can make internet payments to anyone. Of course, I had some naive assumptions about the privacy of it, but
Oh, we all
regardless,
did. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
regardless of my assumptions, I had high hopes because what I saw in Bitcoin was this neutral, objective system, like a clock, you know? You can't really argue against it. It works. It serves this purpose. There were lots of narratives built around it, like banking the unbanked, and what else?
It still retains most of those properties. They haven't, the bankers are like, they don't know what to do with it. I feel like they're just like pumping it, which is fine. I don't know. Like, it's still not, yeah, the hope isn't gone, man. Like, it's still there. It still runs. It hasn't been desecrated like irreparably in any way. Like, the bankers still forced to contend with it. Like, they have to deal with it. What's that?
I said it still runs. It just runs on Bitcoin Cash. The initial narrative.
Or even Bitcoin could repair it. I mean, it's not like irreversible. Like, the capture is not permanent. It's like
it's not. But I think any other fork to it is would pay a severe price. And why? When we have an alternative that actually scales and functions as peer-to-peer electronic cash. My trajectory was much like yours, Vlad, in that I was a BTC maxi from 2011 to 2023, roughly, and I had all of the parroted all of the talking points, but I couldn't help but recognize the cognitive dissonance of this coin BTC not actually functioning in the way it was pitched to me originally, and having lived through the time where it was actually used as money, 2014 up to about 2017, when I could use it on Overstock, Newegg, Orbitz. Multiple vendors were actually accepting it as payment, and then it just transaction fees spiked, and it became a real pain to use. And so when I found BCH, and I was late to the game on BCH, I was very distracted during the split. Had 2 kids at the time, very busy, hectic time of my life. Got sidetracked by Ethereum and all the ICO and shitcoinery and the rise of the crypto bros during that period of time. But when I came across BCH and realized that these guys had the original cypherpunk values and were pushing the Bitcoin that attracted me in the first place, freedom money, for me it was a fairly easy transition after doing a lot of due diligence and speaking with a lot of different people. So join the dark side, Vlad. That's our olive branch to you.
No, but I think if you spend enough time in this space, maybe your first 2 or 3 years are all about making friends, and that's your tribal phase, because you join a community, you think that this is the best project ever, and then inevitably you're gonna get humbled by the market. I think Bitcoin BTC maxis are the ones who actually are humbled the least by the market, because the price went up, they celebrated the most, and the problem is that you're gonna discover sooner or later that no chain actually fulfills the mission that we have. Not in practice. Like, theoretically it could, or technically it could, but we're not really replacing the banks, we're not really providing that alternative, and we're not really reaching to that mass adoption that is like the promise that we never seem to achieve. So you have to ask yourself, is the future in one project, and is that project the one that you're supporting? And then once you expand your perception of what's going on, you're going to realize that we can either have a future where maybe we have 21 million coins of one project, be that Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, Zcash, or all of the forks, or Ecash, the one that's coming this year, which is going to be another hard fork of Bitcoin. Or is the future multi-coin, which means that maybe we're going to have 1 billion of these cryptocurrencies that are useful, and we can swap in between them with various trade-offs. And you're gonna have one for contracts, one for privacy, one for whatever, video games. I don't know how that makes sense, but apparently there's web-free gaming, and some people play that. So are we gonna have this multi-chain world where we're gonna have multiple ones that compete on the free market, or does it converge towards a single one that's gonna do everything? I think that's the fundamental question that we have to ask ourselves. And right now, I'm not aware of any one project that is able to do everything.
Yeah, correct. That's fair, I would say.
We often say that there are no perfect solutions, only trade-offs, and Bitcoin Cash is not immune to that statement in any way, shape, or form. I think, in doing my due diligence, that it checks the most boxes. You mentioned Ethereum earlier and its ability for massive utility, and we have that on the UTXO base chain with Bitcoin Cash. Roscoe, that hopped on earlier, which I'd like to bring on at some point, spearheaded Cash Grips, and has really opened up an entire new world for Bitcoin Cash in 2022 with smart contracts and building a lot of utility on the UTXO chain. We can do everything that Ethereum can, and faster and smoother without near the complexity that Ethereum has. So yes, there are no perfect solutions, and I do think the future is most likely multi-coin. But I think we check the most boxes by far. Again, everything has its drawbacks. There's pros and cons to every situation, but I think Bitcoin Cash checks the most boxes.
Yeah, my philosophy as a Bitcoin Cash developer is to just sort of complete Satoshi's work. I know that sounds kind of like, a little bit idealistic, but get it to a point where it can tick the most boxes to like realize Satoshi's initial vision of peer-to-peer permissionless decentralized money. And so I feel like my duty as a developer is just to make that as likely as possible. And I do acknowledge your point that there may be multiple coins, and that's great. Like, I think probably a bad scenario for the world is if there was only one cryptocurrency, because then it could easily be captured, it could easily be sabotaged, the people running it could end up making insane decisions, and they're all stuck with it. So an answer to capture is actually this decentralization, even of the coins themselves, like have multiple coins that are competing. That could be a sign of health actually for crypto. I feel it's certainly better than the banking system, which is just completely insanely fraudulent. I mean, so you have a certain just elite group of people that like set monetary policy. They basically decide how much money exists. I mean, if you try to do something like that, if you try to print money, like you'd go to jail for a long time, but they can do it. They have like a special power. Like, this is just not fair fundamentally. So, this is certainly, I feel like it's much healthier if you don't have the bankers having like so much influence over the world and the decisions of the world. I mean, what does money represent really for people? Like, it really represents human will. Like, if I decide, let's say I can print money, I can make just about anybody do anything I want almost. Like, I could have them waste 3 years of their life working at a company. It's like a human will, like cheat code, man, if you can print money. And so if we take that power away, or it becomes less powerful, like, there's an answer to it. There's some other system, even if it's multiple coins fighting each other and everyone's in their tribe and everyone thinks their coin's the best, that's still healthier than, it's still an answer. It's something, it's ground that's been gained. So as far as Bitcoin Cash versus Bitcoin, I think Bitcoin Cash doesn't suffer for some of the problems Bitcoin has culturally and technically even. And so I want to just get it to a point where, like, if it needs to be switched on as global money or as some answer, it's ready, like technically ready, it can handle it. The culture of the coin is conducive and not toxic. That's sort of just my role in this whole thing. Or that's how I feel like Bitcoin Cash. I feel like Bitcoin Cash is the least of the major coins. Is probably the one, like just Steve said, it ticks all the boxes. That's my opinion on it. But I want to make sure that's the case. Yeah, sorry, this is a bit rambling, but
and to your point about tribe, I think we are fairly unique in that when we see different tech, different utility working in other chains, there's nothing stopping us from adopting it.
Yeah,
it's healthy competition. Chain best we can. We have a proven and robust chip process that has been functioning very well thus far. It might not always in the future. There's always that argument for on-chain governance, which I think just adds more friction. But we see things that we like in other ecosystems, and we can adopt them on our chain. So we're not so ossified like BTC that it's not going to go through if it has merit and if it meets consensus standards. So I think that makes us really unique. It's often like herding cats, being decentralized as we are, but we've managed to forge ahead each and every year consistently with upgrading the tech. And show me out of their chain that does that on a regular basis without sacrificing having a figurehead or a kingpin making the majority of the decisions. That's one thing that's also very nice about a BCH is we are truly decentralized, for better or worse. It's often hard to move forward in that regard, but there is no figurehead to cut the head off of. I mean, look at what's happening with Cardano right now and the quasi fallout of Charles. If he goes down, so does that whole chain. So does that whole chain. Where BCH, we are decentralized enough that there is no figurehead. There is no one person pulling the strings. We do work as decentralized as possible and make decisions effectively and provably for the last 9 years, pushing this tech forward.
Yeah, and I also want to say this to the listeners and the viewers, that this is not an episode where you're encouraged to buy Bitcoin Cash. We're not trying to sell it to you. We're not trying to get you to swap your BTC for BCH. We're actually trying to get you to claim some free BCH by virtue of Steven's will. And right now on the screen, you're gonna see this. What should I call it? Is it like a business card with my avatar on it?
We call them cash stamps. So the left QR code installs the Selene wallet. The right QR code is essentially a Bitcoin Cash paper wallet loaded with about $1.50 in BCH. So install the Selene wallet on the left QR code, and then open that wallet. And there's the first button right there in the bottom middle. It says scan. Open the scan button and scan the right side, and you'll be able to collect some BCH off those. We use these as a very simple onboarding tool. Yours is obviously customized. I handed you those in Vegas at the conference. And so it's just a really fun, neat, interactive engagement tool to onboard people to Bitcoin Cash, and it works really well, and it's a lot of fun to use.
Yeah, so you have like 30 more seconds to claim this, and then I'm gonna make it disappear from the screen. Of course, if nobody claims it, it will also rerun on YouTube and whatever, so people can claim this later. But I believe we have quite a few people online right now watching this. There has to be someone who wants to get this free money.
Free money, man. Convert it to BTC if you must, but you can see
I can see the claim. I can see the claim live, and somebody already claimed it, so that one's dead, Vlad.
Oh.
Okay, we're gonna have more of them during the stream. Let me ask you something. So there is someone waiting to join right now, and I'm gonna let him in. But after this question, like Calin, you have been with the project since day one, as you said. You have been a developer. How did it feel during that awkward phase of 1.5 years or something, almost 2 years, when Craig Wright was involved? And some people found it convenient that this guy who claims to be Satoshi is on your side.
It felt bad. It felt weird. I mean, I try not to think about it too much because we'd been sort of through this trauma of the divorce, of the block size war, and we were like a ragtag band of rebels sort of trying to find our way, trying to find our identity, trying to figure out where we're going to go. And Craig Wright, you know, I think he's probably like I mean, I never met the man, but he's probably like this sort of narcissistic personality kind of person where, you know, he's basically a shyster. He's a scammer, right? Like he's claiming to be Satoshi. And so he had like this sort of aura around him, or like he had some gravitas initially, and he was like very vocally criticizing, you know, the core people. And so just because he was saying the right things, like I sort of ignored the fact that he's probably not Satoshi. I mean, at some point I was like, oh yeah, maybe he is Satoshi and he'll provide some proof, but I didn't really give that much weight. I was just like, well, he either is or isn't Satoshi, and it doesn't really matter. You know, in retrospect, like I never believed he was Satoshi or anything. Like I just figured he was like another one of the vocal rebels that was in our tribe, you know, and like initially when we broke away from Bitcoin, we were all very sort of angry and vocal and rebellious, you know, like we were all like an unruly bunch, you know, like a bunch of Vikings, you know, like, and so he was just another one of those people. Like it was a really odd collection of people, you know, that, I mean, you'll find this phenomenon throughout history. Whenever you have a group of people that break away, like whether it's revolutionaries breaking away from the parent country or something, like there's a period of sort of trying to figure out, all right, what do we do now? Like we're used to being rebels, we're used to saying fuck you, but now we got to build something. And sort of Craig was useful in that he had kind of a cult following, and he was very vocal and charismatic. You know, he knew how to speak. So, like, you know, I mean, I didn't really think about it too much. Like I felt like things will just sort themselves out, and they eventually did. Like there was, you know, he left, he went on to found Bitcoin Satoshi Vision. So
Craig's biggest problem is he doesn't know when the hell to shut up because of his egomaniacal approach. In my opinion,
he might have a drinking problem, but that's another problem. Yeah.
He hoodwinked a lot of people. Roger Ver, Gavin Andreessen for a time. Most everybody except Kurt Vuckert Jr. has recanted at this point. But there's a great pod. I don't know if you're familiar with Arthur Van Pelt and Mark Hunter, the Dr. Bitcoin pod, and they just released, I think, their second book called Fake Toshi, absolutely eviscerating Craig from every angle, going all the way back to when he was, where it started, when he was trying to avoid a tax liability in Australia in the mid 2000s. I mean, this guy's shystiness goes way back.
And he's skillful. I mean, he's a skillful scammer, you know. Skillful scammers.
The real con man is confidence. So he comes across with a lot of confidence. So he's very easy to believe, and he's clearly intelligent. But show me a con man that isn't intelligent. Most of them are intelligent, which is why they're so good at their con. But that Dr. Bitcoin podcast by Arthur Van Pelt and Mark Horton absolutely just destroys the man from every angle. Listen. If you're on the fence about Fake Toshi, listen to the Dr. Bitcoin podcast. It's excellent.
Yeah, to me it was interesting because this guy, and I've had this conversation with Peter Risen also. I'm not sure if he's still working on Bitcoin Cash, but he was around.
Focused on his next chain right now, like the Bitcoin Unlimited next chain. But yeah, go on. He still is involved somewhat in Bitcoin Cash, but mostly working on this other chain called Next. But yeah, go on.
Basically, everything that Craig Wright touched ended up with a lot of drama and conflict, and it's like he is this wild, what do you call this, the wild card?
Yeah, completely, and like a source of chaos. Yeah,
everywhere he goes, he causes destruction, and I would not be surprised if he is an agent.
I was thinking the same thing. I was going to bring that up, but I'm glad you did. Could be, you know.
Well, during the COPA trial, Mellor called him a legal terrorist. I think that's the most accurate description of him, because he used to sue everybody into oblivion if they disagreed with him. But that's because he had his sugar daddy, Calvin Ayre, which who knows if he's still getting funding there or not. But you can't become a legal terrorist without a lot of backing financially, and that's what he was doing. He was using Calvin's money to just sue everyone into silence that disagreed with him. So.
Yeah, and again, if I could be like conspiracy minded, you know, like let's say he is an agent, right? Like, and Calvin was sort of funding him, but we don't know who's funding Calvin. Like, it could just be the money printer people again, like just you know, sowing the seed. These people are OP, man. They can do a lot. And
no, Calvin is like a poker legend. I'm sorry, he's one of the most successful gamblers in history, and also owns a bunch of online casinos. I'm sure he's fine without Bitcoin, and to him it was just like this
sort of a plaything, like
another money grab.
Project.
Yeah,
like a pet project kind of thing.
A pet project, yeah, something that he can just throw money at and just have fun.
Daddy needs a new yacht.
There's that famous picture of Roger Ver and Calvin and Craig Wright holding glasses of wine, which has been used up until recently a lot just to discredit the big blockers. And I was thinking that if it wasn't for these guys getting involved, I think that maybe the big block version of Bitcoin would have a better fighting chance, at least in the early years. I see that now it has much more appeal because it became more decentralized, and you guys are actually building the stuff that we wish we had on Bitcoin BTC. But early on, when the fight was very intense, I think just this association with these guys did a lot of harm to the community and discredited the whole movement for a while. And
Yeah, I'm
then
not
they
gonna.
forked into
That's true.
BSV, and the fact that they did fork, they also took away some developers and capital, and this only made it more difficult for BCH to compete.
Correct.
And
Yes.
then there was also the XCC fork from Amari, and I spoke to some people who were telling me that they were very bullish about Bitcoin Cash up until the Amari fork. And they said, okay, when that happened, it felt like it's over and nothing else is going on. But it seems like there's a new generation of developers who are joining and contributing. And I think this is the ultimate test for any open source decentralized project, whether or not there's still people joining after the big money leaves or after the most famous people are not involved anymore.
Yeah, if anything, it could demonstrate some sort of seriousness or resilience on our part. So, we've sort of had all this instability, and then, yeah, I mean, yeah,
Yeah, these things are messy. Humans are messy. Forks are messy. These things don't happen without consequences, for certain. Anybody that's still, not to harp on BSV, but Craig Wright aside, forget Craig ever existed. Nar and Dar should make any objective thinker absolutely question BSV, specifically digital asset recovery. All you're doing is just letting the foxes into the henhouse in that regard. So how anybody can objectively look at digital asset recovery and not see it for another form of control, top-down control, is beyond me. So I think anyone can just easily discount BSV for that alone. There's smart people there, no doubt. I don't know how many are left, but we've extended olive branches to many in that community to come back and help us build on BCH. Because at the end of the day, your tribe is only as good as those that are building on it. And if you've got an association at the top that's making these decisions, well, then it's no different than any other centralized organization. And you've got a lot of toxic people at the top there. So I don't know how anybody still goes down that path. But yeah, we've got battle scars, absolutely, since the fork in 2017. But show me any other coin, just from a market cap perspective alone, that was at number 2, descended down to 35 in market cap rank, and rose back earlier this year. We hit number 10. No other coin, to my knowledge, has done that, which is a testament to our resilience, and in my opinion, a testament that we're on the right track, we're on the right path, and we're doing the right thing. And if BTC and other coins keep sleeping, we'll just keep eating your lunch. That's it at the end of the day. But
we're patient. We're in it for the long game. So
exactly.
Hopefully it doesn't. Yeah, hopefully things don't get too much more turbulent. I don't think they will in the short term. So we'll ride the waves, I guess, up and down as best we can. That's all you can do in life, anyway.
I think that Zcash did something similar. Like they were
yeah.
top 3, I think at some point. They were trading for like 7 Bitcoin per 1 ZEC at the top. And then, of course, proof of work mining does its thing. So the supply was low, the demand was high. Then the demand started going lower and the supply was getting higher. I think at the lowest point, like 3 years ago, they were outside of the top 100. And now they're top 15, I think.
Yeah,
so
like a rocket ship, they've shot back up multiple times this year, actually. They're in, number 11 net right now, CoinMarketCap.
Yeah, so I have a lot of respect for people who are the remnants of these open source projects, because it's so easy to give up and say, okay, the market decided that this is the winner, and I'm gonna stop working on whatever it is that I'm doing, or just move to this place that pays better. Because at the end of the day, I think everyone can get paid better if they work for Ethereum, or they become friends with Jack Dorsey and work on a Bitcoin project. But to be honest, like, there is merit to being resilient and not caring too much about what the market thinks, because you understand that you have something in there. and sooner or later you're gonna be vindicated one way or the other. So I respect this, and
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it's really the difference in the number go up group versus um, uh, people that are focused on it for its utility and the revolutionary technology that it is, and the possibility of freedom money for the world, which is where the BCH camp is for sure. You're going to have speculation all over the place, and we even have speculation utility on BCH with prediction markets, which is fun, but it's definitely not our focus. It's, you know, at the end of the day, I think we're very cohesive as a tribe, if you will, with cypherpunk values and wanting freedom money for the world. That's really what motivates us and keeps us in this fight for no real profit of our own. I mean, the majority of this group in this space are doing this voluntarily. You know, we're keeping this thing alive and pushing it forward and trying to advocate for it on our own dime. There's very few, I think, apps and outfits that are actually turning a profit. I think General Protocols with BCH Bull is really the only one that's in profit in that regard. So we are truly in this to spread freedom money, which I think when you look at the whole scheme of crypto, absolutely sets us apart in that regard. In a world full of number grow up and pump and dump schemes, we're not in it for that. We are in it for the utility of freedom money.
yeah, and to be honest, even if you're the most hardcore BTC maxi and you're listening to this, you can still acknowledge that the role that Bitcoin Cash has played is that on one hand it proved to the bankers that it's very difficult to fork and be able to flip the main chain, like the original one. Like the fact that Bitcoin Cash was and still is an honest fork with community members behind it who are serious about this libertarian mission of replacing fiat, or at least trying to lower the power of bankers.
Yeah.
The fact that there is this project which was not able to flip BTC proved to BlackRock and all the others that it's actually very difficult to coordinate a fork and be successful in this quest. And the other role that BCH has played has been in creating open source code which Bitcoin BTC can just take and use, if that will ever be the case, or else get inspired by it. And there are at least two projects that I know of which were directly inspired by something that happened in BCH. The first one is called the Wabi Sabi paper that lays at the foundation of Wasabi Wallet 2.0, which used to be very hot until the US government arrested the Samurai Wallet developers, and then the talks about Bitcoin privacy have sort of toned down since then. But still, Wasabi Wallet was inspired by Cash Fusion, something that was developed on BCH first. And that's also quoted in the white paper of the project. Like if you actually look at the references, there's going to be something about Cash Fusion. Jeremy Rubin, he was on the show last month. Of course, you have people in your community who are going to be like, oh, that Jeremy Rubin who's in the Epstein files. Well, he was an MIT student emailing his department coordinator or something. It's like, not like he went to the island. But anyway, Jeremy Rubin, when he did the work for CSFS, which is cross check sig from stack, he said he was inspired by another opcode from BCH which accomplishes the same thing. So there is merit to the work that was done in BCH. I'm happy that I get to acknowledge it publicly because it feels like I get like a rock off my chest.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, totally.
And it's also a reminder that this is open source software. And you look at all the Linux distributions and you're going to be like, why is there another one? Like, just because of this small parameter, but it matters a lot to some people. So the fact that you have that means that you get some testing and you get to see how it works with users and not just random testing among developers. And of course, there's money on the line in the cryptocurrency world. So there is a bounty for breaking it. If you think it sucks and it's not going to work that way, well, you can make a lot of money breaking it. So good luck with that. You guys have Opcat, which is something that people in BTC still claim with a straight face that it's gonna destroy the chain, and Satoshi was right to remove it.
Yeah. I mean, so Satoshi was like balancing like 20 plates at once, like he was trying to solve all these problems. I believe he was a lone developer. That's debatable, but I believe that. So some things he just got rid of because he couldn't deal with the sort of the consequences of like a cat bomb, like he just at one point he turned off a lot of opcodes because it was possible to just send poison blocks to nodes. I mean, this is early on. We've come across we have a solution to that. We have we have like a VM limit system where you can cost operations correctly, and so then you can constrain the system in that way. You don't need to like turn off opcodes because you're afraid they're going to blow up. You can just constrain, you can always guarantee that no one input that you evaluate is going to break some kind of execution limit. So, Satoshi didn't have time to develop. I believe if he did, he might have come up with a VM limit system like we have. He had to sort of do ad hoc stuff, like including turning off opcodes or other things like opcode limit or, just ad hoc ways to constrain the execution of the scripts were done by Satoshi in a rush, sometimes as like stealth, stealth patches that no one even was aware of. And so in BCH, we just constrain it using VM limits, which you guys are free to copy in BTC or anybody. Or maybe you don't like the way we did some things, so you could do a better job. But, yeah.
I think also had this quote from Michael Tidwell, who's organizing the Atlanta Bitcoin Conference, TabConf. Last year he was on my show and he said that the difference between him and Greg Maxwell in ideology is that him, as in Michael, does not mind if the future of money is going to be Bitcoin Cash as long as the mission gets accomplished. Like, he's not monotheistic in this regard. He doesn't care too much which one is going to be the winner as long as the goal gets reached. Whereas in the case of Greg Maxwell, I think he throws his entire reputation and he's trying to prove that this is going to be the one true project that succeeds. And he turned out to be wrong in many of his predictions, especially concerning Ethereum and proof of stake. Like, if you read what he was saying like a decade ago about the whole thing, you would assume, and you also trusted him blindly, you would assume that, okay, this guy is a genius who has the foresight to understand that this is not gonna work, and then they made it work. So it's almost like the free market has better mechanisms than this council of 10 people who are very smart.
Yeah, I would have thought. That's why I think it's actually kind of healthy that they're multiple coins and they're all sort of competing. That is healthier. Yeah, totally. About Greg Maxwell, he's amazing. He's got this aura about him, right? That he's a smart guy, and he's really able to leverage that. So he'll be able to argue sometimes dishonestly, but like really convincingly, because he can leverage like his aura, sort of he'll make you feel like you're dumber than him. He's amazingly good at just convincing people of stuff that's not necessarily true. Like, I really, hats off to that guy, dude. If I had that power, man, like, and if I were evil, I could probably be a lot farther in this world than I am, but I'm not evil. So I actually consider him to be like an evil person, Greg Maxwell, but I don't know, who knows?
I think he came up with a lot of good ideas. For example, CoinJoin, that was his idea. Or
he came up with,
He's the one who proposed it. There were mixers before that, but he's the one who basically conceptualized how this can be made inside of a Bitcoin wallet. And he set up a bounty for that, which Amir Taki tried to claim. And famously, he was deterred by this guy, John Dillon.
Right. Who may or may not have been a CIA agent. Is that guy?
Yeah, he was saying in private correspondence with Peter Todd that he works for intelligence. But there are still people who believe that it was actually Peter Todd talking to himself, just pretending that it's someone else.
Yeah, no, I mean, Greg Maxwell is not like, he's not like a universally destructive force, but I believe that, I mean, you can point to stuff he's done that's been good, but I think overall, I don't think he's got the right, I don't know. I think he's just a bad person, but whatever. I mean, that's whatever. It's my opinion. I'm just one person.
A lot of people in Bitcoin look up to his opinion. So whenever he comes,
he can leverage that so well.
A long post on Reddit about something, people really pay attention and they believe that he has this vision or foresight to really
He's
understand what's good
incredibly
and what
good.
is not.
He's incredibly good at like leveraging his aura and confusing people with it. Like it's amazing. It's like it's supernatural ability of like reality distortion. Yeah, no. Yeah. So sometimes he uses that for evil, sometimes for good.
As we said multiple times, there are no perfect solutions, only trade-offs, and there's certainly drawbacks to advocating for homogeneous systems, whether it's a network, a civilization, etc. There's going to be drawbacks to having all your eggs in one basket. And I do think the future is multi-coin,
Yeah.
but you know, it's again, I see no reason to go elsewhere at this point because of all of the exciting stuff that we're building on BCH, but we need to be mindful of that as well. We are also susceptible to the same drawbacks and issues that come with homogeneous systems. So it's being looking objectively, critically, having that self-awareness, and trying to do the right thing moving forward. So
Yeah, I gotta plug my sponsors. It's been 1 hour, and there's also someone waiting to join, and I'm gonna let him in after this segment. So I will start with Layer 2 Labs, which has been working on the drive chain to bring it to Bitcoin for longer than a decade. At least Paul personally has been. And they have this BIP which is numbered 300 and the other one 301. They spent a lot of time and money trying to bring this to Bitcoin. Now they want to launch their own hard fork of Bitcoin, which is coming out at block height 964,000. That's gonna be sometime in August. And you can already test the software if you want. You go to layer2labs.com/download. They have a sidechain for pretty much everything that's interesting in the whole crypto space. They have a Zcash sidechain, they have a prediction market sidechain, a Uniswap inspired sidechain, which basically lets you swap between the various assets on different chains, a quantum resistant sidechain, and also a big block sidechain, which they're going to be using for basically everything that BSV is doing already, to have that capacity of, as they say, gigameg blocks. That was Calvin's tweet, gigamegs. So check it out. It's layer2labs.com/download. If you want to claim your Ecash tokens in August, you're also free to do that. If you're holding Bitcoin today, you're going to get the same amount in Ecash. And you can also pay attention to the project at ecash.com. They actually bought that fabled domain, which I think used to be owned by David Chaum at some point. And actually, before I get to the next sponsors, what do you guys think about having another hard fork in Bitcoin? And what do you think about Ecash in particular?
I'll let Calin discuss the technical aspects here, but I just think it was a dick move, for lack of a better way of saying it. Paul was fully aware that Ecash was a thing that existed, and maybe he just thought he could steamroll Ecash, but I don't think that's going to be the case. There's already murmurs of litigation going on over the name alone. And fine, have your pet software engineering art project, do whatever you want to do. Try to make a successful fort of BTC if you have the fortitude to do so. But when you completely hijack a name that's already been established in the market, clearly you're going to get resistance. And so I think it was a really stupid move to shoot himself in the foot right out of the gate. And that's all I'll say about Temu Ecash.
Temu Ecash, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Steve. I think that's kind of strange. Like, there is a coin named Ecash already. Like, can't you come up with another name? Like, why are you doing it? And his explanation was like, oh, that's like a good name for a coin, so I'm going to use it. And like, Ecash doesn't matter. That's like a red flag. Like, that shows, like, on some spiritual level or on some like core level, that shows like a sort of haughtiness or an arrogance, which is like kind of stinky to me, kind of smells bad. But like, the thing is, like, so let's say he forks from BTC and he has significant market interest, and and like he comes up with some interesting tech, that could be good for everybody, like for the ecosystem. He's going to try to compete with BTC and everybody else, and maybe that'll make some of the BTC people feel like they need to compete more. And so maybe BTC will end up like having to innovate a little bit more, maybe. I don't know. Like it's always good when there's more competition, you know, to an extent for the market, maybe not for the competitors. They have to sort of expend more energy. But for the market, like for humanity overall, like maybe this would be a good thing, right? If he just creates another coin that explores a bunch of ideas technically, even if like it starts off on the wrong foot. And I personally think it's a dick move that, yes, like you should just pick an original name, dude. Like, come on, don't be a jerk. But
yeah, a fork is hard enough. It's already a David and Goliath scenario.
Yeah.
And then you're going to shit the bed right out of the gate by hijacking somebody else's name. I mean, it's stupid. It's just a dumb business move, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's like a red flag. It's like something like most people wouldn't do something like that. Most people would just be, oh, that name exists. Like, I'll think of a better name. Like, I'll come up with my own name, you know, something to be proud of, you know. I don't know. Like, it's just bizarre. Like, why would you do that? But and whatever.
Well, wouldn't you say that it's just like Roger claiming that BCH is the real Bitcoin?
No, not really, because, and I wanted to get to this when we were talking earlier, like from our point of view, what you guys did, what happened to Bitcoin was that it was captured, that some nefarious forces, and we wanted to sort of continue. We wanted to continue the vision. You know, our hope was that you guys would just die, that BTC would die, because we didn't want like, you know, bankster coin to like, you know, run. And you know, at some point, like it looked like that might happen. Like BTC was like 25% of BCH was 25% of BTC's price, right? And 25% of its hash rate. And you know, from our point of view, it's like we wanted to just fire the malicious government and install another government, right? Like that was basically our whole shtick. Like that was the reason why we forked, because we just could no longer abide by a chain that didn't have a plausible scaling strategy. I mean, it was clear that for the people that created BCH, it was clear that the strategy that Core had for the chain is like unrealistic and incompatible with like a good future. So, you know, we disagreed with that, and so we're like, hey, this is our coin.
Yeah, and you might hear it tongue in cheek every now and again, but it's certainly not the driving narrative. Nobody says on an ongoing basis BCH is Bitcoin, although we feel it absolutely adheres to the white paper far more than BTC does. We don't. That's not a driving narrative or mantra or ethos, because there's enough market confusion as it is, and we don't vocalize that regularly, other than in kind of a funny way, if you will. But
yeah, and it's not called Bitcoin, by the way. It's called Bitcoin Cash. This guy literally calls it Ecash, which is another coin. He's not even calling it like Ecash squared or Ecash 2.0 or Ecash Cash or Ecash. You know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not even the same thing. It's like, you know, we called ourselves Bitcoin Cash from basically day 2. So at least there's that differentiation. Like, this guy literally is like, I don't know, taking the exact same name. So like string compare in Python. Does Ecash equal Ecash true? Does Bitcoin equal Bitcoin Cash string? False. So I don't know.
Well, it is like a poetic situation where you have a guy forking Bitcoin who claims that he created the real Bitcoin, and then and the same guy then goes on to create Ecash, and then someone else forks Bitcoin and calls it the real Ecash.
Yeah.
It comes full circle. It's like the punishment that comes to Amari. I don't know.
Yeah, you know, he deserves it, because I think he lost the plot long ago. He deserves it, actually. You know what? Yeah, call it Ecash. He deserves it.
And also, I think there is a greater point to be made here, that Ecash is like a generic term. It's not what they claim to be, like a brand or whatever. They don't really own it. Yeah. You can own domains. You can own maybe account names. But it's like saying that you have a patent for the name blockchain. It's very Craig Wright-ish. Ecash stands for electronic cash, and it's been used, I think, even before this whole industry existed.
Yeah, that's correct.
I'm just thinking from an optics and business perspective, it's going to create a lot of confusion. And why would you make a fork any more complicated than necessary by tagging on with a name that's already established? It just boggles my mind, just from a business perspective alone.
Yeah.
That's
like,
what he chose.
What the hell are you doing? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I was also not happy with the name at first, but then I was like, Ecash, it's simple. There's another Ecash. There's also Ecash, which is custodial Lightning with privacy, which I
Oh, there is.
never
Okay.
really
Huh.
liked. And I think there is something else called Ecash that's floating around the space. So there's gonna be a lot of confusion, but it's the only one that you can claim for holding Bitcoin right now. And also, I'll present the rest of the sponsors and then let the poor guy waiting to
Poor
join.
guy.
He's been there for like 30 minutes.
Still waiting. Skeleton meme, yeah.
Cake Wallet, which is something which I guess will be able to scan the QR code to claim BCH, but not now. Maybe when they update something, with, if I understand correctly. Oh, there's a message in the chat. Oh, be right. Okay. Take the break.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll give you something.
Yeah. And Cake Wallet also has support for BCH if you want to use it for that, has support for BTC, is very convenient for swapping coins, and it's quite fascinating that nowadays wallets, which used to be known as this open source piece of software that you just download and it's merely an interface that works with SPV, now they've turned into bona fide exchanges where you can swap between coins and access different services, and it's really cool. Also has an integration to Nano GPT, so if you want to use LLMs by paying with your coins without any kind of registration or credit card or whatever, you can just use Cake Wallet for that. It's very cool. Check it out. They have 750,000 downloads, trying to get to 1 million. Really amazing how they were able to get to this point. Also, they support Lightning, but not in the ways in which I like Lightning, but whatever, they do that. And Orangerock, which is a trading platform, very much like something like Hyperliquid, except that it's privacy friendly. It's all in one app. You download that right now, it's available for iOS. It's orangerock.com. And it's very cool. If you're into trading, you can use it. If you're into gambling, which means trading with leverage, I think you have like up to 25x. I don't recommend it. I'm just saying you can do it if you want. If you really believe that you can put that winning long or short on something, you can definitely do that. You can find it at orangerock.com. Check it out. And last but not least, SideShift, which is the place where I tell people to swap their stablecoins. Because honestly, what's the point of holding something that can be confiscated? Just last month, Tether was or has freezed like millions of dollars in USDT because they came from the wrong place, whatever that means, or they were used for the wrong kind of activities. Don't hold on to something which can be confiscated from you. So check out SideShift, use it to swap your USDT, USDC, any stablecoin for free market money. You have a selection of coins. You can use BTC, you can use BCH, you can use Litecoin, you can use a lot of the coins that they have. Just don't hold stable coins. Use them or receive them if you have to, but swap them for something that actually is yours and nobody can take away from you. And you can use sideshift.ai for that. Check it out. And those were my ad plugs. And now I have to let the guy waiting. Is he still here? No, he's not. Okay. You can ask him to join, Steve.
Is it Roscoe that's supposed to come in? Or
Maybe we can get Roscoe back on. I don't know if he's in waiting or not. If Kyle bounced, I don't. Let me get in our thread here and see if anybody else.
This is like a battle royale. More people join as we keep talking.
Yeah, we've got about 6 guys here that we're going to try to rotate through here, just highlighting, excuse me, different aspects of the ecosystem. Jerry said he's a wallet developer. You can hop on in a bit. Fiendish can hop on. Actually, yeah, let's get Fiendish on here. And I'm going to go take a quick break myself. I'll be back, but Okay, there's Kyle. Okay. All right, Kyle, you made it.
Hello, hello.
So I don't know if we want to do introductions or not, but I wanted Kyle to come on because he has built a few platforms and utilities in this space that have been very beneficial in our growth, specifically the fundme.cash campaign platform. And to my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle, you're not a seasoned developer. You're fairly self-taught, and we're able to contribute to our ecosystem in a massive way with this campaign, fundme.cash campaign creation tool. So yeah, I'm going to step away for just a moment, go relieve myself. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, no, I came from an IT background, so computers, servers, networking. So like I knew of coding, but besides doing some basic scripts, I did absolutely nothing. So about 6 years ago, I decided to jump ship and try to be more involved in Bitcoin Cash and learn how to code. And so I basically went from almost nothing for coding to developing a bunch of random apps and smart contracts on UTXO, which is something I harp on now to try and get people involved into it, because I view everything that's happening on Bitcoin Cash right now as almost like another round of Ethereum, where Ethereum came out and all this weird smart contract stuff started coming out and new utility and apps and stuff. And everything I'm seeing is that this is the same thing, but it's on Bitcoin Cash now. And it's a different model. It's UTXO versus EVM. There's nothing really comparable to it. It seems kind of new and novel. And to rewind a little bit, I got into Bitcoin, or first learned of Bitcoin in 2010. And I've been learning about it since then. And
I'm still learning about it too myself. Yeah, go on.
Oh yeah, it's never ending.
Yeah.
But like I remember when Ethereum came out, and it was like I'm very risk averse. I do not like taking risks. And like I didn't trust it. I didn't understand coding back then much at all. So it's like I don't really get it. So like I watched it all happen. And now it's like I'm not gonna watch this time. I want to be involved. So FundMe is if you know crowdfunding, it's like Kickstarter. That's all it is.
But on chain.
But on chain, yeah. So yeah, non-custodial. Nothing like this exists on BTC.
Fiendish.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
How's it going? Like your glasses, dude.
Okay. Yeah, they're pretty sexy glasses. I had to put them on for Vlad. Hey, Vlad, how's it going?
Hi. So we have two people coming around the same time. We have Kyle and Fiendish. As we established, Kyle is a smart contract developer. What do you do, Fiendish?
Yeah, that is a great question. So what I'm doing is basically working in the background, trying to create a lot of alignment within the community, helping people where they need help, and helping with some marketing and outreach. So there is a lot of companies out there that are looking to integrate BCH or do accept BCH, and they're looking for help and assistance with the community. And it's decentralized. There's no front door. So when someone's asking for help, I check them out and they look legit. I'm the guy that steps in and says, hey, let's have a chat. And then I help them and get them linked up to the right people within the ecosystem so they can get the integrations they need.
That's cool. So you're like the connector within the community.
The connector, I like that. I'm going to put that as my official job title. Yeah, the oil in the machine. It's a great machine, but you can't run a great machine without oil.
I like how your sunglasses are green tinted.
That was purposely chosen, actually. So I got the original set. So this isn't the original. I've lost them several times. As is always the case when you have glasses that cost more than $10 a pair, they just disappear, right? I got them at BCH SingKits conference, which started off actually a bit of a trend. That was back in 2022. And you might notice some BCHs still have green glasses because the meme was there to protect us against the laser eyes of BTCs.
Yeah, to reflect it back, Yeah.
To reflect it back, yeah. All that bullshit, it just goes straight back.
I was gonna say that all you see is green flags, no red flags.
No red flags.
Oh,
That's true. That's green.
Beanish, we were just talking
the
with
re-
Kyle about building on BCH and how somebody, even with not an extensive background in coding, can build on our platform. If Kyle, if you want to continue in that vein for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, Kyle.
Oh.
I think you said Calin. Yeah, Kyle probably is better to answer this.
I don't remember where I was, which is okay.
Sorry, man.
I would slightly show Bitcoin Cash University YouTube channel as an example of what building on Bitcoin Cash is. I walk through some of the smart contracts that I've made. So the FundMe one, which is called Cash Starter technically, the Badgers.cash, and there might be one or two others on there, I can't remember. But it goes like line by line how to do it. And I come from not a coding background, so I literally go line by line explaining absolutely everything in extremely verbose detail. So if you are not a coder, it'll be dry, but you can go through the exact logic behind it and how it works. And just talking about how it seems like a massive opportunity because I'm viewing it as like almost Ethereum again. It's a case of you can do anything and everybody's learning it for the first time. So like I used to follow BTC a massive amount because I've been in it a very long time and I want to know what's going on. And if there's new stuff going on, I want to know because if it might be good for BCH, then it would be good at it. I stopped following it a while ago because there just wasn't anything interesting. And like thinking from the technical coding side of like an app developer. And I guess the most recent example would be for the last Bitcoin Cash Bliss conference last year, not the most recent one. There was, I think, BitVM or something was something that's going on in BTC for doing like contracts off chain, partially on chain or something. Their demo app was chess, where you could like run a game of chess on Bitcoin on BTC. But there's all these trust assumptions involved and it's technically running off chain. So as an example, because the smart contract system on BCH is being developed so much, I thought, can we do that on Bitcoin Cash directly? And yes, I built some smart contracts and you can run chess on Bitcoin Cash. And it works just like Ethereum in a sense of like everything's on chain. So it's a case of if you want to get into smart contract development on UTXO chains, there's not a lot of developers in it. Anybody can start doing it.
Yeah, you can get it on the ground floor and have a huge impact. You know, try doing it on Ethereum. It's more difficult. It's more developed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's wrong with Ethereum? Because a lot of chains are trying to redo smart contracts to simplify the whole process. And in spite of all this, it seems like there's still a lot of builders on Ethereum. So I'm trying to understand both sides. Like
Scalability. UTXO is insanely parallelized. Like, like this is just totally underestimated. UTXO is insanely efficient to be running. Every single transaction, every single UTXO is its own a thing, where as opposed to an account model where everything has to be processed. So it's just hugely more scalable. So Ethereum running at the the bandwidth that you're at today, is posed challenges, right? When actually many people, oh, look at that, nice one. My one's around here somewhere too, like trying to create some babies with blankets probably right now, but very cool. Yeah, and this is something, so Ethereum, as soon as people are actually starting to use it, it basically choked, right? And so everyone went on to layer 2s, and the layer 2s grew, Ethereum withered. And even though BTC is not developed and moved anywhere, it's still relative to Ethereum gone up, while Ethereum's just stayed flat or decreased. And that scalability was the Achilles heel. So yeah, from a very high level, it's just scalability, and UTXO comes with its own set of challenges, because everything is a little bit more tricky to get your head around rather than an account model. But that's something that now BCH is really improving on by getting the tools out there to make it really easier. So those the app builders, the entrepreneurs can actually start creating what they want, Ethereum-like ideas without that bottleneck on their business. Because, and this is something that, and Ethereum's feeling this. If you're, you're creating an amazing business idea and you basically, you want to get investment. The way you get investment is by showing the market audience that you can reach, right? And when you know that, hey, if we're using this chain, it collapses, that reduces the investment. And it's kind of funny talking about some Bitcoin Cash because we're probably the least invested in chain out there, certainly in the top 20 for other reasons. But that's something that's super important. You want to make sure that the business can grow. And that's something that Bitcoin Cash absolutely affords. And it can grow to global scale. Whatever, there's stuff out there that people say that's not the case. And that's why we need to be everything's off chain. But that really is the case with UTXO. So maybe you can get some more details from the developers here to go into that. But really, I hope people got the takeaway: scalability. That's it.
Yeah, just from a technical standpoint, like UTXO are just much more scalable because they're parallelizable. You can process contracts. Each UTXO sort of embodies some state, and you can just do them massively parallel. Like there's no limit to parallelization. Whereas with the account model, you sort of have to order transactions. You have to figure out what the order is. They're not as parallelizable because you just, there's a shared state. Like every single contract is modifying that one variable, let's say the account, right? So, and it matters what order you do them in. As with UTXO, you just parallelize them and you don't really care about order so much.
Which is fantastic because when Ethereum, like you do your smart DeFi transaction and it fails, you have a huge fee at the end. As in Bitcoin Cash, you wouldn't even have that. It doesn't fail. It doesn't affect, someone else's problem doesn't affect you. So yeah, that's a huge advantage. It basically goes through or it doesn't. You don't pay for something that doesn't go through.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. True. Yeah. But it's a different model. So if you're a developer, you sort of have to think about how to architect your app in a slightly different way. But there are tools like we have like a cash script, which kind of looks a little bit like Solidity. I mean, there are tools that the developer that's from the EVM space can come in and sort of feel a little bit familiar.
There's at the last Blitz conference as well, just reinforcing the idea of this is like new and novel. Just being there and talking to developers and talking about all these different apps that are being created, but also like it's UTXO, it's different than EVM. It has different challenges. It has different limitations. We're exploring and learning it, but just talking to people and it's like hearing new terms people are talking about for ideas and things and problems that I've never seen anywhere else. Like it's new and it seems so far ahead of everything else. And like BTC just to me, and it's not a jab, but it seems so archaic, the stuff that they're doing on it compared to what we're working on in Bitcoin Cash.
At the same time, I see at least 3 projects right now trying to bring EVM on Bitcoin or trying to build bridges to Ethereum. And I think it's interesting. They're trying to tap into the place where most of the liquidity is. But I think everyone agrees that Ethereum does not have the best way to do smart contracts.
Which comes down to that scalability. And all of those bridges and stuff, it's not using Bitcoin, BTC. It's not using the layer 1. And that's kind of the whole point of the security model, to have your long-term sustainability is for the layer 1 to be used, or for price to go gigantic exponential and never drop. But this comes back down to BTC versus BCH, big blocks versus small blocks. Also, one reason why I'm on BCH is that the many transactions, low fees just seem sustainable to me, whereas the other side doesn't, just from a math point of view.
Okay, so let me ask you a question which derives from an experience that I had while attending the Proof of Work Summit in Frankfurt 2 or 3 years ago. And I've seen a couple of Bitcoin Cash people showing up with BCH BLS t-shirts. And then there was the token Bitcoin Maxi who went up to them and said, "Can you people run nodes? Because I heard you need like industrial grade machines with a lot of storage and it's impossible. It's very centralized."
That's not true. that's really not true. Maybe, of course, when the whole world is using BCH, right? You've got billions of people using it. Would like someone be able to run a node on their toaster? Probably not. Would we want that? Probably not. Today, you can run your node on a Raspberry Pi. I'm not saying that's a good idea, but you can. And the entire blockchain right now, say about like 500 gigabytes, 600. Say if I'm wrong, Calin, you should know, as I guess you're looking into that. But it's if you can't afford a one hard drive for what, $30, then yeah, sure, you can't run a node. But if you can't afford $30 for
So if I
do you
can
really
chime
need to be
in,
running a node?
so there was a lot of narrative pollution going on during the block size war that's remained as part of the BCC culture, because the whole thing was like they had to have a reason why they're not going to scale. So the narrative given was that, oh, you need to be able to verify from block 0 like forever. So let's just not, let's not have the chain grow too fast, because then it'll be prohibitively, you can't run a node basically. Can you guys run nodes? The question you just asked. I think that narrative is incorrect. It's like artificial. It's like a poison that's installed in people's brains. And I can explain you why it's incorrect. Like basically there are technical solutions for this. Like even like the presupposition that you'd want every node in the world until the end of time to verify from block 0, right? That axiom is not necessarily true, right? So
Section 8 in the white paper, right? Simplified payment verification. It was there right at the start.
Satoshi talked about this when he was asked about how does it scale. Like from day one, the strategy was like, yeah, you're not going to have, there is SPV so that you can participate in the network without having to verify blocks at all. But then even on top of that, let's say you want to have like a node that has a little bit more security behind it. You don't need to verify from block 0. Let's say it's the year 2546, right? Is anyone in 2546 going to want to verify from block 0 the whole chain? Like maybe not.
You bring up the point, Calin, often that it's as if these people don't believe in cryptography.
Right, and the reason why I say that is because what you can do is you can have UTXO commitments, right? So you can just download the whole UTXO set, and then there's like a proof of work on chain that looks like the hash of the UTXO set. So that the UTXO set you downloaded is the valid one. And then you can check against the UTXO commitment, and then you can just download from block 6,743,000 whatever. You can start transacting from there. And then if you cared about history, you can start downloading historical blocks. Bitcoin Core, paradoxically enough, is actually implementing some aspect of this in their full node software right now. They're doing it as part of their milestone goals is to support UTXO commitments. Bitcoin Cash is going to go on a similar strategy. So the whole thing is like, yeah, you don't need to verify history from the beginning. History doesn't scale, that's true, but you don't need all of history necessarily.
You don't need all of history. And the other thing is that not everyone needs to be a node runner, right? You want a healthy amount of nodes, but what are nodes? Like the idea that just, you're running a node, you're not actually transacting with the coin, you're just hodling it, right? You're not using it, you're not spending it, you don't have a business that accepts it. That's wild. It's wild to think that these people are in any way securing the network. They're not.
They're not, that's part of the narrative pollution, because they wanted everyone, the narrative was you got to be able to run a small, we can't scale the chain, you got to be able to run a Raspberry Pi, and everyone has to run nodes. That was like
got to be able to run on your Siemens fridge, right? You've got to be running on the lowest denominator.
And people bought this.
You're running a node because you have a shop, right? You're selling bikes and mountain bikes, and you're accepting Bitcoin Cash, and you want to make sure that there's no double spend. You want to make sure that everything's kosher. You run a node, and as part of your business costs, right? If you're not able to afford the couple of $100 that it costs to run that, maybe your business, maybe you don't need a node. Actually, almost certainly you don't need a node. And if you're that concerned about it, then don't accept a zero cost transaction and walk away within the next 5 seconds. Thinking that you've got that money, that BCH for your Lamborghini. So I really, I think that is definitely narrative pollution. But one thing's for sure, Vlad, I don't know how much money you've got, but let's assume you've got no money at all. You've literally just got like a couple of $100 to your name. You can afford to run a node. Should you? Probably not, but you can.
And like for most cases, SPV is good enough. And then if you need more security, you could run a node. So I mean, one of the things you can say about the Bitcoin Cash chain is that it hasn't had the transaction volume that we had, that we'd want. Like we haven't had 32 megabyte full blocks consistently for years. So right now our blockchain isn't that big. It's actually been smaller than the Bitcoin Core chain. But especially if we get UTXO commitments implemented, we'd be ready for global money. Like, there's no scaling ceiling. I mean, Satoshi literally said this in like 2010. There's no scaling limit. Like, that's just an artificial narrative, man. Like that was just done to make the on-chain transactions not exist, so that like the bankers could capture Bitcoin. And like the narrative still exists. People repeat it. Like they've internalized it. It's easy to understand, right? Small better than big. you know, small is more handleable. Small is like, it's just an attractive, sexy narrative, but it's completely false. And it was like genius because people still repeat it to this day. I don't know what to say. Like, if you want to repeat Bankster talking points about why Bitcoin should remain not scalable, like, fine, go ahead. You really are just, you're like embodying this, like the spirit of your enemy when you do that. When you internalize that narrative, it's false. It's completely false, provably false. It's just technically false. It's everything false. Sorry, I get a little passionate about this.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that 2 years ago, I ran this experiment and I was able to sync. So this was 2 years ago. Maybe I should try the experiment once again. I was able to sync a Bitcoin Core full node in 7 hours and 40 minutes on a MacBook Pro with, I think, 64 gigabytes of RAM. And for the BCH node, I was able to do it in 2 hours and 20 minutes. And the
Right, so
question,
our blockchain is smaller.
It's
right
even
now,
faster right now. I think you would be to just get going with what was the project's name? The node in Argentina. They've
Knuth? Or
yeah, they've got, just try and find it up, but they've sped this up quite a bit as well to basically get people up and running.
yeah, I mean, currently, and that's because Bitcoin Core right now is actually a larger blockchain. There's more transactions on it because, you know, it's got more volume. I mean, it's #1 coin in the world. So the Bitcoin Cash chain is actually smaller, paradoxically. It's like the opposite happened. But in theory, let's say Bitcoin Cash were to just get global adoption, and, you know, you'd have like hundreds of gigabytes a year or terabytes a year of blockchain information. At that point, you wouldn't necessarily want to sync from block 0. Like, if you want to start transacting, you'd use a UTXO commitment and start from whatever block. You know, that's the scaling strategy we have, where like forever it should be possible to run like a reasonably good node, like on commodity hardware forever. Like, that's basically the thing where it's an engineering challenge. It's an engineering problem. So history doesn't scale forever. That's true. That is true. But that doesn't mean that you can't have a chain that scales. You just can't have a chain that scales that requires everyone to download all of history forever.
And for the Eric Voskels out there, I would imagine there'll be some kind of monoliths out there that will have all of the data from the Genesis block to reference as necessary, but it doesn't mean that everyone on the planet has to have that same setup.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean that you sacrifice like some sort of security properties of the chain to do that. I mean, either you believe in cryptography or you don't. Either you can do UTXO commitments as cryptographically secure things, or you can't, and you can. So, as a side note, most nodes actually don't verify every block from block 0. You just download every block, but you don't actually verify it. There's something called assume valid in Bitcoin Core, which Bitcoin Cash also has. You don't actually verify all the signatures. The only thing you're verifying is chain of custody, but you don't verify signatures from the beginning of time, because there's like internal checkpoints in Bitcoin Core, just like there is in, like, you know, most nodes out there. Most coins out there have this. So it's not, you're not even actually really verifying transactions from block 0, even on a full node in Bitcoin Core right now. Assume valid, you're skipping signature checks, just so you know, FYI. Unless you do dash assume valid equals 0 when you start your node. Most people don't know this.
It would be interesting to do the test again though, Vlad. Yeah, so I looked it up. It's UTXO Z. So that's basically making the database much more efficient. So the download is very small, right? That won't take very long to download, but it's building up the database that takes the time for that initialization of your node. And it's been improved by about 3x. So you should see
one of the bottlenecks when you're IBDing, when you're is the UTXO set updates. That's one of the bottlenecks. So this UTXO, so you could theoretically have a faster syncing node. And
I think that's only in Knuth node right now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So. But it's really interesting. So that should shave that down. So even though obviously the entire blockchain has grown over the last 2 years, that won't be making as much difference as I think as this speed up. And that's what, you know, the idea of getting nodes. If you can get your node set up in an hour or less, or even if it's 2 hours, right? That's not a very meaningful amount of time to spin up right from the beginning of Genesis, which, as discussed, is not necessarily necessary. As long as it's small, it's fine. In 20 years, 30 years, this is the crazy thing. You know, even in Bitcoin, at a certain point, if you think that this coin is going to last, you know, hopefully if you're building a really sound money, it's going to last generations, even, you know, epochs, thousands of years. And, you know, who gives a damn who's bought a coffee this year, you know, in 100 years, in 200 years? Hey, who even cares once that, you know, in 20 years, once it's buried under some transactions, but still. That you can see the effort's gone into Bitcoin Cash to ensure anyway that it's smooth, it's fast, and anyone can just jump in on very, very lean machines. You certainly wouldn't need a MacBook with 64 gigabytes of RAM, although that's a very nice machine.
Yeah.
And
And it's still going to be quick.
all these points aren't even taken into account Moore's law and the improvement of technology as we move forward. So it may very well be possible in the future that everybody can have the entire chain on a Raspberry Pi like features. So
yeah, it's just a poison narrative, man. Like they just use it to capture Bitcoin. So yeah.
So far it worked.
Narrative. It worked. Yeah, it's a dumb narrative. It's like Iraq has WMDs. It's like Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's like, you know, whatever other dumb narrative has been used. COVID is going to kill you, so we got to close the world for 2 years. Take the vaccine, even though if you had COVID, you shouldn't need the vaccine, but take it anyway. Like it's dumb narratives tend to take root because they're repeated often. So what are you going to do?
There's also this famous quote by Satoshi, which is, if you don't believe me, I don't have to explain it to you, sorry, which was in response to Dan Larimer telling him that there is no way that merchants are going to be patient enough to wait for people to get 10-minute confirmation. I think that was, let me look it up. I don't want to say something stupid.
His answer was not to that question from what I remember, because I actually wrote about this point for a quiz night for BCH Bliss in 2025. And I'm pretty sure it was to do with scaling to the world. But I'm quite confident it wasn't to do with waiting 10 minutes. Zero conf was there right from the word go. And you know, the whole point of waiting for 10 minutes for security is something that for the narrative, as I understand it, has come much later. So of course, if the value of your transaction is above what it would cost to double spend in a reasonable sort of amount, then you would want to have some confirmations. You know, if you're selling a Ferrari for a load of Bitcoin Cash, you don't want to go on zero conf, right? You might want to wait for a confirmation. So I would be surprised, because of course, and this is the critical thing, cash cannot work if you have to wait for 10 minutes. If you go to a grocery store, you can't wait for 10 minutes. You can't wait for 1 minute, right? That's it. And that was never the plan. That was never the intention. That was never Satoshi's belief. Or I've read through everything that Satoshi said. So I would be very surprised if I've missed something there. But that was certainly never the narrative that he made. But I'm sure that others have made that afterwards, again, to dirty the water and make it seem like a ludicrous project and that crypto could never have worked in the first place, which isn't true. Crypto is cash, very least.
Yeah, my point is that one major difference between BTC and BCH is that BTC has gone full RBF.
Yeah,
and also we don't believe in zero comp. We don't believe that
retard before freedom.
You should accept a payment without waiting for one confirmation, which comes usually in 10 minutes. If you get lucky, it can come in a few seconds if you're in between blocks.
What a perfect attack. If you think about it, it's just so super clever. So the make sure the blockchain's capped. Make sure that the demand, basically, the demand will outgrow the supply. So now people are basically getting their transactions frozen. So how do you solve that? RBF, right? And then all of a sudden you've just destroyed zero conf. Now you've just destroyed the original properties of it being cash. And anyone that doesn't think it's an attack, it's just so perfect. Like looking at everything that happened. There's just so many things that happened in a very correct order, very perfect. To suggest, to think for me that this was just good people doing bad decisions, it seems incredibly naive, especially when looking at the Epstein files and what's come out there. You know, and all, you know, with people that created very highly sexy videos about the fact Bitcoin doesn't work as cash, despite the fact they were poor, potless people. It's all, for me, it's very clearly was hijacked. You know, there's no doubt about that for me, but it's a shame for BTC, and it was a shame for BCH too, right? But I would have bet my house if we could open up that curtain and look through into a world where BTC, where Bitcoin grew the block size, as was always the plan, continued on that mission, it would be worth 1+ million per coin now, maybe many multiples of that. It would be accepted by Steam, by Microsoft, by Apple. They wouldn't have given up on it. They wouldn't have given up because, you know, it wasn't about the high fees. It was about the unpredictable fees. By the time they actually manage to get the transaction through, they may either owe money back to the customer or they need more money to cover it. That's why they cancelled it all for no other reason. And a lot of people forget that actually Bitcoin was exploding. It was on a huge exponential. And we're all suffering for that, everyone on the planet, even those that aren't into crypto at all today. So it's a hard story, but lessons learned.
Yeah, but technically, why do you think that the BTC people think that zero conf is unsafe?
Because when the people that are against decentralized money have literally, by definition, unlimited money. They have huge amounts of machines that can print out money. When you think about the Tether situation, so there's a company that's producing virtual dollars, billions of it, and they're not getting arrested. Right? There's no way that all of this is happening and being funded by the powers that be, by the banking institutions, by the Fed, by the government. And so there is you're talking about a group of people who are their funds are limited against a group of people whose funds are unlimited, and also they're connected to the absolute most powerful entities on the planet. Every single narrative that they can create has hundreds of times more impact than the truth. The truth will win in the end, because the truth just keeps on growing away in the darkness, right? But that is a force to be reckoned with. So, and this is why that narrative control is just being absolutely huge. When it comes to the question, what I love to ask people is, if it's so dangerous, zero conf, if this is such an issue, forget about the techniques, because most people don't understand it. They just argue what they've heard. Hey, I've heard this is dangerous. It's dangerous. Have you ever looked into it? I trust the other people that think it's dangerous. Just look at it pragmatically. How many people have suffered a double spend that you know of on Bitcoin Cash? I know this many people, right? Zero.
Yeah, it's necessary to just create the perception that zero conf is dangerous, because that further erodes the cash use case, which is, the fiat money printer people are threatened by that. I mean, so it had to, they eroded
decentralized money changes everything. It's one of the points. Like, crypto is now just seen as this right-wing thing and just nonsense and gambling. Crypto is actually the best thing for poor people, because inflation is the most regressive tax. It hits the poor the hardest. Crypto allows people to actually save, and it doesn't matter with inflation. If you think about how that works, if you're poor and you're working, you can save for literally ever, billions of years, and never afford to buy a house, because the price of the house always rises quicker than you can save. You could literally work for infinite times as a slave. If you have sound money, at a certain point in time, it doesn't matter how little you save, you will be able to buy anything you want. And that changes everything. It flips the narrative. It takes away the power, the rent seekers from the top, from the people at the bottom. So, like, cryptocurrency is a huge power changer. It's the ultimate in free markets, but actually it benefits the poorest more when it's democratized. So it actually helps those at the bottom go up. And of course, those at the top, they don't want to lose their position. The people that have got their hands on the money printer, if you own the money, you own the world. Really is.
Because they have
really
like a shitty form of money. Like, it's crypto's a superior form. So then that would be obvious if it started getting used by people, and they say I have to sabotage the use of it. So
it's crazy. The power dynamic that it shifts. I don't think most people realize, like, a lot of the wars, virtually all of the wars that happen, it would become literally unaffordable. So the idea that more crypto, less wars, and there's some truth in there, because with money, you want to go to war. In the past, you'd have to go and ask people, hey, please stop spending money. Give me your money. Give me your gold. Give me your silver. Give me your real dollars that's backed by real value. Today, you want to go to war? You print money. And it's no coincidence at all. People look into this. The First World War and the creation of the Fed. None of this is just like in a vacuum. Nothing is in a vacuum. It's all linked. You cannot afford mass war without money printer. So these guys are powerful.
Just to go back to your original question, Vlad. So zero conf is pretty good, and you can it's an engineering question about how good you can get it. You can get it to be like 99.9% of the time awesome. Zero conf using engineering, using there's Avalanche, for instance, that the other Ecash is working on, and there's notions of pre-consensus where you can have really high confidence that this transaction is going to be mined. There's no double spend. there's engineering ways you can solve that problem. The money printer people didn't want that problem solved, so they pushed this narrative that zero conf is dangerous. BTC has internalized this narrative because BTC is captured. So yeah.
Jeremy's just chiming in here from Telegram. Zero conf doesn't work on BTC because of the restricted block size in the node policy. They changed the node policy, so now it isn't safe and things get knocked out of the mempool. But if you have sensible node policy, which BTC did before the split, and BCH still has, it's just not an issue. Like Fiendish said, that was when the excuse to then the excuse to add RBF, which was initially sold as an optional, but then of course they boiled the frog and until it's now basically mandatory and applies everywhere.
Yeah.
So I just want to point out as well, this jogs some memories for me way back. That Satoshi directly talked about using Bitcoin for vending machines for transactions between under 10 seconds. So it is on Bitcoin Talk. I just looked it up again. But this is something that was like the very beginning, and Satoshi was fully behind. And also why, like when the fork happened between BTC and BCH, it was a very definite choice everybody had. And why I chose Bitcoin Cash was because that it was sticking more to like the original ethos, like everybody's mentions here. So
yeah, we deleted RBF as soon as we could from the code base. Yep. And then we have something now called double spend proofs, where you can figure out if there is a double spend on the network, at least in the mempool.
Which is also exactly mostly what Satoshi is talking about, looking for double spends under the 10 seconds.
Yeah. There you go. He was even alluding to the existence of them. So, or he hadn't created them yet, but yeah.
And there's been some interesting maths into this, is the idea that like it's a consistent linear security. So you have zero conf is a certain level of difficult security, and then you have your one confirmation on the blockchain. By the way, and I really do think that the zero conf is just terrible naming, right? I think that's the how can it be safe as zero conf? But I believe it was Jason Dreisner, if I'm not mistaken, but did the maths into it, but basically showing that once the transaction is about 5 seconds old, because the that UTXO has been propagated through the system, that the security after 5 seconds is almost basically it's impenetrable. Not completely, but just like a MasterCard, but certainly safer than MasterCard. And this is what's needed. And this is idea, and this is also like a narrative that's quite dangerous, that you need 100% security. So MasterCard and Visa exist. They're used at American Express, right? These cards are used all around the world. They have a huge amount of fraud on them. But yet the merchants like are willing to accept that because that fraud as a percentage of overall transactions is so small. And that's exactly what you need. So you do not need, like, of course, if we can have perfect security and super fast, fantastic. You know, there's no reason why you shouldn't go for that. But this idea that you need absolute security, otherwise forget about it, is also, it's just not correct. That's not how the world works. Going again to that zero conf, if you're using it for the groceries, what's the risk? That person basically tries to do a double spend for $50. That's going to cost them a lot of money. Where's the economical incentive? If they get away with it once in a while, okay, but it's costing them huge amounts of money. They're still losing money. This is madness. And that business would eat that up, right? And it's going to happen once in a billion times, if that. You know, it's a big question mark. The other one is going for the Ferrari, or the house. You purchase a house and you quickly run away with it. Well, who is buying a house and can't wait like 10 minutes or 20 minutes? It doesn't, that is illogical. And so when thinking about that, like there's just, again, thinking about more practicality, like how do you use money? When you want to buy a big purchase, you're normally okay waiting a certain amount of time because you're not just going to a shop and saying, hey, I'm going to pick up this Ferrari, and you're able to walk out in 10 minutes anyway, right? It's just not that, it's not possible.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just like the cost of doing business for like a retailer. Like shoplifting is factored into the price of everything that you buy, right? Because they figure some number of people are going to shoplift no matter what they do.
Some are going to be shoplift, some will break. So there's going to be some credit card fraud. And credit card fraud is so much easier than basically any crypto.
Could some of you big brains here chime in on how our latest chip proposal of 1 minute blocks pertains to this topic of conversation?
Oh, yeah. In BCH, we're thinking of lowering the block time to 1 minute. Possibly next year. So, you have the 10 minutes becomes 1 minute. Whether or not that's good enough security for you on a 1% chain or whatever, it's up to you to decide. But
this is the thing, right? So lowering it to 1 minute, it helps DeFi, it helps the variant, so you'll get that one confirmation sooner. The big problem here, Vlad, or some of the pain points is for when you are waiting for a confirmation, because of natural variation, even though it's an average is 10 minutes, what will actually happen is many of those will be just 1 or 2 minute blocks. And then you'll have that one block that's like waiting for 40 minutes. And so the idea is shortening that down, that will help that with that variance, along with helping minor restricted value issues by reducing that time. But actually from a security perspective, Steve, to answer your question, if you increase or decrease the block time to 1 minute, you've decreased the security of a block by 10, right? So actually the security is comparable.
So how is
But
it gonna work with the supply? Like, are you also gonna divide that by 10?
Yeah. The same inflation schedule. Yeah.
They would actually, because of rounding, there'll be slightly less supply than there would have been because of that.
Oh no, only if you do like an odd, like a 2.5 minute or something. If you divide evenly, if it's a number to divide evenly into 10, into the 10 minutes,
okay, I
then
thought I
it's
read
the
that.
same supply. Yeah.
Yeah.
Only if you change it to like 90 seconds or something, then you can get slightly screwy.
But that's a really important question though, Vlad, because there's all different questions and points about what makes Bitcoin. What's like the things you're not allowed to change, and BCH is quite pragmatic about that. Sound money needs to be working for a huge, for the world, right? And I think that there's a lot of things there that aren't sacred, they're not written in stone. There are two things that I think are really critical, and speaking with Bitcoin, BCH is very aligned on these things. There's two things that are untouchable. One is that it's permissionless. If it's not permissionless money, then we've just recreated the banks. So it always has to be permissionless. Second, there is a set amount of coins, and that is a social contract right from the word go. And by changing that, you're stealing the wealth of other people to give to someone else. So, certainly today in the community, and these 2 points to me, I think are the 2 points that are absolutely written in stone. So the number of coins will not go up. So that's why, to underline like what that means, the number of transactions, the number of real users, the number of BCH usage in the world is going to and has to scale radically as we grow into the world, to ensure that the chain remains secure for the next 100, 200 years. And that's where our focus is going in.
That's nice. In BTC, we say that the transaction is not final until it received 6 confirmations. That's like the conservative approach to it. Even in the Bitcoin Core client, if you're receiving a transaction, it's not gonna appear like it has an icon, and it's a bit gray or shady if it hasn't received 6 confirmations. Once it gets 6 confirmations, it becomes black. Is it the same in BCH?
Yeah, I mean, we still have that. So we inherited that culture. Like, for instance, we use the Electron Cash wallet a lot, which is like a fork of Electrum wallet. And we still sort of like make it red, and then it turns to green once you get 6 confirmations. And then if we do 1 minute block time, it'll be 60. Yeah, I mean, we still have that culture a little bit where we consider like more finality the more confirmations you have. We still have that.
But it really depends on the wallet, right? Because just thinking of
some wallets don't bother with just one confirmation.
Yeah, exactly. So just thinking of Selene, you send the money, it receives automatically straight away, and it's just showing you've got the money.
Yeah, because Selene wants to not confuse you with too many details about how the blockchain works. So it's like an easier, user-friendly wallet. But yeah, I mean, that culture still does exist. We still have this notion of like, the more confirmations, the better. We have that notion. Reorgs can exist, right? Theoretically at least. So.
But that's also true, right? More confirmations is better. And this is the thing. But I think this is a UX issue to solve. So one thing, like Vlad, what you said there, waiting for 6 confirmations to feel secure, regardless of value, it's a money killer. Go imagine, just imagine you go, so we're living in a world now, no credit cards, no cash. You go and go shopping, and you just sit there. There's a line of a few hundred people. You're waiting for 1 hour, to for your confirmations. It's ludicrous. It's, and going back to the white paper, it was so clear that wasn't the intention, right? This is really cash. It was designed to be a cash replacement. You can't have a cash replacement where you're stood in the queue waiting for your money to transfer. So again, I think this is very much it's a UI topic that we need to be very cautious of. And I'd love to see this more in wallets, that, if it's over a certain amount, and the wallet user, hey, Jerry, great to see you, man. the wallet user could then
Really
decide
does.
what that amount of money is, and below that amount of money, zero conf is just green, it's secured, and as it should be.
I'm going to
Anyway.
step up, guys. I'm going to make room for Jerry.
Before
I think
you
Callista's coming
go,
on in a
I
bit
just
as
want to
well.
put another one of these tags on the screen. So anyone who wants to get some free BCH, you can scan this. I'm
Yep,
going to
yep.
leave it on for like 30 seconds, and then it's
Oh,
going to
let
be
me go
gone
and get my
forever.
phone.
He'll scan it or something. Defeat the purpose.
Yeah, I can see in real time when it's been claimed on my end. But yeah, you should have 8 left right now.
But hang on, before
So
you show them, if anyone's into BCH that's watching this and you already have BCH, please don't scan.
please,
Please, if you love BCH, let someone who's new to BCH grab this money and check it out for themselves.
so somebody just claimed it just now. So feel free to use the. I'm going to step out. I've got appointments, guys. Thank you again so much. You've been a gracious host, Vlad. I really appreciate it. You're in more than capable hands than I with the rest of the crew here, and some other guys should be hopping on. So I'll be tuning in.
Dave, it was
guys.
wonderful.
Have a good one.
See you soon.
Right now, I'm like that meme with the blonde porn star who's like with 6 guys behind her.
Yeah, you feel like you're gonna clusterfuck by us. Sorry.
Do you fancy a massage?
Anyway, when Steven said that I was going to debate a bunch of Bitcoin Cash people, in my mind, or at least in my expectation, I was thinking of guys like Calin, the guy who was doing the podcast on CoinSpice. And I think that was like part of the early Bitcoin Cash culture. There was Calin, there was Vin Armani. I think sometimes Mike and Space was collaborating with them. They had this, I don't know, it was pretty funny. They had their podcast. And it's kind of a shame that they're not around anymore, or maybe not as interested as they were. And also, I think they did one of the coolest campaigns, or at least I think it was them who did that. It was this YouTube video that was showing this guy who was explaining sound money to the clerk at the store, being like, oh, bro, so you have to do this and that, and it's like digital energy and whatever. And then the Bcasher comes in and he just spends it. He's like, oh, should I buy this or this? Okay, I'm gonna buy this. He pays and he walks out and he's like, it's just cash, bro. I think that was one of the best advertisements for any Bitcoin ever. And I also think about this a lot lately with AI, because in the case of AI, you don't have to explain how it works. You don't need to listen. There's a meme in Bitcoin that you need to spend like 60 hours per week or something listening to Bitcoin podcasts to really understand how this works. Like, AI is very straightforward. You understand how it should be used, you figure it out, you use it. And in the case of internet money, it should also be the same. You shouldn't need to read books. You shouldn't need to listen to a lot of podcasts to really get what this is and like strengthen your thesis or whatever. You should just be able to spend it somewhere, and that's it. And now you have that aha moment, that eureka or whatever you call it. That's it. And it's disappointing that we got to this point where in order to understand Bitcoin, like I remember I was on a date in 2020 with a girl and I was telling her about Bitcoin and she's like, oh cool, so where can I spend it? And then I had to go through the whole conversation like, well, you're not supposed to spend it, you're supposed to save in it. And you're gonna hold it and whatever. And she was like so confused looking at me, and I will never forget that because I felt awkward and I realized, okay, she was kind of right. You're supposed to spend your money. You talk about your internet money and people get excited and they're like, okay, what can you buy with this? And you're
Exactly.
like,
I
Gift
spent
You used to be
cards.
able to spend it a lot of
Newegg and
places.
Steam and Humble Bundle.
Spending money is the only reason that it has power, right? Money, at least with notes, if you're talking about cash, when there's a nuclear bombs going off, you could set fire to that cash and create a fire. But digital zeros and ones, it doesn't even offer that. It's literally like zeros and ones. So the only value that money has is what you can buy with it. And it's that. So if that buys you a nice holiday, if it buys you a car, if it buys you don't have to work, you can spend that money on your food without having to work. That's fantastic, right? But that's the real value. And so if you don't have that, then you've lost its main point. But Vlad, you said something there which I think was really important, really absolutely nails it on the head. it should be easy. It should be simple. You know, when we've made it, when your grand's able to just pick it up and there's not having to call you. And my parents, my dad especially, is so funny. He's just discovered AI, and now he's creating loads of images, and he's going wild of that, and that's really destroying my WhatsApp group. There's no fun there, but it's good for him, and it just works for him. He just gets it, and you know he's pretty old, so learning new tech is hard at that point. Whereas crypto is still this quirky techie thing that you kind of have to watch a lot of podcasts to understand it. And I really think you hit the jackpot there, because this is the thing that that needs to be solved, is that whole UX to make it super easy. It is just money, bro. It's a shame that we couldn't get, so the general protocols team, they're on the flight back. They're flying back from Ljubljana, from working there. And they're building EXO. I didn't catch earlier. I don't know if this was already mentioned.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so the idea of EXO is right now there's quite a lot of security. When you sign a transaction, you sign something on DeFi, so on Ethereum, for example, it's just garbage what you're signing. No one knows, what is this, and the actual contract is even done on the server side. So there's a lot of trust there. It's not really DeFi, actually. It's very much centralized. And people sign a contract and hope that their money's sent to the right address, or hope that they buy the right coin and it doesn't just disappear to a North Korean hacker. And the idea of XO is to turn all of that into, so building templates. So there's the trust model, rather than you trust every single transaction you sign on every single DeFi platform, and every time you sign it, is to create templates that are then you trust once, but that template understands what's going on with the contract. So it'll put it back in a very easy human to read understanding. So you want to swap 1 BCH for 10 of this token, or you want to lock up your BCH in a time lock for 3 months, or whatever the contract is. And this is a lot of the abstraction that needs to be taken out. So it's just super easy. People understand what they're doing, and in a way that is obviously safe, right? But UX, this is the thing that excites me the most, making cryptocurrency super easy for anyone to use. And then of course, super easy to use means super easy to spend.
Yeah, so for the record, the name of the guy is Calin Enstad or Instad.
Enstad, yeah.
And he's the one behind that advertisement that's called Bitcoin Cash. It's just money, bro. Like, it's really good. Check it out.
Jumping on the cash thing for a second, Bitcoin was designed around greed. That's why the miners work, is they want the coins. That's core fundamental of it. And then also people wanting to draw more people into the network. It's greed based. It's how Bitcoin was designed economically, which is part of why it's interesting. But the cash ecosystem worldwide is way bigger than gold or savings. So from a greed aspect, also why I think the scaling transactions and trying to get the world using it, like it's just a bigger pie to take as well.
Very good point. Yeah. And yeah, like with Bitcoin Cash, we have like a vision of how that should be. Like, it's not all these unknowns. It's just like, yeah, use the chain, bro. Like, we're going to scale the chain. It's going to be able to handle this capacity. We have like, what happens when like the subsidy, the mining subsidy goes to zero, in like whatever, 50 years or whatever it is. What then? What's Bitcoin going to do then?
It's actually one of the things I love with Jason is the fact, so one of the main developers of Bitcoin Cash is really thinking of like hundreds of years, and he's building, so he's already thinking of sub-satoshis and really making it so it's scalable to every single person, but not just the people on the planet, also AI and AI agents, which are going to cause a huge amount of traffic with sound money. And I love this thinking. So the long vision is absolutely secured. I feel very very secure on that point. But of course, like I definitely think, and this isn't just a Bitcoin Cash topic, but it's definitely a topic I think with virtually all crypto right now, is the short term. What's the short to mid term, right? And that's where the focus needs to be in getting some real traction, getting more normies, as you were, basically using this technology and excited by this and seeing the utility. And that's where there's some real, there's some traction issues just with crypto generally right now, as going back to that soiling, dirtying the water and creating these bad narratives. Crypto's a scam. Crypto's a jackpot machine where you pull and you make money. And that's how people feel about crypto. If you speak to the average person, it's just a Ponzi scheme. And that is so I think that right now it's a harder place to have success than in 2009 when it all started. There's a lot of narrative to undo on that point.
Yeah, if I could just add in, because like you mentioned AI as well. One of the things that a lot of the AIs have current issues with is not revealing all the private keys, not just leaking out the C phrase, so on and so forth, right? So, and Vlad, this is something that you might want to check out because in Bitcoin Core, people have always been talking about covenants, how do we enable it, blah blah blah. On Bitcoin Cash, there's been 2 iterations of covenants now, right? So, and we're able to see how all those are actually able to enable more use cases out of it. So what I mean by that is, like if you just look at cash transactions or whatever transactions, sure, that's fairly straightforward. But if you're looking at it from more of a business perspective, these kinds of legal terms, these kinds of conditions, so on and so forth, all these arbitrations and so what, right? On systems like Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, one of the advantages compared to things like Ethereum is that there is no deployment cost for these contracts. So you can literally be negotiating, let's say, 2 AI agents, right? Just negotiate that exact, escrow contract to then say, hey, do you perform the whatever the task that people are requesting, and then just execute the payments out that way, right? Very, very easy, very, very low cost, and because again, there's no deployment cost to the transactions, it's super scalable just on the economic side of things.
Yeah, that's one advantage of UTXO chains in general, I guess. But yeah, specifically Bitcoin Cash and theoretically Bitcoin if they did more contract stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that right now there are some differences between even the clients, Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin Core. And I was curious what kind of optimizations you guys made when you download the client. And by the way, I gotta ask you, do you guys personally run nodes of Bitcoin Cash? In Bitcoin, it's like a cultural thing. It's like virtue signaling. You say, oh, I'm a node runner.
Yeah, I run nodes. I mean, I develop servers, like I develop software that requires nodes, so I definitely run nodes. Yeah, I mean, and I'm one of the node developers. Like, I'm going to run my own dog food, right? So
I was ready to sell all my BCH there if you answered differently, to be honest.
Yeah,
a node developer that doesn't run Node.
Yeah.
Okay, we're in the clear.
I've developed my own wallets, and actually I've developed out a custom indexer for something called cash tokens on Bitcoin Cash. So on Bitcoin Core, there's all these ordinals and stuff, which requires third-party indexing. But cash tokens, it's natively miner validated, right? That said, however, there are still limitations. So one of the things that I was building was essentially just trying to track of a certain address what kind of cash tokens a particular address has, and then vice versa. Of the cash token category, what kind of addresses actually has those tokens. So yeah, depending on like what you're actually using it for, like I'm just running it mostly for my wallet and any other developers that might feel that this is useful. But yeah, other businesses, like I'm sure Paytaka is, running their own service and just openly providing it to people and stuff.
I run multiple apps on BCH and I do not run a node, but it is something that I will be having to set up.
I do not run a node, but for sure, the very second that I'm have a business that is using the blockchain directly, then that is the point where I have a node, and up until that point, I won't. And I advise everyone else as well. If you want to do it as a hobby thing, fantastic, that's great. You're not securing the network, so there's just no point. Secure your business makes sense. So, yeah.
I do run a node.
Yeah, but you develop wallet software.
Develop software. Yeah, I develop stuff that needs the node, so I run my own infra.
Can you turn up your microphone, Kalisti?
Yeah, I could probably like bring my laptop closer to my face too.
Already better. And we get to see your more beautiful face up close. That's good.
Yeah, so what's different between Bitcoin Core and Bitcoin Cash? What do you call the client? Is it ABC? Is it unlimited? I'm not even sure.
Yeah, well, it was Bitcoin ABC until Amaury decided to charge tax, and then we kicked him out. And then we renamed it to Bitcoin Cash Node, BCHN. This is the one that most people run, but there are other ones too. There's other nodes. There's BCHD. There's this other one called Nuth Node, KTH Nuth, like the computer scientist. Yeah, but yeah, I guess the one that's derived from Bitcoin Core ultimately is Bitcoin Cash Node. It's like, you know, lineage, Satoshi lineage of code base. That's Bitcoin Cash Node.
So what is different about it compared to Bitcoin Core?
Well, I mean, you know, it supports the Bitcoin Cash consensus rules, which Bitcoin Core does not. But
yeah, and there's been 15 cash.
cheeky answer. What's that? Sorry.
I was going to say there's been 15 chips implemented since the chips was introduced in 2020, which is the Bitcoin Cash, upgrades.
Yeah, you guys have bits. We have chips.
And you know, so that in itself, that question there, I think is quite an episode. And I'm sure that, you know, that the Jerry, Carl, and Calin can answer quite a bit about that. But we just had the recent Layla upgrade, which allows loops is one of them, which is you know, offers quite a bit of difference to BDC, making scripting much simpler and you know, bringing back that possibility. One of the most important ones, I think, just from a cultural perspective, is ABLAS. That's the adaptive block size limit algorithm. And this automatically adjusts the block size depending on usage. So many people think that the BCH has a limit of 8 megabytes or 32 megabytes, but actually technically BCH doesn't have an upper limit, not hard fixed. 32 megabytes is the floor, but what happens is that the algorithm actually changes. If there's huge amounts of, say if the blocks are completely full, day in, day out, then the chain would grow at about 2x per year. That was an important one. And we also had Velma, which was the increase of the VM limits. But I'll let the developers speak a bit more to this. But to answer your question just on a high level, Vlad, there's a lot difference going on the consensus level, which the node's obviously ensuring is taking place.
If I may just summarize, I would say, you know, we're basically now explicitly turn complete on par with the likes of Ethereum and Solana and whatnot. So we really just need a lot more stress testing to actually see the performance that everyone's been talking about.
Yeah, so basically at this point, like the Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin Core chains consensus rules have deviated significantly. Specifically, Bitcoin Cash has more opcodes, VM opcodes, like the loops. Like now we're sort of Turing complete within our contract system. So all of that is implemented in Bitcoin Cash Node, you know, as consensus rules. Whereas in Bitcoin Core, all that's missing, I would say. So just to answer your question, yeah.
Right, so inside of the Bitcoin Core node, can you access cash tokens, or can you do cash shuffle, or any of the features that Bitcoin Cash does and you don't find them in Bitcoin?
So we've
or coin fusion. I'm not sure what it's called.
That's the node doesn't do that. Not like the node software doesn't do that stuff. It does enforce the consensus rules for cash tokens. But like stuff like asking higher level questions, like how many, you know, what if you want to ask higher level questions about the chain, you'd need some other software to do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's on the consensus level, but let's say like everything that's off consensus. So things like compiling the opcodes, like cache scripts, for example, the Solidity-like language. Early versions actually did work with Bitcoin as well because the opcodes didn't deviate so much. So I'm sure, you know, people can still dig back into, you know, maybe version 0.1, 0.2 or something like that, compile it, and it will probably still work, right? Other things like, for example, the new Wizard Connect by Riften Labs, the makers of Cauldron, the Cauldron decks, they created a something that's similar to Wallet Connect, but doesn't rely on the central Wallet Connect server, right? So it runs on Nostrum, I believe, and it just does that relay basically peer-to-peer. So that, I believe, that implementation directly works with, you know, Bitcoin wallets as well.
Jerry, are you playing with ham radio or something in the background?
There's like an extra audio thing going on.
Oh, my bad.
It's almost like there's interference with your signal. You're getting jammed by the feds.
Yeah, the feds, man.
Yeah. So about the 32 megabyte number, like I understand that you have adaptive block size, but at the same time, what is so magical about 32 megabytes? Because you guys did not go full BSV and say, let's get 1 gigabyte. And I think Amari presented this example of the block size increase being like a speed limit increase on the road. It doesn't mean that just because you increase the speed limit that the road is able to support that speed limit that you politically decided that is good. So what is your explanation for this? What is special about 32, and why did you decide that this is sort of the number where you should stop and just let, I think this was the Bitcoin Unlimited idea, to let the demand decide what the block size is in situations where there's a lot of transactions?
Yeah, that's a good question. So you know, there's like a sweet spot with block size where there's there's less negatives than there's fewer negatives and there are more positives. So with 32 megabytes, you have like decent properties of like block propagation and block time validation, reduced orphan rate, you know, orphan rate acceptable. There's like it's like an engineering question. It's like, you know, like what's the optimal thing that you should have by default? So like 32 megabytes has some of these magical properties, and you could look at a chart or a graph or some estimations or some simulations or some statistical work that could show this. So it's just like a sweet spot number. But the thing is, you don't want that to be like forever a point of contention on the chain. Like if you want if there's demand, right, then you really want to be able to grow with the demand, because the demand is key. That means that you have like, you know, you have adoption, like you have everything. If you have like actual organic demand, like for a long period of time, you want to be able to meet that capacity, to have the capacity to meet the demand. So that's why we decided to go with the block size adjustment algorithm, where it's no longer like a political question. It's like it's part of the consensus rules. Like we decided this is what you get with this chain. This chain can scale. It's no longer going to have like the whole reason why we forked from Bitcoin was like they refused to scale the blockchain. So, and then like the idea is that like if we see that like there's so much demand, like, you know, engineers are going to step up to the challenge and figure out ways to, like, you know, to have their software run fast enough so they can meet the demand. But like the chain itself is promising you, like if there's demand, we're gonna, you know, the blocks capacity is gonna scale. It's part of our contract. It's like the way 21 million is a part of the contract with Bitcoin, right? Or
if you go onto my social media profile, so Phoenix Crypto, if you like search for Goldie blocks, I think the meme here sums it best. And I know BTC tried to steal this one recently. It definitely originates in BCH. And you know, the meme is just, this block size is too small and it's BTC. This block size is too big with BSV, and this block size is just right, and there's BCH. And this is one of the most attractive things about Bitcoin Cash to me. And while looking into a lot of the chains before I came into Bitcoin Cash, that I actually came around to just thinking, okay, this is the right sort of engineering thought process that's going in, because it's very much the practical Bitcoin. If blocks are too small, you can't scale. That's, you know, and anyone that thinks otherwise, it's just silly, right? The fees go up, they become unaffordable. People have gone into other chains, and you can really see that in BTC. It reached its limit. Everyone else flooded into other chains. And that was really bad for BTC. It's really dumb to create a product that the more people that use it, the worse the product gets, right? That's the opposite of what you want to create, right? It's so money is only useful if everyone accepts it. The more people that accept it, the more useful it becomes. It's exponentially. So you want to have as many transactions as possible. And letting the free market decide that is like really nice on paper, but the reality is, okay, you get one miner that creates gigablocks. You can't even download the block before the next one comes in. And then, you know, you just can't keep up. And so basically all the world is cut off, other than this centralized miner that's right next to the you know, where the internet's based. And, you know, well, you know, they've got the internet cables and fiber optic cables. And that's the end of that coin. So that's obviously massively centralized. And then it's just a bank. You know, it's XRP or whatever. So it's a pragmatic approach. Okay, the block size. Well, how big should the block size be? Well, it should be big enough to allow as much transactions as is normally going on at that time, and not so much that only one computer can have that. So this idea that a chain is either decentralized or it's not is again like it's a false narrative. It's not 0 or 1. It's a scale, and you have more components than just the block size that creates that. But the idea of BCH is to make sure that it's decentralized enough while still allowing to scale to the technology. And anyone that has an internet connection or has bought a hard drive recently, or looking at memory speeds and latency and works on that side, everyone knows that the technology has improved dramatically, like orders of magnitude since Bitcoin was first released. Why wouldn't it scale? Why wouldn't those parameters increase? And as Calin said, the great thing about Abla is like, what's special about 32? I don't think there was so much. There was research that went into this. It was basically a number that was comfortably large that allowed it to scale meaningfully without being so large that it would centralize the network in any sort of a sufficient manner. But Abla basically gets rid of this conversation entirely in the future. So it scales in a certain way that allows it to grow with the network's needs. So, if someone wants to create some really full blocks and try and bring the network down, it doesn't work like that. It will move up a little bit. The block size will go from 32 megs to 32.1 megs, and then it will come back down again if there's not sustained real usage that's happening on the chain. So the chain will just grow. And as Calin said, also mentioned it, if there was a sudden rapid growth of Bitcoin Cash use, so all of a sudden we are seeing mass onboarding of countries, and the Abla doesn't scale fast enough, but we see, hey, but the centralization isn't a risk. The chain can handle a higher throughput. Then that could still be a consensus change. It's going to be a little bit harder, of course, but it's not. But that's not something that's off the cards. If and that would be a real luxury problem to have. If all of a sudden we're talking about billions of transactions happening per day, or whatever it would be.
Bitcoin also forked in the past to BTC and BCH because of this centralized planning of the block size. And that's also like Bitcoin Cash, because of Abla, it's no longer centrally planned. It's like the immune system of Bitcoin Cash has got better over time because now the developers are not in control of the block size. It'll automatically go up over time.
Yeah, it's part of the consensus rules now that it can scale to meet demand. It was before that wasn't true. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's time to put another one of these codes on the screen. So for anyone who wants to claim some free BCH and give it a try, maybe you can spend it on Nano GPT or whatever, so you can get some Claude queries with this money. So I put this on the screen. I'm gonna keep it for like 30 seconds and then it will disappear. You can claim it. I think on the left side you have a wallet you can
claim
download.
it. You can also go here, Cauldron, DEX. So this is the DEX you can go on. You can trade it for different tokens. You can even trade it if you want to stabilize your value. There's a great stable coin, over-collateralized stable coin called Parion USD. But there's lots of other things. Nano GPT is fantastic, and Milan, a big shout out to him and the work he's did there. It's really, really a great way of using AI without KYC and giving value to crypto. Within BCH, there's also some great platforms to check out. If you get a little bit of BCH and you want to turn that into more, BCH Bull is another one. You get to leverage up there, up to 7.77x, and it's all KYC free, and permissionless smart contracts. So check out the ecosystem, and make sure to put that BCH to good use. I would say my advice is don't hodl it. Use it or lose it. That's the important thing with crypto.
Or if you want to put your toe into DeFi for just a fun little project, there's Badgers.cash, which was my first project for learning cash tokens and smart contracts, which lets you lock up the BCH and get some free Badger coins after the time locks up and the BCH back.
And then you can sell the Badger coins on Cauldron.
Exactly.
If you want. They do look very pretty in your wallet. You can also hold them.
Yeah, one interesting thing about the Bitcoin Cash DeFi is that quite honestly, it's not really that kind of like permission setup, even with the smart contract space in EVM. There's no like admin key to just shut everything off. It's literally like for Cauldron, for example, you have to run your own indexer or trust someone else's indexer, and then you're basically just constructing all of that transaction yourself, that swap yourself, with the pools and all the conditions that's built in onto all of that stuff. So yeah, like it's a different way of approaching all of this, blockchain interaction and stuff than we really experienced before.
Jerry, my man, that is a great point. Your microphone. Have you got another microphone you could maybe hop onto? It sounds like you're in a jumbo jet engine.
Yeah, it's my room, unfortunately. I'll try to see if I can find another place.
Oh, okay. Is your room then your room is in a jumbo jet engine?
No, it's just small. It's just echoey, I guess.
Ah, okay, yeah.
It does sound like interference though, like electromagnetic interference of some sort.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. You know what? I do hear this light buzz all the time. I just figure it's because like I have a computer, I have a light that's pretty fuzzy and whatnot, so I just kind of figured, but yeah.
It sounds like the feds are on us, to be honest.
Yeah, they're listening.
I'll try to move. I'll try to move.
But they don't need to do that. They can just subscribe to the podcast.
Yeah.
I give them free information for free every week.
Like Langley, Virginia. And then over a number of subscribers from there, yeah.
Yeah. So what is it that you can buy with BCH that you cannot buy with BTC? Is there anything specific?
Freedom.
Is there more adoption?
No, there isn't. I mean, the whole crypto space has been sabotaged, like for payments in most places, right? Like, be it regulators in Europe, like we were in Ljubljana, we were paying for restaurants and stuff with BCH, and then like it's called Go Crypto was the app that a lot of merchants had installed. It supported various cryptos. It supported BTC too, I think. And then they got uninstalled from Ljubljana, from Slovenia, and from all of Europe because of the regulations. So
I think you can buy some Fiendish token and get Fiendish's time.
That is true. You can't get that on any other coin. You can't get that on BTC. There you go. Can't get Badger token either. Can't get Parion. Of course, there's like when you look at there's things that you can get access to in BCH that aren't access to in BTC. Even just something like the permissionless leverage tool like BCH Bull. Like a lot of people talk about DeFi, and it's mentioned by Jerry. A lot of that DeFi isn't really actually decentralized. It's very much centralized. There's keys to the back, and BTC, I guess, just doesn't really have that space anyway because of the costs that are involved. BCH has that. So Cauldron on Cauldron. So this is a great website, and people should check it out. They don't actually earn any money. It's all done via contracts. You can stake your tokens, and you open up a liquidity pool. And then if people buying and selling, the price goes up and down. You're the one that gets the fees. And the fees are, if I'm not mistaken, 0.3%. It's certainly like some very low amount, and all of the fees go to the people in the pools. And so it's basically sets of lots of micro pools so that have been set up. And this is and it's all with smart contracts. So there's nothing that no one can take that money other than the people that are in those smart contracts. And this is something that's just not affordable on BTC. So all of those, every time you'll be interacting with those pools, and every time, you end up with loads and loads of UTXOs. So there's all these micro pools set up, and the people are buying and selling tokens all the time. You end up with huge amounts of UTXOs. And then you want to take your money off. What happens on BCH? You run it all through, and you get all your money basically minus some negligible fees that even after leaving it in there for months might be a cent or two at most. And you do the same thing in BTC, like, yeah, all my profits extracted. You've got no money. It's just all gone. So it wouldn't even be possible. So it's definitely worthwhile. Vlad, I highly recommend you, and I do hope you've got some Ecash token for yourself. If not, we'll have to arrange that. But for you just to check it out, so that download Paytaka wallet, which is for me the best cash tokens aware wallet out there right now, in my opinion, and to go and check that out. Go on to Cauldron, go and buy, a couple of random tokens just to see how that's working. Open up a staking pool. Parity USD is very interesting because, as I said, just this over collateralized stable coin that because it's backed by BCH, its value is really got a good peg. And if you ever feel like, hey, do you know what? I'm not very comfortable in this, you can go and redeem it either at Cauldron or at Parion for BCH and get that back again. But it's good just to test it out because a lot of people, it's easy to talk the talk. But until you've actually experienced that, it's a little hard to sort of imagine what the differences are between Bitcoin Cash and BTC, but they are there, and there's a lot more things you can do in BCH today than you can in BTC.
Aren't there like a
And it's
bunch of
just the
shops
beginning.
in St. Kitts where you can only buy stuff with BCH or cash?
Yeah, so I was there back in 2022. There was a guy called Sunny Gahani. It was a good friend of mine, and he lives on St. Kitts and Nevis. He's originally from India, and he onboarded basically a large part of the island. And so we had the conference there, and it was an amazing experience. You could go into a bar, you could go into a shop, and you could spend your BCH, and it was only BCH that they accepted. But this is like a lot of, so we've got huge adoption in the Philippines and Argentina, where we've got hundreds and hundreds of merchants that only accept Bitcoin Cash. In Townsville too, in Australia. But the issue is St. Kitts and Nevis. So I think this happens quite often. Is there's too much focus on the merchants, and it's something how many people does a BCH users, does a merchant need to make sure that they're still accepting it? Because if they're just getting one person every year to use BCH, by that time they're going to forget how to accept it. I had a wallet somewhere. So on St. Kitts and Nevis, for sure, there's not as many merchants that accept Bitcoin Cash as there was back in 2022, because that side of the equation wasn't signed, sealed, and delivered. And this is a really important point. So there's a guy called Joe Martagana, who's the CEO of Pitaka, and he's trying to solve this in the Philippines by a much more structured approach, not just onboarding the merchants, but making sure there's easy ramp-ons for people to get into Bitcoin Cash, to make sure that those merchants are spending amongst themselves. Because if you get Bitcoin Cash and you cash out to fiat, you're not gaining anything because you have all the trade fees and all of that. Whereas if you're just accepting Bitcoin Cash and then spending it, then you get rid of all the payment processing fees can range anywhere from 3% to 5-6% in the Philippines. So there we're seeing real adoption. So just as a bit of a shout out, there's a conference there called Cash 3, if I'm not mistaken, later this year in August, I believe. And this is something that I recommend anyone that wants to see real adoption of real crypto, they should check it out, because that's the real focus of having real shops, brick and mortar shops using BCH in a closed loop ecosystem. So very exciting.
So you guys said that a core tenet of Bitcoin Cash is that it's permissionless and anyone can build. How would you react if tomorrow the Tether people said, well, let's put this on Bitcoin Cash, let's tokenize Tether? Would you be open to that? Would you make payments with Tether?
I personally wouldn't. I think they're poison, but can't stop them.
But exactly, this is the point. So none of us here are the kings of Bitcoin Cash, and thank God, because if they were, we'd have to kill him. So even if all of us were against that, it doesn't matter. It's a permissionless network, and they can do what they want. So do I think that Tether is a good thing? I think that Tether is literally the rocket fuel that was used by the feds to completely destroy crypto. And by pumping all of that money into BTC, that's what sucked all of the energy into the store of value narrative and not using it. And everything's very linked to BTC. And the reason why crypto goes up and down with BTC is there's not enough liquidity in euros and dollars to get out of BTC. So they get out through all the other cryptocurrencies. So the entire market is completely puffed up by a Tether. So what I want on BCH personally, I would rather see a native coin, an over collateralized coin that's provable on chain, such as Parion USD, be hugely successful, and for that to grow. But again, if Tether wants to come on Bitcoin Cash, no one can stop them. And have some success, pull some people in, and let's let decentralized finance destroy those those bros.
Yeah, so actually, and I hope the audio's a bit better now. Is
No,
it
it's the
better now?
same.
There's
You're
gotta be some
getting
interference
jammed.
going on.
Sorry, guys. I
It's
tried.
fine. It's fine. No,
But yeah, like so Tether has actually have been on Bitcoin Cash through the SLP tokens. So they've been since delisted, right? Because no one's using SLP anymore. But again, they can do it. It's just that will people actually use it? I have no idea.
Yeah, in the meantime, let me put up another one of these QR codes. I have 9 of them, and I was supposed to give them out more frequently or liberally. So scan this if you want to get some free BCH. Use it for whatever you want or you may need. Left one is for downloading the wallet.
Oh,
the right one
I
is...
just thought. Sorry.
You just thought what?
Yeah, I just thought of another shout out to do with the money. So one of the things you can do is quite interesting. There's a prediction markets on BCH Guru. It's in the beta phase, so you can't use Bitcoin Cash, but you can use Furo tokens. So again, you can go to Cauldron Dex. You can swap some BCH for some Furo tokens. And then you can go and place bets there. So people make speculations about, will this thing happen or that happen? Is some of this BCH recently sponsored a really famous Isle of Man motorcyclist, Dino, and you can bet if he's going to be placed on the podium over the Isle of Man champions. And it's just fun things that people can do with money, all permissionless, all on smart contracts. To have a bit of fun and make sure it's not just a buck or two of BCH that sits in your wallet never to be used and you forget about at some point.
Yeah, let me give out another one. This is number 5, I think. It's still on the screen. I'm gonna leave it for 10 seconds and then it's gone forever, I think. I hope someone will grab this. And then I will present this paradox of layer 2s, right? Because I think since its creation, Bitcoin Cash has been about scaling on-chain. But I remember last year, at least, that there were plans for a ZK rollup to get built on top of BCH. And I've also had a bunch of builders come to my podcast, or at least talk to me in private, and tell me that if they were going to do any of the BitVM or ZK rollup stuff that they're trying to do on Bitcoin, but move to Bitcoin Cash, it would be like 10 times better, faster. They would not have to trust these federations or, ceremonies that they're doing when they launch. And they would be able to have like true covenants, make everything truly trust minimized. And it's kind of ironic, right? Because in the process of trying to scale on chain, but trying to be conservative at the same time, you laid the foundation for something that can be a much better base layer for Lightning, can be a better base layer for BitVM stuff with rollups. You can have drive chains with Upcat. You can have a lot of stuff. Like, do you think about this?
Yeah, it is kind of paradoxical, right? We're like, no, L1. But then I guess if you build a decent enough L1, it makes the L2s unleashed, more possible. So
BCH community was never against layer 2s.
Yeah, that's true.
Like they're totally fine with layer 2s. We just don't want it to take away from the layer 1. The layer 1 shouldn't suffer because of the layer 2s. So things like payment channels, which is part of what Lightning is built up, like totally fine. There's no issue with it. And if BCH is getting gigantic adoption, payment channels are probably going to be a thing that gets used quite often. In terms of Lightning specifically, it's the routing between different people's payment channels when it's not yours is the part that we don't need.
Yeah. And this is so important, and this is a really important narrative. BCH is absolutely never has been, never will be against any of that. The artificial crippling of layer 1 to make those things a necessity. We're very ferociously against that. And the way to imagine it is like this little tiny tree. It's really thin and tiny with these branches that are hundreds of times thicker than it. It doesn't make sense. You have a really thick tree, right? That's the layer 1, and of course you can have loads of branches coming out of it, and that's the layer 2. But the branches can't be bigger than the tree, and that's what Lightning was trying to solve. And the founders of Lightning were even themselves saying, hey, the base needs to be much bigger. I can't remember the exact size. If it was 120 megabyte blocks,
133.
133 megabyte blocks would be required to make Lightning work. You need the right foundation, and that's what Bitcoin Cash is building. And just to put it out there, there is a company right now that has been building for well over a decade. They've been building a system that requires incredible throughput of a monetary system, and it requires and we chose Bitcoin, but unfortunately because of what happened there, it was a bit lost and didn't know where to go. And then Bitcoin Cash happened, and so they could continue with this. And one of the main throughputs that they're using is the payment channels on Bitcoin Cash, and people are happy with that. There's no problem with that. And of course, there's still a lot of transactions that are happening as those channels close or the money's settled. So the payment channels itself was never the issue. And I'm sure that when Bitcoin Cash has global adoption and acceptance, there will be huge amounts that's not happening on the chain. But that won't be at the cost of the chain. And the chain will have huge amounts of volume. It will have millions, billions of transactions per day. And that all that throughput is going to be securing the network and ensuring that it is safe from any sort of attacks, double spends, or any of that nonsense. So I definitely don't think it's a paradox. I think it's just seen as a paradox if that is the narrative that one believes, that Bitcoin Cash was against layer 2 scaling.
One interesting little stat for that, if you get global adoption as well, is that if you have those millions or billions of transactions flowing, the price of the token of BCH could drop 99%, and the miners would still be totally secure.
There you go.
But what's the chances of that happening?
If you have that much demand, but somehow the price drops, yeah.
It's really good.
At the same time, with the people that I was able to talk, they were sort of afraid, because I've asked them, so why don't you build on Bitcoin Cash? Because you can test this, you can show to the BTC community how it works. You can even make them feel the FOMO, like, look, they have this cool tech on BCH, we got to bring it to BTC. And it seems like there's a social stigma that's attached to it. And there's a lot of leftover PTSD or whatever.
Bcash.
Exactly.
There's stigma. There is, if you seriously wanted to do it, I don't know how many, but there's like 15 hard fork upgrades or something that BTC would have to do. And I'm sure you could whittle that down to get the same functionality, but it is not a small ask.
Listen, that's only going to take
no
1,000
way
years.
it's happening.
There's no time.
It will not happen. So basically, they have to switch to BCH outright. And it is small, and there's not a lot of UTXO developers yet.
Yeah. And the stigma is changing, Vlad. So this is something, so I'm very keen on this. I'm going to tell a little story, and I swear to God, this is true. When I had BTC, I was actually using BTC quite early, but I didn't really identify its properties until I didn't think of it as an investment until quite later. And I had some number of UTXOs. It wasn't so many, but I transferred it. I think it was in 2021. It was really at the height of transaction fees. But anyway, I transferred some BTC, just one transaction, and it was 80 euros worth. And that was when, and I was just, wow, what the hell is this? This isn't the future of finance. And then I went on, I thought, right, it's really time for me to understand this, because loads of people are investing money into this. I really should deeply understand this. And someone that comes from studied economics, it's really shameful that I hadn't actually done this already. So I spent 2 weeks just really getting my head around Bitcoin and everything to do with it. And everything clicked massively. Like, oh my God, this radically changes everything. Like this solves all the problems that we're seeing, or many of the problems we're seeing, better said. It's not going to make the world perfect. Well, there'll be new problems. But anyway, and I was like, well, shit, what's going on then? The Bitcoin project was completely destroyed. And this is someone that I didn't have any baggage. I had no skin in the game. But it's so clearly Bitcoin has been destroyed. So what's the solution? Where do I go to? And I was looking at like Ethereum, and I was looking at all these different coins. And then I discovered like the fork wars a bit more, and it's like, okay, so there are these two forks, and I looked into them both, and BSV just straight away that this is an absolute scam, that this makes no sense. This is just centralization. It defies the entire benefits of permissionless, decentralized sound money. And then I discovered like Bitcoin Cash, and I just reading everything that it was doing, everything it stood for, and I really came to the conclusion this is absolutely it. Right, this is from a pure paper point of view, from a technical point of view. I then went into the community, and I basically found out where the community was. At that point, it was in Reddit, and I noped out of that so quick. It's like, whoa, there's some spicy people in here. There was a lot of fighting, a lot of bitterness. It's sort of behavior that, for me personally, I think like most people, it's like, no, I don't need that in my life. This is in 2021, and I continued looking through the top 20 or 30 chains, and I was like, shit, that was by far the best. And it was that point I decided I'm going to go back. I'm going to open up that door, put on my nuclear suit, wade in, and the hazmat suit, and get stuck in. And when the reputation. So there was a lot of good people that were traumatized by everything that happened. And I really feel sorry for them, because they really believed in this project. A lot of them were there right from the start, and they saw the destruction of this. There's so obvious destruction of this in front of their eyes, the thing that they poured all this energy into. And so they were like completely understandably traumatized from this, but it created an atmosphere that was kind of toxic, kind of, very defensive. We've got the famous video of Roger Ver, in the Bcash thing that sort of symbolized that and was used very much against Bitcoin Cash. It was weaponized against Bitcoin Cash, but that video sort of that culture, it wasn't, it was wider than just that video. But this is back in 2021. And
that interview is from November of 2017, and it's between.
Oh no, sorry, I mean when I was in the culture, yeah.
John Carvalho interviewed Roger. And at the time, John was running Exotica, which was this scam girl website where you could only tip the girls with Bitcoin. And they were having this conversation about why Roger decided to support BCH. And the argument was... yeah. He was using Bcash all the time, and Roger got triggered, and he showed the middle finger. There are like thousands of memes that came out of that one conversation. And there was also the debate from 2018, I think. It was at the economy in South Korea, where Roger said that babies are dying because Bitcoin is not scaling, and they just took that out of context. Like, Roger was debating Samson Mao, and in many ways he was right, because Samson, I think at some point Roger asked him, so what can you buy with Lightning? And Samson arrogantly said, well, you can buy hats on my store. And it's like, that's not really a winning argument. But for some reason, everything that remained in culture from that debate was that Roger became very passionate. It was like, babies are dying because we're not scaling Bitcoin.
And the thing is, Roger is a very passionate guy, and he's right. I mentioned it earlier in the podcast. The fear is what allows these mass wars to happen. So by getting rid of fear, we absolutely stop a lot of deaths. We stop a lot of murders. And so I don't think he's being hyperbolic, but I think it's a shame that happened. Hey, Joey. But the point is that was all in the past. And what I think is really there's a point. A turning point that happened in 2023 with the release of cash tokens. There was new people that came in, a new energy. There was a lot of the old, there's a lot of OGs still in Bitcoin Cash, and they're fantastic, and they've been the core, and they've built a lot of amazing things. But there's also been new energy, new waves, and everyone is so much more aligned on a positive, like, rather than thinking of the problem, what's the solution? And, you can speak to, we just had the BCH Bliss conference in Ljubljana, and there were some people there. We had Sal the Algorist was there. We had Joel from Dash joined us. We had Ken, is it Bosak, from the Not Another Bitcoin Cash podcast. All of them said they're coming back next year. They said it was the best conference that they'd experienced. It's so different to any other conference. There was just this positivity, this fraternity. And this is something you'll really get in Bitcoin Cash. And I love this because you have different levels of like behavior. One is you're defensive and you don't trust each other and you don't dare say anything different to the other person. Then there's the next level that, okay, we've got some sort of friendship. I have a controversial opinion. I'll keep it to myself. Right. But when you get really deep, like when you're like brothers, then you start basically heckling each other in a good way, right? Someone is against the 1 minute blocks. Hey, we're going to take you out after the conference and we're going to, give you a seeing to. But because there's none of that, the tension there, that it wasn't, we had there was about 80 people there and that everyone was just aligned in the vision, in the big picture. Hugely different personalities, hugely different takes on many important things, but nevertheless could talk about that in a truly positive, constructive, funny camaraderie. And so the Bitcoin Cash community today is just worlds apart from where it was. So I think a lot of that, there's a lot of propaganda that's been used against Bitcoin Cash, but I also believe that some of it was really fair. So I not noped out of Bitcoin Cash, right? I absolutely did straight away. But I came back because I thought, no, it's more important than this. And I know Callisti is here. Callisti was also someone with me that worked, saw this, the potential and worked very hard too in trying to change people a little bit from less defensive to more optimistic, more positive. And that's the community today. So if anyone is, thinking about the taboo-ness or of being a Bcasher, check it out. Come join us. Come to a BCH conference. Come to Bliss next year, because you can go and speak to Joel, go and speak to Sal. Like, how are we? They're gonna tell you straight. Like, I can tell you now, they're gonna be very, very positive. These are cool guys, because I feel it. Like, very intelligent, very smart, very people that really believe in what they're doing. A lot of builders. A lot of dreamers, and lots going on in the ecosystem, getting that reputation out there and making it clear, what the culture is like today. This is, I think, an important thing that can mark a good milestone in BCH's journey towards mass adoption.
And if you want to get into coding,
oh, sorry. Yep.
If you want to get into coding smart contracts on BCH, and you want private one-on-one just to dive into it from somebody that learned coding themselves a few years ago, Sayoshi Nakamario on Telegram and Sayoshi Help Me on X/Twitter.
Yes, we're loving it, plugging it. Go and check him out. This is the most wonderful man, super smart, super great. And the Bitcoin Cash University is a fantastic place to get started. Check out some videos from Carl's and then ping him and get hooked up with him. I like it.
I hope it's not as boring as the Bitcoin University.
Very technically minded. That's all I'll say.
I'm not sure if you guys follow the Bitcoin University, but
I haven't.
Is it boring or something? Is it dry?
I've seen some.
It's spicy, to be honest.
I do. Yeah, I do. I go to Hong Kong quite a lot, and obviously there's a lot of BTC activity. So I sort of not 100% follow it, but I was gonna say regarding Finish's point is that I have been to a lot of crypto conferences. I was out of BCH for a couple of years. I've been working on stuff on Arbitrum, on near the broader crypto. I guess you guys will call it shitcoins. I don't know what they call it in BTC, and it's quite interesting.
Everything's a shitcoin, right? But BTC.
It's really interesting that Bliss has a really unique vibe I've never really experienced in almost all my years of. I haven't been to every conference, but I've been to enough over, I don't know, the past 7 years. I was there when BCH first started. I was actually there when I think the first BCH was mined, and they showed off the miner in Hong Kong. Oh, this is the miner that we used to mine the first block. It was a Genesis block, a place in Hong Kong, and Bliss really does, Finish is talking about. It does. It was it's like they're trying to do something completely different. It's fun. It's engaging. They have activities. It didn't feel I'm sure, Vlad, you've gone to a couple of these conferences, right? It's always you try to get in the side events, and there's a wait list, and you hope you get in, and then there's the booths, there's a main area, and it was it's not really. It's really kind of just everyone chilling and trying to promote their own thing. This is a really different thing where it was the vibe of it was like, we're really trying to do decentralized money here. We really try to, solve problems. And and then, there's like engaging activities. Like one night we had a dance night. There was a conference that was next to us. It was their clinical psychologist, I think, right? And then the guy just goes, come dance with us. And we were just like dancing with these girls, and they were all like kind of like nervous wrecks, which was kind of funny considering
they were
supposed to be yeah, they were. But it just kind of shows, like, you don't really, in other cryptos, you don't really have this energy where it's just just for normal people. We just try to do things to try to build parallel economies and decentralized money and freedom and all that good stuff. And it's really it's small, but I really feel like that is like the template that can really grow. And if BCH grows that template, wow, like what a wonderful thing that would be. Yeah.
And how many of those conferences used NFTs for their tickets?
I've never done one where I had to. I don't know about Vlad. Have you guys done a BTC conference where you guys use NFTs as tickets? Or I don't know, ordinals or anything like that?
I'm sure that there were ordinal events, but I've never attended one of them. Usually it's Lightning. They virtue signal like, look, you can pay for this with Lightning.
Mm.
But
What do you think,
I'm in a
what-
position where I don't really pay for conference tickets because people just invite me, or if they they give me a free ticket sometimes. Like I have friends who have companies and they're like, oh, Vlad, you can have one of these because I received like 10 of them for having a booth or whatever. So that's how I got into the Las Vegas conference last month. I didn't pay for the ticket.
I see.
I had someone just
And
hand me one.
what are your? And I'm just curious. What are your feelings on ordinals? I mean, I think that was a little bit of there was a bit of contention there, right? About
I mean, I was like
ordinals
one
should
of
even
the
be.
first people to inscribe ordinals from amongst my circles, and I thought it was just fun. Like, oh, so this is. I think it actually accomplished to kill the momentum for NFTs on Ethereum. There were actually Ethereum users who were burning their NFTs on the ETH chain to mint them on Bitcoin, which I thought was amazing. I was like, oh, it's happening. We found a good use case. There is actual demand for block space. We're paying the miners. Maybe that Satoshi was right, that we're gonna find a use case. Maybe it's not money, but this is cool. It's just that the backlash was very silly. And what's happening right now with people calling it spam, I just don't know how you can have spam in a decentralized permissionless network where you have consensus rules that everyone agrees to and are very, like, extremely conservative. They've been the same for many years. And it's not like I think Luke Dash Jr. played a big role in this, calling it, I think he reported it as a vulnerability.
Yeah. I remember you guys did. There was a really cool ordinals project where it was just like you guys just did an orange square. Do you remember that? It was just like selling orange squares.
No, I was
And
not
it was
part
like
of that
you could.
movement.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was like a big thing on ordinals. But you do generally agree with the idea that, hey, you're paying for block space, right? I mean, so you're paying for transactions. So, like you're generally on that side. I don't know much. I mean, this is the first time I've
I
been on
think
this.
Bitcoin is the only network in the world that kicked out users for using the thing. Like, I'm not sure how many of you remember Satoshi Dice, but some of the same arguments were being presented at the time. Like, hey, it's spamming the chain. This is supposed to be used for payments. We shouldn't have full blocks. I think Satoshi Dice actually started the scaling debate. The fact that it existed and people were paying high fees to use it, and there was some congestion. Like,
I think that should be where the warning signs come in. If anyone's really honest to themselves, is just thinking, okay, so the more that people use this, the more people are angry. The more people that use this, the higher the fees, the more people are unhappy, and then people are using this in various different ways, and then people that are very powerful are saying, we've got to stop this. like for me, these are the ultimate warnings. Like something isn't right here. This isn't scalable as a business idea. This isn't scalable as money, and it also seems to be incredibly permissioned. Right? It seems to be incredibly centralized, actually. Because this is one of the arguments that BTC has used is how it's so decentralized. Is it? And I think really, if you just pull out of all of like the sort of block scale war stuff and propaganda and just actually look at it just on its own merits. Forget about BCH, forget about all the other cryptos, just BTC on its own, and just think about how it's actually being run. And just ask that question, because that I think your point is spot on. How can it be spam if you're paying for the your transaction on the blockchain?
But that's the spam filter,
who's
right?
To say it's got value?
The transaction fee is the spam filter. You're paying a fee, which means that
exactly
you're getting through.
At the beginning, there was no fee for transactions. Miners were including them for free.
Yeah, CoinDays, there was the concept of CoinDays, where if the UTXO was sufficiently old, you just get them for free.
A good cause and effect thing, little trivia thing, is that Vitalik of Ethereum originally said that he wanted to develop Ethereum, like some sort of contracting language thing, on Bitcoin, and he didn't because the developers seemed to be taking a stance against doing anything on chain like that. Satoshi Dice was created in 2012. Looking it up, Vitalik started working on Ethereum in 2013, and I think that's a good little cause and effect thing of the Satoshi Dice might have started the arguments, and then it
was
driving away
counterparty.
Utility.
It was counterparty. It was Mastercoin, which became Omni later. Ironically, so Omni is where USDT was born. Tether. It started out on Bitcoin, and people were complaining, I think up to 2018, like 20% of the block space was being taken by Tether. And that's when, after Bitcoiners complained, they moved to Ethereum and then Tron and Solana and whatever. So we could have had USDT on the Bitcoin blockchain, paying fees,
it's actually
paying the miners.
It's actually quite ironic because Bitfinex was a huge driver of Tether, and then Bitfinex has always been strong BTC maxis, and then obviously they came to a point where they just realized, okay, like we just have to like move. So that's quite interesting, because I actually forgot about that part of the history completely.
Yeah, I also like the mental
Tether
gymnastics that people use when they justify that Bitfinex is the best Bitcoin exchange. But at the same time, they also have Tether, and they support a bunch of altcoins, and they have their own Ethereum L2, which is called Polygon. And they're like, oh, but it doesn't matter because they're such good Bitcoin supporters. And I'm like, really? So you get a free pass, right? Everyone else is a shitcoiner if they touch something else. But these guys, like, they're fueling the whole economy, and they're basically giving people a way to route around Bitcoin to not have to use it ever. And a pretty good one at that. Like, I think USDT on Tron is bigger than Bitcoin today for payments. And they're still the good guys, and you still like them, and you're still like, yeah, that's fine. But let me put up another one of these codes on the screen for people to get some free BCH. And in the meantime, I want you guys to think about this. Like, let's say that tomorrow morning, Michael Saylor wakes up and says, I think BCH is the real Bitcoin. I should buy more of this. And then Paulo Arduino of Tether decides, okay, I think that this is where we should have USDT on BCH. Okay, so I hope you claimed this on the screen. I'm gonna make it disappear. And then you're gonna get the perfect storm of these guys putting a lot of money into BCH, getting the price to 100,000 per coin. And my question is, after this happens, or as it happens, are you gonna maintain the same vibe, the same dev culture, the same schedule with upgrades? Because I'm pretty sure that at that point you're gonna get people who will say, maybe it's not a good idea to try to do this, because maybe if you have this kind of privacy or this kind of smart contracts, these big investors are not gonna be interested anymore, and you're gonna make them sell their bags and move to something else. And I've seen this in Zcash, for example, because for a long time they agreed to a degree that they can have shielded assets, which means basically stable coins and whatever, using the same privacy primitives as their ZEC token, which is the base layer asset. And they have been working on that. They built it. It was ready to get shipped. And then suddenly, when the price started going up, they had people coming in, buying up a lot of coins and saying, I don't think this is a good idea. You should stop working on it.
That is a great question, Vlad. And what I
Yeah,
love
it
there,
is.
the last point you just said is about buying a lot of coins. And this is one of the ones that on-chain governance is just set up for destruction, because then someone gets a lot of coins, they can signal, hey, I want this, and then it's game over. And this is something that I think like events like BCH Bliss and the tight-knit community can have a good amount of weight against that, because there is a lot of people across all of the world. So with Argentina, the Philippines, Australia, Japan, Europe, and many other countries, we are in areas have got relationships that go on actually at a personal level. And so there's a very strong alignment of what Bitcoin Cash is supposed to be, which is permissionless sound money. So going back, if it's on the blockchain, if it's allowed, there's no spam, it's paying the fees. And when this alignment, and we've seen this actually with some more vocal people that have come in, that have had some clout, that have found that they didn't get the footing, but because of that they wanted. So of course, if Michael Saylor was to come in and all these other people, first of all, I think this would be fantastic. Not because I think Michael Saylor is a good person or great person. I don't think that he's a champion of P2P Cash. But I think that more interest on Bitcoin Cash and sound money can only be a good thing, right? And it will come with some caveats. But the core narrative of Bitcoin Cash, it's gone through so many things since 2017. And as I said, at BCH Bliss, you've got lots of contrarian people, lots of very sort of libertarian leading, everyone has their own independent way of thinking and are arguing on this and that. But when it comes to actually alignment on sound money, I've never seen so many different people come together like that. So I actually think that Bitcoin Cash is quite a force. It's small, but it's incredibly powerful. And so I think that the chip process that's been established on Bitcoin Cash will handle exactly that kind of interests incredibly well, better than any other chain, and better than any other consensus mechanism out there. Will it, of course, will there be some more contention because of that? Sure. As soon as there's huge amounts of money in a system that are able to pay and fund things, that is going to cause more contention and more, sway things a little bit. But I'm absolutely 100% confident that that contention will be quite quickly solved by the consensus model, and that the Bitcoin Cash community will continue moving in the same direction, which is to global finance, global money, and all of the apps and products that will enable that.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because the BSV and the Ecash fork basically showed if you don't agree, just fork off, and it's not like your chain's just gonna die, right? Just fork off and just let the market decide. So yeah, I don't think that's an issue to begin with.
And I'll just reiterate the fact of taking governance or central planning away from developers and putting it into the actual network itself, hence the block size. So if BCH never increased the block size again because of it got too contentious, I can't remember what this is in Fiendish Trivia Night, but it's like 2 gigabyte blocks or something like that is technically the where the limit is, and before it need another hard fork. So
not even, it's just a soft fork. Oh yeah.
No, yeah. It's just because the limit in 32-bit architecture.
And also just randomly at the Bliss conference, I started talking to a few people about, and this is way above my technical area of expertise, and probably not feasible, but doing an algorithm for the block time as well. So it could be in the same sense where it'll automatically go up and down rather than be centrally planned.
Yeah, and I believe there's some chains that do that, but that is possible. I can provide so I think the culture in BCH is very strong. Like the immune system is very strong at weeding out bad actors currently, because we've had several iterations of just massive toxicity that exploded. So there's a sort of ethos now about, we're more resistant than other communities to this sort of thing. But I mean, theoretically, these people, the money printer people, they topple governments. So you know, if they're motivated sufficiently, they can destroy anything. They can destroy Bitcoin Cash. They can destroy Turkey. They can destroy Thailand. They, you know, I mean, it's a question of whether they will be so motivated or whether they'll be busy fighting other fires. Like my theory of victory for BCH involves the money printer people being busy fighting other fires, and then sort of BCH sort of just rises while they're busy doing other things. I think that's
Such
probably
as
the most
war with
optimal.
Iran and you know, and debasing the US
Yeah.
dollar and all of that, you know,
and attempting
all
to
this
install
chaos.
CBDC against the will of most people and all these other things at the same time. And then I feel like, I don't know, in that chaos, the BCH is ready. Just like, hey, we're sound money. We're here.
Like a weed that won't stop.
Yeah, I mean, that's my theory of victory for BCH, because it's, yeah, if Michael Saylor shows up and like other people show up and the money printer and the CIA shows up, you know, these people ultimately can kill people. So they've got a lot of power. They can torture people. They can kill people. I mean, this kind of stuff happens even in the US. I mean, it's, no one talks about it, but you know, they're very powerful. So, but like, I think we're very resistant to it as a culture, but yeah, you know, my theory of victory involves them just being too busy to.
Which is why I think it's so important or bullish, in my opinion, why BCH has locked down scalable money and massive smart contract utility already, and it can't.
Now, yeah, before the saboteurs show up and sort of throw the wrench in the works. And you know, like there's like this old CIA book on how to sabotage. One of them is just, you know, never like agree to do anything. It's like, let's have more meetings. Let's like, you know, like you.
But exactly, right. That is something where I think, again, just looking at the longevity of BCH. So the split happened in 2017. There were some upgrades between that and like 2021, but they were kind of smaller things. Since 2021 and now, that we have had some significant upgrades that have really supercharged the chain. There is a culture, not only of, you know, doing those upgrades very carefully, and there is a lot of time to check that, to test that, to really but you know, make sure that's a firebomb upgrade, and go through that consensus mechanism to be implemented. But that longevity of yearly upgrades, and as a culture of, you know, how can we make this better? How can we improve this? Genuinely move the needle actually helps again against people that bring in, hey, let's talk about this. Let's set up a committee, you know, to block this. There is cultural inertia there. You know, on the opposite side, BTC has the complete opposite, right? So all of these years of not upgrading actually makes upgrading even harder because there is that inertia. It's ossified, and this is something, you know, as I mentioned earlier, Jason Drazener, he is working on chips and protocols that take it even further. That's really looking, you know, really, I'd say hundreds of years or thousands of years potentially into the future, creating a chain that could outlast the pyramids. And and so that's also, you know, that sort of thinking means that you end up with a chain that is so robust, so scalable, and can do all the things that are required for, you know, the world today. So it's not just dumb money, you know, but half of the things we're doing actually requires quite a lot of sophistication, whether it's subscriptions, direct debits, to your, you know, if you want to make sure you're paying for your Disney Channel, Netflix, or whatever subs you're on. As long as the whole loaning, mortgages, and that side of things, that all needs to happen. If you want to have a true change from the banking system, that has to happen in a way that is permissionless, decentralized, and controlled by code and not by people. And that's, you know, that's all happening now in Bitcoin Cash. A lot of that's already unlocked. There's more coming up. So when someone comes in to try and stop that, first of all, I think it's probably too late. We've got enough there. There's still stuff to improve, but even if we didn't, it's going to be good enough for a few hundred years, I'd say. But I think that it would really take a lot of effort, a lot of money now to stop that inertia that we've got, that positive movement.
Aren't you guys concerned about quantum computing? Like on this statement that you're ready for a few hundred years, like
we've already got a solution. So we're not only worried, we're ahead of the curve. We created a solution. It's already there. You can use Quantum Vault and secure your coins in a quantum secure location today on Bitcoin Cash. Jerry, you can speak a little bit more to that.
Yeah, I mean, like the solutions are already there because like you've expanded the computational capabilities. But even then, like even in the BCH Blaze hackathon, I think it was Moon Settler, he created his own Lamport signature quantum resistant stuff. So yeah, there's like many different solutions and people just come up with them, right? It's not just like one solution fit for everyone. And I guess the other thing is that we're not really trying to seize anyone's money, you know, Satoshi's funds, like if they never move and Quantum gets it, they get it. Like, we can't do anything about that. Sorry.
I don't think people realize just how powerful the Cash VM on Bitcoin Cash is. It's super underutilized right now. It's just waiting for people to build on it.
Okay, so how does it work more specifically? Like, did you guys hard fork for this?
Hard fork every year.
In a manner of speaking, we unlocked some more opcodes that make like more sophisticated contracts possible. So we did hard fork for it, to answer your question, but it wasn't specifically for the quantum stuff. Just came later. Oh, hey, we can do this on our smart contract system now.
And the native tokens and NFTs through Cash tokens, which allows you to have local state.
Yeah.
Whereas Ethereum has global state, so we can accomplish the same things, just it takes a different mindset.
Yeah, so I think the main thing is that this is more so of an opt-in solution and not forced onto the entire network, right? So you still have to, shift your funds over, but that's still cheap enough. And with some of these solutions, it's actually more efficient than the current setup, right? Especially if you're getting a lot of payments coming in.
Yeah, I was just thinking about basically, so what's gonna happen with Satoshi's coins? Did you guys have this conversation? Like, are you just gonna leave them to the first quantum computer to get grabbed? Do you have
This
any
is a great
conversation about freezing them?
This is a real contentious point. So there are multiple opinions in Bitcoin Cash. So, and I think this is great. This is the whole point of a decentralized community. And you'll hear the other side. So myself and several other key people who also, they're doing the research into this. So there was some quite discussions on this, and I was like, guys, like, what's the maths here? Like, what are you actually looking at? And using the Google white paper for the costs, it's like, okay, so the costs are just, even when it does become possible, the costs to unlock an address is huge. There's about 50 BCH per address, right? So the idea that it can just unlock all of these coins at once is not true. It would take a significant amount of time to unlock a coin at costs of dozens of millions or billions. So that, the cost to unlock all of these is billions and billions. It's just a huge amount of money, even if that's possible, which is still a question mark, even if people really believe it will happen, because it's not unlocked yet. So here's, and the thinking, my thinking on this, okay, so there is a question mark. So we've already got a solution. There is quantum secure vaults that people can put their money in today if they are concerned about quantum. So and as soon as any of Satoshi's, the Satoshi era, better said, because we don't know it's actually Satoshi's money. As soon as any of them move, someone might make the decision, okay, that is a sign that quantum computing is now real. So I'm going to move my coins to a quantum secure vault. So that means you're left with about 1.8 million coins roughly from that era that are dormant. And the question is, okay, what do you do with those coins? So, you could freeze them. You could make an upgrade so that they're no longer accessible. But, and there are some good minds that think this is a possible solution because there's enough warning and chance to move them into a secure address. And if they're not, okay, they're gone. So my personal take on this is, not your keys, not your coin. Satoshi has, he's either left those coins, maybe he left them as a treasure fund for someone to scoop up at some point. I don't know, and no one should try and guess what someone wanted to do or didn't want to do with their money. And the other thing, 1.8 million coins, it sounds like a lot. There's only 21 million in total. And if 1.8 million coins were to just dump on the market today, it's going to hurt BCH. It's going to hurt the price. We've been there before, right? With the split, we've been there with several splits. So we've experienced this. And this exactly, and this is with zero liquidity. So my argument from this comes from a more economical point of view. This isn't going to happen probably for 10, maybe 20 years, if at all. And in which time, Bitcoin Cash needs to simply focus. If we put all the efforts right now, we've got a solution. So you can already move your coins to a secure place. There'll be better solutions coming too, but you can already do that today. But rather than thinking of that, if all of the effort goes into getting mass adoption, so focusing on the apps, the products, the businesses, the entrepreneurialism that actually gets the whole ecosystem going, you're going to end up with huge amounts of liquidity. So all of a sudden, Satoshi's coins start moving. Okay, people are going to be a bit jittery. Maybe there's going to be a dump. The price will slowly come down. But the thing is, people are already hedging in that price. So that person can't hack all these coins at once. They're doing it slowly but surely. If they want to put it on the market, they would have to wait maybe a year or two. Maybe they wouldn't even be able to get them all before another person starts getting them. But at that point, BCH is, you can spend it anywhere. That has to be the goal, because if not, we're failing. And if you can spend it anywhere, if you've all of a sudden got money at a discount, what do? You start converting some of your assets, some of your share prices, some of your shares, some of your property into that currency, knowing full well, this is sound money. This is accepted everywhere. That liquidity will eat those coins for breakfast if it's thick enough. And then the problem goes away. And the important thing about this, and I can't stress enough, what we're building here isn't just some money for today. It's not money for tomorrow. It's money, sound money for generations to come. Hopefully, if we do a really good job, maybe for thousands of years. Anything we do today sets a precedent. And if we say, hey, there's a really good reason why we should freeze somebody's coins, or we should take away somebody's coins and use them to spread around, to pay miners fee, that's setting a precedent that will be used by other people. Hey, what about this reason? It'll always come down. This is that any government or any sort of centralized decision comes, hey, they've done this before. Now we know that this person was dealing drugs. We should also freeze their coins. We did it, for this reason, that reason, until all of a sudden you've got the same sort of led by committee coin that you've got with a banking system. And so for me, that setting the precedent is the reason why I personally think building liquidity is the most important thing for Bitcoin Cash, and leave Satoshi's coins alone.
Yeah, that's a good point you raised. I mean, it opens up the door where the governments could just come and be like, hey, you did this for Satoshi's coins, do it for this. And if you never did it before, you can just say, like, that would destroy our coin. Like,
you did it. You froze coin. Think about this, the narrative. You froze coins to save your pocket for money, but you won't freeze coins to stop child abuse material on the,
It just gives governments more leverage. Whereas if it's never done before, it's like, they can sort of accept the argument that we just don't do this.
And that narrative is also really strong for anyone that wants to come into Bitcoin Cash. So, okay, there's a sort of a sword hanging above the head in one respect, but the other one, okay, this is the real deal. This is decentralized money for the world without central planning and people to make decisions about taking people's coins. I think, there's a lot there at stake.
The other thing too, with especially with the covenants, is that it really shifts the dynamic of whether or not the private keys really do matter at all. Because you could set it up so that the covenants itself would just lock in all the outcomes, and you can literally just give all your private keys to everyone, right? So they can only still pay to, let's say, you, Vlad, but the U.S. government could get it, North Korea could get it, hell, every single one of us here can get it, but they can only pay to you because of these kinds of restrictions. So yeah, it's like if all this quantum stuff, like, they get access to the keys, like, so be it. So what?
Another thing for that flows into one of our last points is whether it's quantum or something else that causes like a huge dump of coins onto the network. For BTC's economic model, that could be chain destroying depending on the situation and cause like a death spiral bank run almost if users' confidence in the chain goes down. To cause like a loss of miners over time that causes it to get worse and worse. If you have millions or billions of transactions happening all the time, as mentioned before, you could have a 99% price drop and the network would keep going.
Liquidity is king. The important thing is for anyone listening, so BCH takes quantum seriously. We have the solution. So for anyone out there who's interested on the topic, check out Quantum Root. You can search Jason Dreisner on X, and he's got some great articles about this, and is working on all kinds of exotic solutions, but also ZK proofs. But Quantum Root is available on Bitcoin Cash, and this is already quantum secure. So Bitcoin Cash is already ahead of the game here. It's already very, very far ahead of BTC, but maybe we're just taking a slightly more decentralized and less centralized thought process to how we solve Satoshi's era coins.
Something that I think about a lot is that one way to intervene to basically right now they're up for grabs for Google or whoever it is that's gonna build the most powerful quantum computer that's able to crack ECDSA. So an approach that leads to an actually wholesome precedent is that you give these coins to the miners to be mined once again, to be reissued into circulation?
Yeah, I mean, for BTC, like, so BTC has this problem that because they don't have volume, they have a security budget issue in the future. So you can see them sort of doing this someday, like, just because you need to be able to secure the chain. And their strategy is not, our strategy is that hopefully we get enough volume that fees pay, you know, like 3 BCH per block. So, you know, that solves itself through volume. But for BTC, you can see them doing this someday. Like, maybe they'll do it. I don't know. That would be weird, man. Like, that's just like, wow, like, you're really violating like the original rules, you know. But, you know, stranger things have happened. So yeah, and BTC particularly has this as an acute problem because they're constrained. They can only have like 2,000 or 4,000 transactions per block. So, and people don't seem to be wanting to pay $1,000 per transaction. Like right now, the world pays like the Bitcoin network something like $200 per transaction, but we don't see that because it's all like the block subsidy. So between $200 and $1,000 per transaction, like, it's kind of nuts. So yeah, like that money has to come from somewhere, and like you can see the BTC people doing that eventually, just like raiding Satoshi's stash and justifying it that way. I don't know.
It'll
Maybe
be that
that'll
or
happen.
a tail emission.
Or a tail emission, just flat inflation. Yeah.
Yeah, which would be that'd be a huge social contract violation. I'm not sure if you saw, Vlad, there was a guy recently, he had lost his keys to his wallet, or at least he thought he did, and he tried getting into his wallet for I think a decade. It was a long period of time, and he used Claude to basically go through all of his files to try and unlock it. And basically, what it found was that in his key there was an error that had been made, a bug, when generating the seed, and he basically it corrected for that bug.
Oh.
And he got access to his BTC. I can't remember how much it was. You know, don't quote me on it, but it was a significant amount. It was like you know, whether it was 10 BTC or something. So something that would really change the life of many people on this planet. And
no, that was
he got access to that.
He had a passphrase on top of his BIP39 seed phrase.
That's it, yeah.
And he had a typo or something in the passphrase, and he could not remember exactly what it was. So he had to basically type context into Claude and explain to him maybe what kind of mindset he was on and what he was thinking about and what password he was setting at the time. And I guess he just tried a bunch of passwords until I guess Claude made the right suggestion, like, you should try this one, maybe you would think like this. It speaks more to the way in which Claude is able to think as a human than anything related to Bitcoin. That was a human error. Like, when you set a passphrase to your wallet, you're supposed to write that down or make sure you're never going to forget it.
Imagine now in the context of this poor guy, he's lost his money, he's trying to get it back, he's trying for years to get it back, and now all of a sudden the committee decides, hey, we're going to take this money and we're going to go and give it to the miners. By all definitions, that right there is theft. No one can prove that the coins belong to Satoshi, and even if they could, they're his coins. And you know, and this is I do agree with Calin. I imagine that this will happen because BTC has a security budget problem that cannot be solved unless block sizes look increased, or they have a tail emission, or they take money from people and steal money from people. And I think each one of those decisions is equally as awful as the other. And I think each one of those decisions helps BCH massively. So I hope that they take them. Maybe take all three.
Yeah, they should do it. You guys should totally take Satoshi's money. Yeah, they're sitting around not doing anything. It's a waste of time, you know. You guys should totally do it.
Yeah, but at the same time,
I think
the assumption of tail emission is silly. There's a paper by Peter Todd, I think 2022 or 23. It's called Tail Emission is Not Inflation, and he explained that basically the emission would make up for the lost coins, and it could take hundreds of years until you actually have inflation on top of the 21 million coins, and more coins will get lost by then. So his rationale is basically that even though you have new coins coming into the system,
the Fed argues something absolutely identical. That basically, as the economy grows, there's more people, and you basically there's no inflation. You're just pumping out money to the because you need that. That's you've increased the money supply.
But that's brilliant. Like, we lost so many coins anyway, so we'll just like add more coins to rebalance the 21.
Yeah, but it's still inflationary.
Do we know how many coins have got? No, but it's just yeah. But it's basically, I mean, it's right by very definition, it's inflation. You've increased the money supply, and Full stop. So you can try and like argue why that would be a good thing, but it is by the very definition inflation.
If you do
Yeah,
don't fire
like,
core,
if
you're gonna
you-
have this happen. You gotta fire core, man. Like they're gonna make this happen at some point. It's gonna be the ultimate humiliation ritual, and the BCC world is gonna just swallow that pill. You gotta fire those
Yeah,
motherfuckers.
also,
Seriously, like
if the argument is, if you don't have enough coins to actually use, then I think like Calin, like you were speaking about, like sub-Satoshi transactions as well, right?
oh
Because
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
Right.
you can expand more zeros and then just like, hey, the price just went up.
You can
Exactly.
do fractional satoshis, but that's a different question. If our price gets really high in BCH, like $1 million a coin, you might need more precision than the 10 to the -8. So we might do something fractional, but that's sort of a different conversation. But yeah.
But it's a really interesting technical distinction. So in the code, there's only satoshis, right? There's no Bitcoin Cash, there's no Bitcoin, and so if you were to increase, basically put a decimal, what you're doing is you're increasing the number of satoshis. Technically, it's inflation, but what you've done is you've given everyone the equal, everyone that's holding Bitcoin or Bitcoin Cash, the equal amounts. So their purchasing power has not changed at all.
Yeah,
And
the
this is the
fractional
important thing.
satoshis is not.
Oh, yeah,
It doesn't.
it's just like an integer. So it's just like an integer, right? It's not.
Yeah, but if you
You
actually
know,
think about
it's just
it, because
a
there's-
decimal point. It's a decimal point thing.
yeah, but it's not,
Yeah.
because basically if you actually look at it, it's only in satoshis that's being shown. So if you put in like more numbers, yeah, you call it a decimal point, but at the end of the day, there's more coins, there's more whatever you want to call those things. But
Yeah, But it won't have
going back to
inflationary. Economically,
your
won't
pi-
have an inflationary effect. if
it
you
won't
do
have
that.
any inflation
Yeah.
effect.
Yeah,
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 exactly.
yeah,
Whereas
yeah.
Vlad, the idea of tail emissions. So it's really easy to think about it. So your Bitcoin is worth, let's call it 100,000. So it's a nice round number. And now all of a sudden, you start printing out new Bitcoin, and it's on the market to sell. What happens to, nothing else changes. Like there's no extra demand. What happens to the price of your Bitcoin when there's more Bitcoin available on the market to buy?
Yeah,
It goes
it's-
down.
Yeah, it's like the inflation.
It goes,
tax.
yeah,
I
it
guess
goes
it's more
down.
like
So-
I guess it's more like a sort of value slippery slope, in my opinion. That once you open that door, then it's like that opens up other ways of you've lost the whole hard cap like argument basically the moment you add
It's
that.
not
So it's
about
not
money.
like it's not about like the level of tail emissions, but then once you do it, it's like a justification for like another thing in the future to be like, okay, we need more tail emissions. We can just keep extending that argument, and then now you've kind of lost the ethos of basically what Bitcoin should be about. I do want to kind of go back to an earlier discussion about what he said about like if the sailors come and so on. So my thing with Bitcoin Cash and BTC is, I think the main thing is like BTC is kind of stuck like culturally, like BCH culture will protect from the sailors and the tethers come, let them come, because our core culture is strong. And this comes down to the technical level, where because BTC has that 1 megabyte limit it's sort of like limited itself, and it's built this entire ecosystem, entire layer twos, entire companies based around the fact that you can't upgrade the block size. And so all these companies have like these incentives for the block size to not increase, right? And so you're going to be perpetually stuck on this thing where there's a layer two. And then as long as you have the layer two, my whole thing with Bitcoin is that I think that they were kind of sold a lie, in a sense that everyone has bought in that it's not, you're offloading trust, right, to the layers two. And the moment you have layer twos, you can charge fees. And that's why you have custodial wallets. That's why you have these institutions, right, because they can make money off that. So if you don't have that, which is the case on BCH, and you have ABLA, and we have hard forks that allow that, L1 to grow, you remove a lot of those incentives automatically. So I don't really see how, unless you guys do fire core and then, a bunch of things like literally like rollback, Taproot, Segwit, and like all the little things that basically is constructed around this idea of building an L2, offloading that trust to L2 layer, where these companies, built by like Jack Mallers and all these people come in and then go like, okay, now we will take a fee, right? Which completely eliminates the point of, the white paper, which is, peer-to-peer transaction without third party, right? Now you have a third party that's a company. So you can argue in some ways that's good, because you get to fit in with the regulators, and the regulators get to watch, and the bankers get to make money by charging their fees, kind of like the Visa network, MasterCard and whatever, right? But then the main argument I would go with that is that's why we haven't seen those companies come in, because they kind of come in and they kind of go, okay, like you can't, like how do you make, how do you arbitrage that, right? And as long as that 1 megabyte block size limit exists, basically you can arbitrage that by just going like, okay, I'll build a company on top of that, and basically I'll just charge fees. And that's basically, I think, where I really see BTC kind of being stuck, because BTC will always need like layer 2s and companies building on layer 2s. Whilst I think with the BCH approach is just do it on L1, and then why do you need third parties? We just do smart contracts, and I think we're heading in very different directions in that. Yeah. Sorry, did I call autistic?
No, well said, man.
Yeah, wait a little. Yeah. Sorry, it's the autistic thing. It just goes off.
No, well said. Yeah, I'm thinking about what you said. Yeah.
But yeah, like I think like if and I think this is actually a really interesting thing. Like if BCH was to receive the amount of attention BTC does have, basically with the big guys will come in. It's inevitable. Like people will come in and they'll try to finance stuff, and the big money will come in, and you're gonna have like a sailor. If it's not sailor, it'll be some other guy trying to do DATs. The core defense is I always say actually like social engineering is way harder than technical engineering. Culture is harder, way harder to do than just solving it by code. So I think with BCH is like we got the culture correct, and so I see that as like almost like the ultimate like defense against those kind of moves. And if VCs or external capital, they want to come in, yeah, great, let them come in. But our core culture is the defense. Yeah.
BCH has the culture correct, and that is the soundbite. And anyone that doesn't believe that, anyone that's still hung up on that, like come join us. Come and join us, Vlad. I'd love to see you at Bliss next year. Ljubljana, right? Slovenia. It's really not that far away from you, but it'd be great for you to see there. You get to meet, some other people that aren't in Bitcoin Cash directly, sort of on the periphery. But the culture is there, and that is the winning strategy.
I think it's also really important to remember that we are part of the same tribe. Like a lot of the people that are in BTC, basically, we literally were the same group. We split off, but we believe in the same thing. And I think it's important to realize that, like just invite them and they explore, and then they can always, change their mind, make up their own minds, and just
you can always know how. If you go, these guys are Ecashes. I'm out.
You can always just check it out and just be like, wow, like these guys all like like they've lost their minds years ago. I don't know, and then like back out. But I think it is really worth going for, because I do think, like, especially the older Bitcoiners, like a lot of them, we were literally aligned on the same thing. We just believed in different narratives, or I guess in the Bitcoin Cash community, we believe that actually, well, I know there's a lot of censorship, back on our Bitcoin and so on and so forth. So I feel like there's kind of like a lot of information in history that's obscured to a lot of the BTC community in terms of exactly what happened, in terms of, what happened to the block size debate and how that kind of got hijacked. And that I think a lot of the BTC people I read on Twitter now, they kind of go like, hey, we don't agree with big blocks, but maybe these guys were actually like figuring some things out that we didn't see at the time.
Well, yeah, that's a healthy mindset. On the topic of what you said about Bitcoin always needing layer 2s, I was always disappointed to see this argument coming even from people like Adam Back, that it's fine if layer 2s are centralized as long as we keep the layer 1 small and decentralized. And I'm like, okay, so who's gonna use that? Because that's basically the first class experience that you can get on the base layer, the highest security. And
just for the bankers, just for the ones that can afford the thousands of dollars per transaction that the fees will end up having to get to, right? It's not for you, Vlad. It's not for you. It's not for me. right? You just build it up until it's so expensive. It's just for the bankers. You use a centralized layer 2 because you're not worth decentralized. That's the message when
Yeah,
you think
whether-
about
Right? Oh,
it.
Then why would the bankers use it when there's alternative solutions that are cheaper that do the same thing?
Well, yeah,
Is,
that's
I
the
don't know, store of
fallacy,
value
right?
or something?
Because
I don't know.
people assume that anyone who holds a lot of Bitcoin will be willing to pay those transaction fees. Well, guess what? You have DeFi solutions. You can wrap your Bitcoin. You can swap it so that it's not gonna be you who's gonna pay for that transaction fee. You're passing that on to someone else. Like, there are tricks you can do. But my point is that using the base layer, I remember there were tweets like 4 or 5 years ago where people were saying, we're gonna tell our grandchildren that we use the Bitcoin blockchain, because they will not. It will be unaffordable by then, and it will be like this fabled grandpa story where you say, well, I used to do this and nobody does it anymore because it's too expensive. And on this topic, I've also noticed that I think even the Human Rights Foundation invests in these federations, which are basically ways for people to use Bitcoin on the Lightning Network in small communities, and they take that to El Salvador, they take that to Africa, and they virtue signal a lot, and they're like, we're onboarding people to Bitcoin and we're letting them do scalable, affordable payments with Bitcoin. And I'm like, that's not Bitcoin. You can have, and they will say, yeah, but it's not us controlling the federation or the mint. They have local leaders. I'm like, you think that their local leaders cannot steal and they cannot just take everyone's money and run away from the country? Like, you're not gonna solve human greed and all of these problems that we're trying to fix by eliminating trust, because that was basically the whole point of this. Without trusted third parties. If you look at the white paper, I'm pretty sure it mentions trusted third parties as something that we need to fix with Bitcoin. And it seems like we're just trying to reinvent trust around this limited base layer, and it's super frustrating.
I
And
just want to take that. Sorry, just to make sure in the white paper, it's in the first paragraph. The main benefits are lost if a trusted third party is still required to prevent double spending. So basically, if a third party is involved, that's the main benefit of Bitcoin, right? To not have trusted third parties.
I think before it was called Bitcoin, Satoshi was circulating this paper that was called Ecash.pdf, and it was called Electronic Cash, Internet Money Without a Trusted Third Party. Don't quote me on this. Maybe it was called something else, but I'm sure that trusted third party was a big part of the defense for this technology to exist, to eliminate that. And it's just disappointing to get to a point where, okay, we're reinventing trust, but we're saying that, well, at least it uses Bitcoin, which is sound money, and it's better. I'm like, okay.
The fiat system, the fiat system is
It started
literally
that
built
way.
on this, right?
Yeah.
So there was gold, and this is the thing. Going back to your point, Vlad, and just to make sure, like anyone that's listening, the tail end of the emission is all the same scam, and it's been run multiple times. Even the Romans had it. Just mix a little bit of alloy into the silver until there's no silver left, and fiat was built on that. So you had a note in the end once you got rid of the silver coins and sound money. And then you had a note, which is basically you could swap or had the value of it, of the gold, right? And then they decoupled that, and it's all the same steps, and they're doing the exact same thing for Bitcoin. We've seen this happen literally in living memory, and people that can't see it happening again, it just makes me think, like, just read a history book. Like, this is not new where we're at, and so I'm really glad you're pointing out those things, Vlad, because those are the important things. Like that's for me what I recognized in 2021. Why BTC just doesn't have a future on the current path that it's on. Here's my question to you: like, what is it? So I know anything but BCH. It's a great meme. What is it from your perspective? What is it that Bitcoin Cash would need to offer you to be able to say, yeah, like, I'm a fan of Bitcoin Cash, or I want to be involved in this, or I want to buy some?
It's on sale right now. It's only $3.50 a coin.
It is on sale. Damn it.
Act now while supplies last.
Well, to answer your question, I would love to see Zero Cash being deployed. I think it has the best privacy, and they were able to make it so that you don't need the ceremony and the trusted setup anymore with Halo 2. So for like 3 or 4 years, it's been truly trust minimized, and it was built for Bitcoin, but for some reason in between 2016 and 2026, Bitcoin forgot completely about this. So I would love to see that technology and maybe try drive chains, which I think are a good way to build other chains that use the same features from altcoins but pay fees to the same miners.
So privacy is a very important to you. So this is one that I fully understand. So without privacy, you don't have a secure money. If the government knows exactly whose money's whose, then you've actually built a CBDC.
It goes beyond that, so it's not just ideological, it's also technical. Maybe you guys can figure it out without adding privacy, but how do you make the currency fungible, and how do you make sure that the miners are not able to censor certain transactions? Like, ideally, there should be no distinction between a transaction that's sent in my country and one that's sent in Iran, and one that's sent in Russia, and one that's sent in the US, Australia, whatever. So
Yes.
if you want
Yeah,
this
yeah.
to be sound money and you want it to be censorship resistant, right now Bitcoin's censorship resistance relies on game theory, which means that if one miner does not like your transaction, he can not pick it up, and maybe some other miner has the incentive to collect the transaction fee. But it's not perfect. It's not like the
Right.
currency is truly fungible. You can also make distinction between a coin that was used on the Silk Road and one that was mined 10 minutes ago.
One
And
that
if you
Cash
really want to
used,
have
yeah.
real internet money, this should not be a distinction that you can make. And this public ledger, we used to not be too concerned about it because it's pseudonymous, but right now anyone with access to an LLM can just type an address and ask about the whole history and just make a series of queries. And that gets them pretty close to the software that blockchain analysis has. And I know that you're gonna tell me about Cash Fusion and stuff like this, which is a version of the
No,
coin
actually,
join.
I wasn't. I'm going to tell you something better, but yeah, no, carry on. But
You're still not able to hide the amounts, and that's one of the problems, because you can do as many mixes as you want. Chainalysis can see in between inputs and outputs when you enter these coin joins. So let's say you have one Bitcoin, you're gonna mix that and pay some fees. At the end, if you consolidate all of that and you still have one Bitcoin minus the fees, it's kind of obvious that it was you. Or if you join
right,
KYC exchanges, well, you're still gonna have to register, and there's gonna be more information attached to UTXOs. And if that information gets shared across exchanges, which I guess it does, or if the
can't-
government collects from
it
all
certainly
exchanges.
it gets exchanged across, like in Europe, for example, with Mika, it gets exchanged across all the different tax offices and goes to the home country of the tax office. But the thing is that with that, a privacy coin isn't even allowed on that. So it makes that null and void. So one of the things, I give a lot of thought, like to the. I know there's a big thought here with transparent chains and pros and cons. So I gave a lot of thought into that, because I was looking at Monero at the time. Monero is also very interesting, and I do think for a pure privacy coin, very interesting and an interesting one to use. Is that the only way you can truly make sure that the chain is auditable is through being a transparent layer. So having transparent layer one, for me, after all the research that I did, to the best of my understanding, is absolutely the foundation of global sound money. So you can see there's no funny business going on. And in Monero, everyone, I've heard it so many Monero people saying, it is accountable. No, it's not. There's so many ways that there could be bugs in there and hacks to basically generate coins that no one would be able to easily find. But when it comes to like privacy, so you're right, there is some challenges there. So you can use Cash Fusion. I wasn't going to talk about it, but you mentioned it. But I agree, there's some challenges there. So from a UX point of view, it's not so easy. It's certainly not for a new person. You have to be careful, because as you say, if you take your one BCH, you use Cash Fusion, and then you make a spend or change, if it's one BCH or over, it will just use all of those transactions. They'll come together, and with chain analysis, it's probably not too difficult with today's computing power to put that and link that to the person in those cases. And privacy needs to be a thoughtless thing, right? You just need to be able to use your wallet and not think 2 seconds about it, and it just does its privacy thing. That it has to be at that level if you switch on privacy. But the points that I wanted to discuss was where the direction that BCH is going is truly innovative. So talking about layer 2 solutions, like here is actually a possibility that's actually very interesting. With all the new covenants that have been unlocked on BCH, there's a lot of work, again, Jason Dreisner, check it out on Zero Knowledge Proofs, is to actually create the copies, whether it's Monero or Zcash or whatever. It could be the most modern, exciting, exotic privacy tech that's out there, and that's possible. And this allows for a lot more free market. So, for example, Monero, perhaps there is a backdoor. There could be. Maybe there's a backdoor for Zcash. Maybe they're all backdoored, but by certain different agencies. No one knows. But if you, but Monero can't just change its, to change its privacy thing is to change its entire chain. Whereas Bitcoin Cash, the direction it's going is to basically offer what privacy do you want? That's what you can have, and then you can tap into the same thing. And then of course your transactions. So on the blockchain, nothing's happening. You've got a load of you've got money that are all together. Things are happening. But from an outside perspective, nothing's changing. The value of how much BCH you've got in there is changing, but nothing is visible from outside. So all that people would be able to see is money going into that, and then finally, when you want to leave that privacy realm, the money coming out. But that's exactly the same as any privacy tech today. So you've got to get money onto Zcash or Monero or some way, right? It's got to get, and that's a point that's transparent. It gets in, it's in the system, it does its thing. And then you exit it at some point if you exit that system, and then they can see that too. So there'd be no difference there. And this is something I think it's like the options that are planned to be possible on Bitcoin Cash is for me vastly more superior, because I do imagine that especially with AI with Mythos, and there'll be backdoors found, there'll be hacks found, and probably all the privacy tech that's out there is. It wouldn't surprise me if it's all sort of compromised at a certain point, and that'll be hugely damaging for those chains. But for a chain where you get to choose your privacy, that's just, hey, then we move from this one, we move from this solution to another one.
Yeah, the main thing again is like right now everyone associating private keys with individuals, whereas with these kinds of contracts and covenant logics and whatnot, we're really breaking it up, and this is such a way that like you can have one address receive everything, but have multiple different conditions to actually unlock them depending on how you actually set everything up. So you won't even know who or what even conditions are is even allowing everything to go through, right? So there's still a secondary break in terms of identifying people and the actual authorization of whatever.
Yeah, so basically, like we're thinking of like imagine like just a giant obfuscated coin join as a big smart contract, and then people could extract funds from it. So I mean, you can think of privacy solutions in that direction, like done just using the like Bitcoin Cash script and the VM. Where it's sort of like, it's just like it's in user space, as it were. It's not like enforced by the chain itself. So that's one potential thing in the future that people can build. But I got a message from Jeremy of the Bitcoin Cash podcast. He was asking me, like, just back to the original question of like, what would it take to bring you specifically, Vlad, to BCH? Like he said basically, well, BTC doesn't have either of those things that you're talking about. But I guess, have you abandoned BTC, and are you sort of thinking of Zcash as your preferred thing, or?
No, I was hoping that we're gonna get BIP 300, and I'm more hopeful now that there's gonna be a hard fork of BIP 300 launching, that maybe it's gonna push. Like, there's some
What
game
is BIP
theory in
300?
place.
I'm not keeping track of your BIPs, man. Like, what's going on?
Oh,
with you?
drive
What is
chains, like this thing where
Oh,
you
okay.
have merged mined side chains for every
Oh.
possible use case, and there's also a Zcash sidechain in there, which is updated to the latest version of ZeroCoin and ZeroCash, not ZeroCoin. And yeah, I mean, I was hoping we're gonna get that.
Well, isn't it possible to just have drive chains implemented on Bitcoin Cash? Or
I
like
think probably right now, yeah.
You can do it with Upcat, I think.
So why are you still in BTC then? Is it because it's it's the one higher hash rate, more security? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be directing your podcast. I apologize.
No, that's a good question. Like, maybe it's social, but at the same time, it's also the fact that it's my first love in a way. So, also the way that I understand Bitcoin nowadays has more to do with a code base than it does to do with a specific coin. So I see this as software, not just a token that has an exchange ticker attached to it. So if you ask me, like, there are a lot of projects that are Bitcoin because they specifically do the same thing or share the code base. Litecoin is a Bitcoin. Bitcoin Cash is a Bitcoin. Zcash is a version of Bitcoin that has this privacy optimization.
I think of it that way too. Dogecoin, yeah, I think of it that way too.
Dogecoin is a Bitcoin, yeah. Dash is a Bitcoin, even though they made some changes which make it different. Monero is not a Bitcoin because it's a different protocol. It's crypto node. It's not borrowing Satoshi's code. Maybe it borrows ideas from Satoshi regarding technology, but it's very different. So the way that I see it is that you have this...
The Bitcoins, multiple, plural, right?
Exactly, or Bitcoin is like Linux. Like, would you say that Debian is a Linux, but Fedora is not, or something?
Well, that's interesting. That's a pretty open-minded point of view. I think that's a healthy point of view from my perspective, so cool.
Like, what is a Linux? Something that has Linux in its name, or something that shares the code base?
Yeah, I guess you can with Linux you can restrict it like, oh, if it runs a Linux kernel, which is like a canonical kernel, but even that can have forks. We'd still call it Linux. So yeah, it's the technology, yeah, that is Linux. Yeah, it's a good way to think of it.
So you mentioned that basically if BCH can say that we have opt-in privacy and it's at I haven't looked at, I actually wrote down zero cash. That sounds really interesting. So I'm gonna look into that. But if we manage to do that, you think that would actually bring a good section of people that are in BTC, or I don't know, I'm just curious, like, whether that would be like a thing that would attract a lot of people in terms of that. Okay, now you can opt out, and by default the chain is always going to be transparent, but now we also have a solution that if you want to do you want to do like completely private transactions on BCH, here's the specialized wallet to do it, and we make it easy.
No, I don't
Like,
think you should look at me as like being representative for a group of people, because I'm very weird in this way. Even my podcast audience is divided and weird, but I love them all because they're very smart. Like, I don't know what it is about my show. It's not super popular. I don't go viral too often, maybe once or twice a year. 2 years ago, I got canceled because I had Roger Veer on my show. But anyway, I'm really proud of my audience.
What happened?
Like on YouTube or what? How'd you get canceled?
What happened? What?
No, canceled as in excommunicated from the BTC church or whatever.
Oh,
I'm not cool anymore. I'm not one of them. When I go to conferences, they look at me like, oh, it's that guy. Oh, you're the guy who interviewed Roger.
See, that's like the culture, right? I mean, this is what I was talking about. Like I don't think I think everyone should be able to speak their minds. And
no, the way that you win is when you make it useful. And to my earlier point about AI, when you're using ChatGPT, you don't have to spend like entire hours explaining the technology behind it like you do in Bitcoin, where you're like, oh, it's the blockchain and it works like this and it sends a block every 10 minutes and blah, 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 and this is the transaction fee and whatever. You just use it, okay? It should get to the point where people figure out natively that this is useful for them and they can use it for something. I think the first kind of moment, like eureka moment in Bitcoin, was Silk Road, where a lot of people were like, okay, this is it. You buy drugs, you get on this marketplace, you get these coins that you can mine with your GPU at the time, and you can get whatever delivered to this pickup point. So for better and for worse, that was the first killer app for Bitcoin. It was the first time when people were like, this is what it's for. You cannot do this with your bank account. It's more difficult to do it with cash, much less convenient. You have like this reputation system where you can see where the vendor, whether or not they're serious and they deliver and whatever. So
equality as well. And it's really interesting because even people that are against drugs and think that it should be illegal, Silk Road basically enabled a way for ensuring the quality, so you weren't getting cut. So at least even if you're against it, you would hopefully rather it to be pure rather than mix with all kinds of crap. And the other thing is that it took away all the drug selling and dealing off the streets. and put it into people's homes, transacting with people online. So it actually sanitized that whole thing. So I think even if people are like really against drugs, they and think they should be illegal, like surely it would be rather that it was done like that than sort of done on street corners, in front of schools and whatever. So yeah, no, Silk Road is a great example of utility. And of course, for something like that, you need robust privacy. It needs to be there. So utility, we've got to win out on utility. That's what I like to hear, because that's the only thing that we're
I'm not sure what
interested
the
in.
next killer use case is gonna be. Maybe prediction markets, maybe something else. But I think to their credit, the Ethereum people were able to not just anticipate what the hype is gonna be about, but create it. Like the ICO mania, the NFT, whatever that was, the DeFi summer. They spearheaded these movements and they made everyone else follow whatever it is that they're doing. The fact that we had ordinals on Bitcoin was a consequence of the NFT era that was happening on Ethereum. So, of course, these use cases were silly, they did not scale, but they fueled the momentum, which brought enough money for them to keep going. And I'm not sure if, in the case of something which is basically a fork of Bitcoin, you can have this excitement. I don't think you have the funding that the Ethereum Foundation has, or the resources. But at the same time, they were able somehow to invent... I think Solana sort of was the leader when it came to meme coins, and that's where most of the action happened.
Absolutely.
But there has to be something that people want and generates like an influx of users somehow.
Generates revenue too. Generates income, and this is because revenue is the ultimate indicator of value. If you're getting paid for someone's finding it valuable, so valuable they'd rather pay for it and give you their money than not. And this is like the crux of success. And no, Bitcoin Cash, it has a market cap of, it was 7 billion, like maybe it's 1 now. I don't know how much it's crashed by.
At Bliss, someone was like, "Oh yeah, we have a market cap of like 8 or something," and I'm like, "Have you checked? I don't know if it's at 8 anymore." Like
every time I look, we've lost some. But
going on that point, I think that's really interesting, and it also goes back to what you said earlier about Tether being on Omni. Counterparty was originally on BTC, and then Vitalik came and he had this idea and he got kind of like pushed away, and he ended up building like Ethereum, and they were like ahead of the game in so many ways in terms of like Bancor, automated market making, algos and all this stuff. And at the end of the day, we sort of, I think there's two things. Number one is that I think we have to sort of acknowledge like what the market wants, right? We're supposed libertarians. We have to acknowledge, hey, that people kind of want to pay for this. Like for example, right now, perp dexes are really big. The prediction markets are really big. That's kind of where the money is. That's where people want to, actually pay their fees and spend their money. Like NFTs are gone. Like people are just doing these different things now. So every cycle is kind of identified a different way. But what they have successfully done is actually like bring users in, which is actually really hard. And not just bring users in, but bring people that are willing to spend money. I mean, in the NFT mania, Jesus, what were they spending for one like Bored Ape Yacht like club token? I think a lot of people lost.
Justin Bieber spent, I'm pretty sure, 13 million, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So
crazy money.
There's some argument to that, and I actually had I was just thinking about that today, and I've had this thought in various sort of fragments, like over maybe the past year. I think in some ways, you can kind of, as long as the ecosystem is maturing and things are growing, eventually we'll just arrive back at P2P cash. Eventually we'll just arrive back at utility. But if we don't have those intermediate steps, like what's funding the, like AI is a great example. They had a lot of years where, nothing was kind of like, everyone was going like, oh, nothing's going to happen. And, something just went like that. So, we could just be early. Like, I hope we're early. I hope we're not like, I hope there's not the end stage of like crypto,
But if this is late, we gotta go to McDonald's and get our jobs back.
I think the main thing that the Bitcoin Cash is really focused on is getting those basic building blocks and those tools in place, so that all these things like privacy, like DeFi, like these kinds of vaults and so on and so forth are actually possible without having, like systemic changes, like on the entire protocols. So this way, again, it's opting in. You're not forcing anyone onto these kinds of changes and choices that you want. You're basically just allowing people the option to seek it out if they want to, right? I think that's the main thing. And yeah, unfortunately, I do also have to drop out soon, but it was great to, be chatting with you guys and stuff.
Oh, thank you for
Cool.
coming.
Yeah, thanks for joining, man. Jerry,
Yeah,
thank you.
thanks for letting me in the room.
So for people listening to this on Spotify tomorrow, this was Jerry who's dropping out. He's the one with the jet plane sound or the radio intermission.
Which one
He's
away?
flying in a first class. He's flying his private jets, right? If you're not
It's,
watching, we're just listening. That's how the BCH guys travel.
It's a
It's the fan with the frequencies. They're like
I
trying
don't know
to,
what's going
they
on.
got
So
like lasers on his house. Like trying to like figure out what he's saying because he's in BCH so long. It's like these guys have like laser guns.
anyways, thanks for having me on, guys. See you later.
Thanks for
Everyone.
coming, man.
Take care,
Good to see
Jerry.
you.
I was looking
Yeah,
at
I
the
thought-
chat and I realized that we don't really have questions. It's just people commenting, but nobody asking any question.
Oh, could you read some comments out? Like, what's the feedback? How are people finding it? Is there lots of Bcash is trash? That's the sort of the vibe that we used to have in the past.
No, I don't think these people are listening, or
What a
not yet.
shame.
I have to step
Someone
away for a
said that
minute. I'll
my
be back.
shirt is on point.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Oh, with
it's
the
green.
pizza?
It has the pizza on it because it was pizza day last week.
Yeah, it's really cool shirt. Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'll just step away for a second. We'll just turn off my camera.
I do want to have a conversation about wallets, but before that, let me put on another one of these codes that you can scan. So if you want to claim, I don't even know how much this is, like $1.50 of BCH. You just scan this and you're gonna be able to claim it. I have
It's probably $10 when they filled it up like 10 minutes ago, but Sorry,
I
it was
have
a joke
two
with the price
more
crashing.
codes after this one, so be fast, think fast, claim this. And my recommendation is that you can use it for Nano GPT and maybe ask Claude some questions. Claude is amazing. Like, if you asked me last year, well, not last year, a year ago, if you told me,
Yeah.
Vlad, one day you're gonna go on one of these Nano GPT platforms or whatever, and you're gonna pay $100 just for like building a website with Claude, I would be like, that's stupid. I can use ChatGPT and Grok for free or whatever. But now, like, man, it's so worth it. Like, it's so cool. I didn't have like the click, the aha moment with AI until there was Claude. And we have to remember that at some point ChatGPT was struggling so much to find like a proper use case or justification that people were making Studio Ghibli images with it. Because usually I think it was just a novelty for a while and people were just asking questions like, hey, what is this or whatever, some facts, and they were trying to get information from it. But they were not using it for building stuff or for actually doing something productive. And I think Claude, and I'm happy it's not ChatGPT that's the leader right now because I don't like these guys. They give me very bad vibes, like Sam Altman or whatever.
Sam Altman has definitely got some weird vibes, and that guy that just killed himself, like I don't know, like definitely some creepy vibes.
You can like you can sort of like dig into it, like when OpenAI like had that thing where they're gonna split with like Microsoft, and then they like rejigged it, but now it's all like these like people that used to work in the government. There's like so much that like there's so much that goes into it that's like super interesting if you really dive into it. But I think OpenAI is struggling because I've been noticing that they're not Codex, but if you use their main chat app, the responses have degraded like dramatically from like ChatGPT 4 to 5. They used to get they're limiting the token output like for sure. Like you can actually you try now and you do more complex things, but you can actually see it isn't actually performing as well as it used to. So I think there's this thing coming where the real cost of AI, and as you know, if you use Nano GPT, you can see the balance just You like put $200 in a nano GPT, right? You just kind of see like, wow, it's a real AI. It's actually kind of expensive, but you kind of go like you say, Vlad, you go up, but it's also worth it, right? Because I'm getting so much from it. So I feel like OpenAI, and you haven't seen this thing with Anthropic as much. So I think what's happening internally in OpenAI probably is like they're really dealing with these massive costs, and they're going like, okay, like how do we rein in these costs? So I wouldn't be surprised. I could be wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised if OpenAI turns out to be like the Netscape navigator of the .com era, that they were like the first guys to really do it, but then it's like now they've run into a problem where they can't solve. And from I wouldn't say for specific agentic stuff, but I think for everything I've seen so far from Anthropic, just seems to be like always like one step ahead. I play around with a lot of local models. I've got my own local setup with my 490, like running all these models and so on and so forth. Like Anthropic is the one that can like connect like really like disconnected things, and there's like one step ahead of everyone else. So Claude is, despite all the recent criticisms with they're charging more for that, because everyone was using that max $200 plan, right, and trying to like milk it. Basically I think they're still the frontier right now.
Yeah, and what I like about it, and I know we're supposed to talk about BCH, we'll get to that
It's all
eventually.
related.
What I like about it is that Claude tells me when I'm wrong. He's like, no, that's a bad idea. You shouldn't do that. And with ChatGPT or Grok, they're providing me more assurance. Like, oh, that's a good idea. Let's try that.
Right.
But Claude is like, no, from a design perspective, like if I'm coding a website, let's say, tells me, that you shouldn't do that. It's a bad choice. It's not a good idea. Let me give you another suggestion. It's like having an engineer friend who's next to you, and he's like, yeah, we can do it like this.
I hear people saying the exact opposite with Claude, and this is what I love with the AI is that. So I think that's also great. I think it's really good because it's giving you that guidance actually that if you had a real engineer friend that would do that, it's like, hey, that's a really bad idea. Let's do it like this, and you would pay good money for that. And you can just see there that the flavors of AI are just like Callisti, who was on. He would be the first one to say, he got really fed up with being told what was a bad idea or what to do, or go to bed, for example. It's like, hey, you're just a tool. Shut up. Do what I tell you.
But I would actually. So I play a lot with different models. I would argue that if you play with all the models, so Codex is really like precise, right? And Quen is really precise. But actually, that higher level thing of going like, hey, stop, like think about this. That's actually, I think, harder in AI than to use a smaller model and tell it the exact that synthesis Claude does have, where it is I mean, if you use it both, I think you'll find it's a little bit more creative. That's kind of like the edge the Chinese AI models don't seem to like hit. That you don't get that like, and apparently Anthropic is engineering it for that it's supposed to kind of be more like you say, like Vlad, like a personal engineer friend. They're actually like calibrating and tuning and training for that. But I actually feel like that if you think about like your own work, that is for like the hard thing, right? Like you throw an idea out and you get criticized, and then you throw it back, and then maybe it just goes, hey, go to sleep, like you're just overthinking now, so I think if you think about it in terms of like cognitive ability, that's actually like the harder thing to reach than an agent or a model that follows your commands precisely. And okay, like Claude's obviously not perfect, but I'm saying in the full range of models, okay, like Claude's degraded their like Claude Code a little bit. Their APIs are still really good, which is still probably why Vlad doesn't feel it if he's using Nano GPT, which is direct API access. But it does have that little extra thing where it connects things that feel disconnected like together, which is like the real frontier. So that's like sort of like the extra 3 or 4% you see on the benchmark it has. And benchmarks are bullshit, by the way. Like, you read benchmarks and supposedly Minimax is like smarter than Claude, right? If you use both, that's definitely not true.
There, guys, you're missing one important thing. So you guys using Claude's for building stuff. Do you know what really amazes me is the fact that when I was a kid, I used to watch Knight Rider, and you had to kit the car, and you could talk, talk to the car and all these things. So I drive a Tesla, and I say, okay, hey Grok, and it's coming on, and I can literally sit and have very deep conversations with Grok. I can run through business ideas, strategy. I can run through all kinds of things. I can even speak to it in German and tell me, hey, be nitpicky. Tell me all the grammatical errors. And just so I'm having quite deep conversations in the car, and that is just crazy to think. A year ago that was just not possible, not at that level. And today I'm having conversations where it's really funny. Like on some points, it's telling me something, and I'm thinking, hey, I really don't agree with that. And if anyone that knows me, I have some strong points, and you have to have a pretty convincing argument to make me change my opinion, and I will. But it needs to be convincing. And I've got into situations where I've been arguing with AI, and by the end of the argument, it's like, okay, shit, you've won. Your point actually makes more sense, and that's wild. I think that what a crazy time when you think the acceleration of AI and that growth, that exponential growth over the last couple of years, it has been insane. And when did Claude come out? When did Grok 4 come out? Like a lot of this stuff is only really 2025, where it was just like, okay, this is really powerful now. And in just this year alone, for me, it's or the last sort of 6 months, it's been growing still. So hopefully we see that sort of exponential with crypto usage, adoption, and all the sort of wonderful utility that you're looking for, Vlad, to be a BCHer. It's a nice exponential. By the way, guys, I got to go. It's really late. It was really fantastic talking with you, Vlad. Really appreciate being on here and appreciate your show. I can't say I've watched them all, but I have seen several of your, probably ones that have gone more viral. And no, I really hope that you, would love to see you at some point. As I said, Slovenia is not that far away. Every year we have the BCH Bliss conference. It'd be great to have you there, because I think there's a lot going on in this chain that is unaware for many people, probably including yourself. Hopefully today we've highlighted some of the things that are interesting and might intrigue you to come and check that out. One thing's for sure is that the culture, like for people that are, I'm going to say this, don't want it to come arrogant, because when I go to Bliss, I was the most stupid person in the room. So when you join, you're surrounded by very intelligent people, but also very, the average BCHer is pretty humble, pretty smart, but very humble. So I think you would find yourself very like just fitting in, actually. And there's, I love the BCH community. They're also, they're kind of geeky, and I get that vibe with you, Vlad. You love, you don't go with the trend, right? You really love the technicals. You like the geeky side. I think you would be like a pea in a pod, to be honest. You'd be like, shit, this is my family. I'm home, and you'd be more than welcome. And even if you end up saying, hey, BCH is shit, you'd be like, hey, that's fine. We love you, even if you're a retard. That's fine.
I appreciate it, thank you. But to be honest, like there's so much interesting stuff that you can do on a chain like BCH, and it gives a lot of information about what's possible on Satoshi's design. Like on top of it, what we could have had on Bitcoin if we did not have that social and political context with it. And it's part of decentralization, and it's permissionless, it's beautiful, and I want to see more of this, to be honest. Like, I look forward to the Ecash fork, which is launching in August. It's maybe the Bitcoin Cash of the decade, and we're gonna see more.
Ecash too.
Yeah, we're gonna see more of the community leaving for that one, and maybe that they're able to figure out something else. And who knows when we're gonna finally get to the Claude of crypto. Something that everyone agrees that is really great.
This is awesome. Yeah. That's what I want to get to. This is really great. This genuinely improves my life. This helps me achieve to do more, or that's where we want to get to. So cheers to that. That's a pretty cool way of ending it. Great talking, and hopefully we get to see each other soon. And yeah, take care.
Bye,
Finish out.
Fiendish.
See you, Finish.
I
Okay,
I am probably gonna bounce as well, unfortunately.
Oh, I guess I joined like too late. But yeah, if I knew, I would have.
No, it's not too
earlier.
late.
Like I actually saw it on the thing. I was like, wow, it's really interesting. And then, yeah. Now
There's a
now
chance more people join. There's a couple of people trying to get back home. So
are these like marathons? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
All
kind
right,
of the
but yeah.
concept. I'm supposed to
But yeah,
take on
it's so
the
funny.
Bitcoin Cash
sorry.
army.
It's so funny that actually I was joking with Calin on the first day of Bliss. Ironically, when I first got there, which was like 2 days before the actual conference, the first 4 or 5 hours was literally just talking about the new Ecash fork with Paul and the drive chains and like what's actually gonna happen, like are they actually gonna, like how high is it gonna go, it was just fascinating, like just it's just that open discussion of like you can talk about anything like in Bitcoin Cash, and like people even talk about maybe some of us should buy it because maybe this thing will like go up, so like I think I think they'll probably beat Amari's. What's Amari's called? Oh, Amari's also called Ecash. I forgot. So basically, I think they have a good chance. I think they have a good chance of beating ZEC. I don't even know how to define. Do we call it Ecash drive chain and Ecash Amari? Like I'm not really sure how to. But I actually do. I actually do think the name thing. I do think he's like a little egotistical, but I think the name thing. It was quite a good marketing, like rage marketing thing. Like maybe he actually thought, he kind of realized, hey, if I go for Ecash, it's gonna like make this whole social media thing. I don't know, but I think they probably will get funded. They're funded, I'm pretty sure, and these sides. So yeah, I'm actually pretty gonna watch out for how that goes.
I just want to jump in real quick, say I gotta go. But Vlad, thanks for having me on. And I will echo everything Fiend just said about Bliss. It'd be great to see you there next year. And you can join our 4 a.m. poker games.
Oh, I'm not sure if it's a good idea because I'm going to lose at 4 a.m.
I did. All right. Have a good one.
Take it easy, Kyle.
Bye, Kyle.
Once again, so Kyle is behind the BCH University, right? For people listening on Spotify and not seeing us.
Yeah, that's right.
So I feel like I've missed the opportunity, and we're about 4 hours 36 minutes into the live stream. I wanted to ask more about Fulcrum, because that's something that's really big. It's being used by Cake Wallet for SPV. It's something which is sort of like Electrum, but I don't understand what is different about it compared to Electrum. And it works with BTC, I think Litecoin also.
Yeah, BTC, Litecoin, and BCH. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So tell me more about it.
Okay. So it's middleware software that indexes aspects of the blockchain, and aspects of the blockchain which would be relevant to a wallet like Electrum. And so there's this thing called the Electrum protocol, which is what the Electrum wallet speaks, and it expects an Electrum server that speaks that protocol. And Fulcrum does this job. It's speaking the Electrum protocol. It acts like middleware between the Bitcoin node and the wallet. And so, and it's very popular now. So there's several such software packages that do this. There's Electrum X, there's Electors, and there's Fulcrum. There's one from Blockstream called like Electors Explorer or something. There's a bunch of different implementations that do this. It's basically just software that knows how to talk to the Electrum wallets. And the Fulcrum is very popular because it's one of the faster ones. It's fast, like for the hardware requirements and disk space requirements it has, it's very fast. It's faster than Electrum X or Electors. And so it's gained popularity. I initially wrote it for BCH because I wanted something. I didn't like the existing options that we had on BCH, and so I just wrote it in C++, and it's really fast, and so I'm happy with it. And then like the BTC people, then I added Bitcoin BTC support later because I figured like it would get a lot more stress testing on BTC because you guys have sort of different, you have like different problems on the BTC chain. You often have a full mempool. For example, we don't on BCH. So that code path for the mempool code wasn't being exercised on BCH, but on BTC it is. So I was like, oh, let me just port this over to BTC. I'll see if my mempool code in Fulcrum is good. And then so I ported over to BTC. And initially when I had it support BTC, people were kind of against it. They're like, oh man, you don't let the BTC people get like this good software that we have. I was like, dude, this is just gonna help us anyway. Because like if they find bugs or whatever, like, or if they ask for features, like it'll help BCH. So yeah, so Fulcrum is running on BTC, Litecoin, and the Litecoin support. I don't use Litecoin much. There's actually I got paid to do that. Like some company paid me just to add Litecoin because they wanted to use it on Litecoin. So I don't actually personally use Litecoin much at all. So Yeah. So that's Fulcrum. Yeah, it's like middleware software that knows how to talk to the Electrum wallets.
I was actually curious, what is the general consensus about Litecoin in the Bitcoin Cash community? Because there's sort of an overlap in terms of purpose and also adoption for payments.
Yeah. I mean, Litecoin has a 2.5-minute block time, right? It's got also like that optional privacy layer, which isn't used as much as people had hoped. But I mean, we see it as a competitor. Like we want, like our thing is we consider Litecoin semi-evil because they've adopted some of the narratives that BTC has, which I believe originate from like the banksters and the CIA and all that. So they've adopted some of those. They've internalized some of the values, like no hard forks and shit like this. Like they want to keep the block. Well, you know, they're not like their scaling strategy seems like a non-strategy to me. You know, they've adopted SegWit. So like we see them as kind of like slightly evil in that they've internalized some of the values that Bitcoin has that are toxic. But on the same token, they're actually like they have 2.5-minute block times. Like a lot of people use them to just like move between exchanges because they have faster confirmation times. Right. And then they have this privacy layer too, which so we see them as competition, and we see them as like, yeah, we want to be better than Litecoin in every possible use case, or at least most of them. Namely, that's one of the motivations why maybe reducing the block time on Bitcoin Cash might be a good idea, because then like why would you use Litecoin? I don't know. Hope that answered the question.
I think they're also building something like a virtual machine, which they call LitVM, sort of like a fork of BitVM. I'm just surprised. So for a long time, Litecoin was like the test chain for Bitcoin, like the place
Right, you
that
guys called
has
it the silver, right? Yeah.
yeah
It
the
was
silver
the
to gold's Bitcoin, whatever. That was the narrative. But
yeah.
SegWit was activated in
On Litecoin
April
first, right?
on Litecoin, and then it came in August, I think, on Bitcoin. There was also the Lightning Network that was first tested on Litecoin for a live network. And I'm not sure how it went with Taproot, but it also had that. I think the issue is that they had so many opportunities to spearhead some stuff that's being discussed in Bitcoin and show that it's safe, or just get some developers to work on their chain, have that brain drain happening, because it was more socially acceptable for developers to work on Litecoin than Bitcoin Cash for reasons which
sure.
I don't understand fully, but I think it has more to do with the funding that they're getting or the source of their funding. But
I mean, from my
I'm just
point of
not sure
view-
why they didn't do anything.
I mean, they're captured.
Wasn't there?
From my point of view, they're captured. You know, that's where they're part of the problem. It's like the same people captured them. They captured Bitcoin. I mean, that's my honest answer. I mean, we can, you know, you can argue with me. Maybe some of my facts.
But the
are
number
wrong,
is not going up, so it doesn't follow
it
the
wasn't
same
necessary.
pattern.
So why would you want, if they're captured anyway, like why would you want the number to go up necessarily? I mean, if you know the Bitcoin is the BTC is the one you pump, right?
I think the issue with Litecoin and the reason why the price does not pump is the merge mining with Dogecoin. So it's possible that Elon Musk destroyed Litecoin by pumping Dogecoin, which is
Interesting.
still top 10, I think.
Interesting.
And the miners are
Oh, yeah.
incentivized
Huh.
to sell the Litecoin and keep the Dogecoin.
Oh yeah, is it? It's not
If my
merge mining, but
memory-
it's the same hardware, right? Mine's both. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If my memory serves, it was also like how long does this go by? I remember Charlie Lee sort of dumped all his coins at some point. There was this thing, and then they had the issue of the foundation, and he was going around saying, "Oh, like there's no money to develop anything on like Litecoin. We have to do the foundation." I remember there was some like political stuff on Litecoin that kind of made them like move slower than they would have. But my sort of exact memory is a little.
Oh,
murky
I
on
have
it.
very
don't-
good memory of that. That was December 2017, very close to Christmas, like 1 week before Christmas, I think. And Charlie Lee announced that he dumped his coins. He was the best trader of the whole cycle. Like he anticipated.
Yes, I remember that. He literally like it was the peak, right? This is like the peak. He sold like exactly. Was it that cycle? Was it the top of BTC was like 20? Is it 20,000? I think it was
Yes.
very short. Was it very short time?
And for Litecoin, it was like
literally, I think
$350.
Right, and he literally like timed it like exactly like where it was like And then I think like after that, it feels like Litecoin never really sort of came back as the full Litecoin. I remember they tried to do games, and I remember talking to people that were into Litecoin, but it seemed like after that, for whatever reason, like Litecoin sort of maybe it's like a loss of faith or something after that. And then I remember, yeah. So I think, but I don't think the BCH. I mean, I can't speak for the BCH community, but I don't remember the early BCH community to be like, oh, like Litecoin is like we don't. I think we were actually advocating, in my memory, like very much for multi-currency and currencies should compete. And then we were also dealing with our internal issues, right? Like you said with earlier in the chat with like Craig Wright and so on and so forth. So I don't remember. I just remember a lot about.
Well, we were pissed off
BTC.
early on. I mean, they were about like not increasing the block size, and also they implemented SegWit, which we thought was.
I think they were the same. They were kind of like the same tribe, if I remember correctly. Like Vlad said, it was sold as like the silver to Bitcoin, because at the time I don't think Lightning was like fully there. Lightning was still very early, and then it was so. I remember like people going like, okay, use Bitcoin Cash, and then they would be like, okay, like we got just use Litecoin, don't use Bitcoin Cash, because Litecoin is like the silver. And then there was that. So like Goku is like BTC, and then Vegeta is like Litecoin, and they were like, high-fiving each other. That was like the meme, And then so I felt like they were very much, part of the same tribe. But I don't remember anyone in BCH saying like, oh, don't use Litecoin. It always felt like to me that, oh, like you say, they were like competitors. And it feels like to me like now we've got sort of like more data in terms of how much time has passed, that over time, BCH just kind of stuck around and survived all these battle tested, and we were continually upgrading. We just upgraded in May, and we have we have functions, we have bounded loose, a bunch of, two other things that'll. Yeah, and
then Litecoin is doing like LitVM, right? Which is basically an Ethereum thing. It's like account based. Is that what it is? So
I don't know.
Do you know, Vlad?
No, it's not account based.
Oh, because they're marketing it as like just like super compatible with Ethereum. I don't know. I have to look into it. I really haven't paid attention. Are they actually upgrading the opcodes to do more smart contract stuff, or?
I haven't seen any of that, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, it seems like from the market. I mean, it's hard, it's marketing material. It seems like they're marketing it as like a Web3, blah blah blah. So that to me just speaks like of Ethereum Solidity contracts. I don't know. We'll see.
I still don't know what the Web3 is. When I was in university doing my research 10 years ago, Web3 was about decentralizing servers. So being able to self-host your content and interact with the rest of the network without using centralized services. That was the definition of Web3. Now it's like, oh, Web3, where you can wrap your data into tokens and sell your data to whoever you want, and you have the freedom to choose who gets your data. And I'm like, really? That's what it means to you right now?
Yeah, that term has been co-opted. Like, yeah. So I don't know. What I'm looking at is like they claim like it's compatible with Solidity. It's like Ethereum compatible. So I don't know. LitVM sounds like another extension that's kind of just in its own sub-universe of Litecoin, just like the way their MWeb is, their Mimblewimble. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah.
Do you guys have any opinion about stuff like Caspa or Quai, which are like these avant-garde proof-of-work chains that are designed to scale?
I haven't looked into them at all. I should probably formulate it more from an informed opinion on that. I don't know much about them.
They're very different in design. Like, they don't share anything in terms of code base with Bitcoin. They are made specifically with this idea that they should push proof of work to its absolute highest scaling limits and prove that in Ethereum there was this argument that they need proof of stake for finality in DeFi. And they want to prove that you never actually needed that, and it was a false promise.
Okay. So by pushing it to its limits, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean by pushing it to its limits? Like, just like pre-consensus?
Like they have 10-second blocks, and they say they have instant finality. In Caspa, they mine, I think, 10 blocks per second or whatever.
Okay.
and they don't orphan any blocks. I mean, all blocks are included, even the orphaned ones.
Okay, like uncles or whatever, like in Ethereum. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I'd have to look into the. I mean, some of these designs, like they sound like pie in the sky, and they might have like technical holes in them, you know, where it's like it's too good to be true, and it sometimes is. You know, you have to see. I have to look at the design. I have to look at the white paper. I'm not familiar with them in detail. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry to cut you off, Joey.
Oh no, I was gonna say like, yeah, I have looked into them like a little bit, and one of the key things I think I do, and I do agree heavily with BTC, Maxi is that it's really hard to recreate Bitcoin. And I always go, whenever someone goes like, oh, we should do like a new chain and not follow, and it's like it's really hard to it's almost impossible, right? Like if you think about I think it's actually in the Bitcoin standard. It's almost so whenever you try to do proof of work again, all the incentives have changed. Like, everything has changed because now you're launching in a market where everyone's going to jump in and start mining the tokens because the tokens immediately have value. And so whenever there's a new proof of work chain, it's so hard to recreate that exact condition of what Satoshi did. And I think that is basically unrecreatable because you can't go back in time when exchanges didn't exist. You can't go back in time when nobody understands cryptocurrency. And I think that is if we want to argue about Bitcoin Cash, that's why we hung on to like the Genesis block, right? And we did a fork. Otherwise, you look at for example, like what's it called? Nix, is it Nix chain or Casper? And yeah, you can do proof of chain, you can do proof of work again, but I think the reason why it's so hard is because you can't recreate those conditions that Bitcoin was made like again. And that's one thing I really agree, with the BTC argument of that, the Genesis block is really important because you can't go back in time and recreate those conditions. We've seen where mining tokens, the moment they appear, now people just you don't call it a pre-mine, you just like have a plan to pay an exchange, and then you tell a group of friends that you can mine it on CPU, and like how do you you can't go back to when none of this was liquid, right? And that was the genesis of Bitcoin. So however they do it, I think it's yeah, I made my point. So
yeah, is there any ongoing conversation, or was there any conversation about changing the mining algorithm to not compete with Bitcoin for hash rate anymore? Or is Bitcoin Cash this long-term bet that the miners will eventually come to BCH?
Long-term bet, yes.
Long-term, yeah. I haven't heard anyone say that we would move away from the SHA-256. I'll go, yeah. Yeah, I think the long-term bet is that I think if you look at the entire history, like BCH is pretty much the only successful fork of Bitcoin. Like what did you have? You had like Bitcoin Gold, we had all the other forks and whatever, right? Like everyone, and we are the only one. And by the way, I think the difference between someone just forking and trying to make a new Bitcoin to what happened with Bitcoin Cash is that Bitcoin Cash was formed genuinely from a debate on BTC. We actually were forked genuinely because we had the block size debate and a bunch of people decided to go a different way. So the genesis of the fork is really different to just going like, oh, I'm gonna just like do a Bitcoin Gold. And so I think it is a long-term bet that if we can, build up the ecosystem and build up the demand and people start realizing, well, all these upgrades are adding up and dApps are being built and apps and businesses are starting to like come onto Bitcoin Cash and, modeling their things now. We have the technological primitives to do so, that eventually we will just slowly get a little bit more of that hash rate. And maybe at 10%, people will kind of go like, okay, this is something that can really like, challenge Bitcoin a little bit. At least that's what I think. I don't know. Obviously, I don't speak for the community, so.
We were right, damn it, and the world's going to recognize this eventually. So
yeah, just smoke more, and then basically, yeah, eventually it'll happen.
Yeah. or at least we'll die trying. Because like, yeah, the debate was, it was about a technical debate. So we'll carry the torch forward as far as it goes.
My cat wants to go outside and I gotta take him out because I can't fight with the forces of nature. Is it fine if
Okay.
we take a 5-minute break and then we come back and continue the
Sure, I'll be
conversation?
around. Yeah, I actually got to eat something a little bit, so I need a snack. So yeah, sure, that actually
Oh,
works. For me.
someone came. Someone showed up.
Just
So
now, just
this
now.
is like
So
a
I just- that's not it.
teaser of what's coming. There's Roscoe Cullis who's joining.
Oh, no way.
Hello, Roscoe.
Hey.
Hi, Roscoe. I guess you're the unlucky one because you showed up like 5 hours ago.
Yeah. But
And then you said you were gonna come back later. And now I was just telling them that we're taking a 5-minute break so I can take my cat outside and then be back and
Sounds
continue
good.
the conversation.
Sounds good.
But you coming is like fresh blood pumping into this conversation, which has been going for almost 5 hours now. And
kinda
I can
crazy.
still keep going. It's a marathon.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I wouldn't be able to do that for sure.
It's my
But,
job. I love it.
Sounds good.
So let me put this on the screen. You can claim some free BCH by scanning this. Now I'm gonna go take my cat outside. You guys still have the microphones on, so if you want to talk in my absence, like behind my back, you can actually do it. But I'll be back in 5 minutes. I gotta do what my cat wants because apparently he's the master of the house.
They're the boss.
I'll be back.
Nice.
Okay. Wait, are we still live and stuff?
Yeah, it's.
Are we?
so
Are we?
can see you
Yes.
talking.
Are we?
So-
Are we on
What
the
did I miss?
stream?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's. Oh, wait, I'm checking it now. But there's a QR code over our heads. But
Oh, I see. Right.
so what did I miss? I haven't caught up with the last 5 hours.
Well, he asked us a bunch of questions about like the history of Bitcoin Cash and like sort of. I feel like Vlad sort of is kind of disillusioned with where BTC has gone, and sort of is giving us a forum here to, to say our piece about why BCH is good. Vlad seems very open-minded about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't even remember what we talked about. It's been 5 hours. Yes.
It's also been 5 hours for you, hasn't it?
For me, I was here since the beginning. Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah. No, I joined pretty late, so no, I haven't been here 5 hours.
You Romanians are hardcore.
Yeah. Although, I mean, I feel more like an American than, but yeah.
Fair enough.
I'm ethnically Romanian, true.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I find it so interesting that it's so hard to, the BTC community, they have so many like force fields against things.
Yeah.
You have to sort of, it's like a starship, and there's like 5 layers, and you have to like sort of like fire the phasers and just be like, okay, like this layer, you've been told like this thing, you've been told like this thing is not true, and then they just like restore the shields, and then eventually maybe you'll get to the actual like hull. But it's really interesting to me that it's almost like the discussion, even though like everything circles around BCH basically being the solution or solving a lot of these things. It's like, okay, but there's some other thing that's like starting to do this. But I find that really fascinating. It actually goes to show you how much of that. I wouldn't call it propaganda, but yeah, like the centralizing censorship, like how much that dictated how people think about the BCH brand. And that's something that I think we really need to work to sort of change the image of BCH to let more people know, what we're about and what the technology.
They've internalized these narratives, completely. And I guess all we can do is be open and patient, and if they want to come and ask questions, just to answer them. They've internalized a bunch of narratives that I would argue are kind of false or kind of distorted or skewed. I mean, just the other day I was on Twitter, and like Bitcoin Mechanic, he's that guy, like grass-fed Bitcoin or whatever. He's that guy who partnered with Luke to make Bitcoin Knots, I guess. They want to do that BIP something. I don't know. They're all like they're in like
there's like I think there's like 7. I've lost track.
They want to do that BIP where they sense like where they don't allow the inscriptions on the blockchain. And
Yeah,
so
then
I was
there are like bips that
Oh yeah.
there are bips that basically have no chance of passing, so it just basically gets really confusing.
yeah. So, and he wants a bunch of other stuff like opcodes and stuff. And I was like, dude, that's like Bitcoin Cash, man. Come on. He's like, no, you guys are dumb because you did the block, because big blocks are dumb. I'm like, is that your argument? Like, dude, Satoshi talked about bigger blocks. Like,
But then,
is
but then, but
Satoshi
then
dumb?
they're the same guy. I mean, Luke is literally the guy that went like ideally like it goes down to 300 KB, right?
Yeah.
So they're definitely like completely opposite. They're definitely completely opposite.
Yeah, so
So
I don't know what's up with
I
those
don't
guys,
think we
man.
can sell.
Are they a bunch of clowns? Are they controlled opposition? Like, what's going on with those people with their BIP 354 or whatever it's called? BIP 357. I don't even know what it's called. Do you guys know?
I'm not sure what
I
number
don't.
it is.
I'm not.
But
Yeah,
that
I'm not sure either.
That doesn't really have like widespread support, right?
Oh, it
It's
doesn't.
just
I have no
like-
idea, man.
I don't know. I don't know. Either, but I can't
Yeah.
imagine.
Let me see. Let me look him up. What was his name again? Grassfed Bitcoin. It doesn't have widespread. Yeah, I guess. not.
I don't know. It doesn't sound like something that would have like, and also I feel like
Oh,
kind
BIP
of
110. BIP 110 is what he's talking about. Oh, that's the one. Okay, BIP 110.
versus
I mean,
the
it's going to be quite interesting because if they find out that they do successfully like win the node consensus, right, they'll just find we were right all along that because all the little nodes don't matter to the proof of work. So that'd be quite funny. But I don't think they would get the support just because Core has so much influence, and it doesn't seem like they would have the like it's not easy to execute a fork, right? And we know this from Bitcoin Hash. Like we had tons of resources and tons of people like putting money into early BCH to basically make that happen, and that's why we are the only surviving Bitcoin successful Bitcoin Hash, Bitcoin fork. So I think a lot of people don't realize like in the early BCH days how much money basically went. I mean, you probably know like how much money Amari got and so on and so forth, right? But it wasn't like we did have money like in the first 1 or 2 years. Like there was definitely
the miners the hash rate, like they mined at a loss sometimes, and a bunch of things like that. Yeah, paying for development.
Yeah, so it's almost like I don't think maybe there'll be like a minority fork, that could be a thing. But then if you look at the chances of that becoming a thing where they get like the degen crowd investing in it, right? With a degen crowd, which one would you go for? If you're a degen, would you put your money on? Would you put your money on Paul's Ecash, or would you put your money on Luke? Right? I think I'd put my money on Paul.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just from the pure incentives of like probably Paul has a bunch of guys going to him and going like, oh, we'll fund this because we'll make money off the exchanges and whatnot, right? Maybe that's also happening to the ocean mining guys, but I would think that from what I've seen that they don't have the support, but you never know, But I also it's just great watching them finally like realize, like watching their minds just kind of going like, oh wow, like Core really is Core is everything that we said 8-9 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Like
But for some reason, but still, big blocks are bad.
Yeah.
obviously.
You guys are retarded.
It's so fascinating, right? Because right now they're turning against like Greg. Now he's the infiltrator, and this has been their like figure for so long.
They've identified.
It's just so No, not Greg Maxwell. Like
Greg.
now they're going. Greg Maxwell is they're like, oh, he's compromised. Wow, like that's really something to watch, right? For someone that's like he would call people out for being compromised, and now he's the one getting called.
Jay was just filling us in on the latest BTC drama. So wait, are there two people threatening to fork? There's that Steve Sturzak guy, right?
Is there three guys, right?
And there's the ocean miners. Is it two different groups that want to fork off, or how does that? What's going on in BTC land, man? Bitcoin the crazy. What's going on in crazy land?
So there's Paul, who has been trying to push drive chains for almost a decade, and he's gonna fork off in August. By the way, I'm back, so
hey.
I'm good to go for another 5 hours now.
Awesome! Oh my god!
Wow!
Crazy.
Do we have that many BCH people like coming in to like do the marathon? Oh yeah, sorry, I cut you off, Vlad. What were you gonna say?
No, it's all good. It's my fault for changing the topic, but there's gonna be Paul, and it's possible that 2 other people will surprise us with a fork. I give it like a 70% chance that Luke Dash Jr. is gonna fork off with his cult, because he basically has a mining pool, he has his own
The ocean
implementation
mining.
of the client, he
Okay.
has a cult around a particular idea. I'm sure that he has everything in place to create a hard fork. And it's possible that also Jimmy Song and Samson Mao, they recently
No
launched.
way. Really?
Yeah, they announced
Ah.
something that's called Production Ready, which is their non-profit where you can donate money, and they say that they're gonna basically use the code that's created by Bitcoin Core and maintain something that's like an older version, just in case Core decides to make contentious changes, whatever that means.
Well, I think that's a good safe bet in principle. That's a good safe bet. Yeah.
But the way in which they speak about it almost alludes that they're testing the waters to do a hard fork, and I give that like a 10%
Oh,
chance.
we've seen on Bitcoin Cash before. It starts with like, oh, we're doing an experiment, and then it's not an experiment. I mean, that's what happened with Nix. Is it called Nix? I forgot the Basically, we had our own version of that where it starts off with going like, oh, we just want to do this like test chain, and like kind of like play around with it. But everyone kind of can like sort of intuit that you want to do your own token, basically.
Yeah. Next, yeah, but they were polite about it. They
Yeah.
didn't fork off. They just started a new chain.
Yeah, there was no contention there, I think, right? But I mean,
Mm,
I guess that was from the Bitcoin Unlimited guys, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Peter Eisen?
Yeah. Next,
Yep.
Peter Rising, Bitcoin Unlimited. Yeah, they started their own chain, so they could do more of their ideas over there. Because I guess they felt we weren't being experimental fast enough. So.
Oh, so you're saying that you think Samsung, you kind of think Samsung Mo and Jimmy Song, they're also leaning towards that you think that there's a possibility that they'll also like try to. That's kind of crazy, man. That's like
There's
this is
a
like really
very
crazy.
strong and weird mental derangement happening, where people
Oh.
say, well, we're not happy with these other guys being around and using Bitcoin in ways that we don't approve of. And they got to the point where they created filters which don't work, and then they said, well, we gotta activate this BIP which is gonna disable this type of transactions for being made, and that also happens to coincide with some multi-sigs, and it's really messed up. But the problem is that they built this cult around an idea of what Bitcoin should be, which is not rooted in the technicals of Bitcoin. And if you listen to their arguments but don't understand how Bitcoin works, you're gonna agree on principle. You're gonna be like, yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah, I do want Bitcoin to be used for transactions. But if you don't understand the whole concept of Bitcoin needing to pay the miners and the security budget and the fact that it's a permissionless network, that like these guys argue with a straight face that upper turn messages like arbitrary data on Bitcoin is evil, when Satoshi actually put Chancellor on the brink of second bailout for banks in the first block.
Right. That's a really good point. I actually never thought about that. That's like he was using the op return right at the start. Wow. Yeah.
Like he showed us that you can put data into Bitcoin from the beginning, and there's more of this. Like people were LARPing about CSAM. I'm not sure what you pronounce, like CSAM, whatever, like child porn on the blockchain.
Right,
This was last year.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that this existed since the beginning because people were playing with embedding data very early on. Someone put WikiLeaks documents in the Bitcoin blockchain, like 2011 or whatever. Luke Dash Jr., who is the leader of this anti-spam movement, was putting Bible verses in the blockchain. So it's not like...
Ironic, yeah.
I mean, from my point of view, from like 100,000 miles away, like it looks like you guys are just doing infighting rather than solving the actual problem, which is to like replace fiat. And I feel like all these little divisions are just, it's further degrading. It's degrading everything.
Yeah.
I mean, in some sense, it's like the bankers winning all over again. Like from my point of view, I'm sorry to say that. It's just like, maybe, if you want to be conspiracy theory minded, maybe like some of these fissures in Bitcoin are being funded or being pushed by money printer people. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, because it's like from 1,000 feet away or whatever. It looks like, you know, it's like
But why
dividing
would
continent.
they?
It's like
but
the
why
British,
would
you know,
they?
before they left India, they made sure that India was fighting itself. It's like
But
that
why
kind of
would
thing.
they have? But why would they have incentive to break or divide the protocol that basically they've made pretty much like all these rails and with institutional finance and
because they haven't really solved the full problem for themselves, which is that like at any moment Bitcoin could just turn around and decide to become the global cash. It just has to scale on the chain and fix a few minor technical problems. The fundamental threat is still there. Like why not just degrade it and ruin it and embarrass it, and you know, where like 5 years from now we can all laugh and be like, haha, crypto's kind of dumb. You know, that's what they want. Like it's still existential to them, man. Like they've got a scam in human history going, like it's been going for a while. They don't want that to end. I don't know. That's my point of view. I'm very subjective on this. This is just me being suspicious. So yeah.
I do believe that there are some agents involved. There is a situation where I think someone posted a very funny, but it's not really funny. It's more like reflective meme on what's going on, because Jack Dorsey is funding Ocean, which is the mining pool behind the whole spam debate. But he's also funding Lightning and some companies which are actually doing stuff on the Bitcoin blockchain. And the meme was going that these are the missiles coming from Israel hitting the missiles coming from Iran. And on one side it said Jack's money, and the other side says also Jack's money.
Yeah, controlled. You know, you control the debate. You control both sides of the argument. And then people are arguing about something that's not a threat to you. You know, the political class in the United States all the time in my country over here. I mean,
it's like lobbying, sending lobbying money to both sides, right?
Yeah, and then they're arguing about some bullshit.
Yeah.
They're you know, over here they were arguing about transgender stuff or whatever, like stuff that's like ridiculous, you know, but they were just doing it, and the population was totally captured, totally in this like synthesized debate. What we weren't arguing about is like how the hell the political class and the elites are robbing us, devaluing our currency or whatever else they're doing.
Yeah.
Like we weren't arguing about that. We're arguing about what they told us to argue about. Maybe the same thing is going on in Bitcoin. I don't know. This is a pattern. It's a pattern that's been deployed like throughout history. It's not new. You know, we just don't live in those circles where we don't think in this way. Like, you know, we're just normal people. We're not like elite. Like we're not power. We're not like that close to power. We don't think the way they do, but they know how to hold on to power. They know how to, you know, control narratives, like get people arguing about bullshit. Like, I don't know.
Well, I actually heard once like a really good concept, like when you're that powerful and you have all this time and you want to, all the time you spend about is just thinking about is just how to keep it and how to get more, like basically keep the status quo, right? Because you end up with all this extra.
And there's families that have done this generationally, like the Rothschilds or whatever, or like the royal families in Europe, you know, like these people live on a different plane of existence, man.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like this is just textbook, like let's just keep a community divided arguing about nothing so that they don't actually like, you know, so they're not a threat. Like the British did this when they left India. They're like, got the Indians to argue about stuff and, you know, hoping, you know, this is a classic tactic. Like, I don't know, maybe that's what's going on in BTC. Maybe it's organic. I don't know. From far away, it looks like suspicious because one of the people, like Luke Jr., is like obviously just ridiculous. Like he's a ridiculous human being. He's like insane. Like, why does he have so much gravitas? Like, why are people paying attention to him?
Well, there's an aura that floats around him because they say that he saved Bitcoin when he was able to figure out how to do SegWit without the hard fork.
I would say he sabotaged Bitcoin. I would say from the beginning he was working for the wrong people. I don't know. That's my point of view on it. I mean, I don't know. I saw what you saw. You were around the same time I was. I started in like 2012 or whatever. You started before me. I mean, my point of view is Luke Jr. is just he's a useful idiot. At best, he's a useful idiot. So
no, he's very dogmatic. Like at one point he said that he would harm Bitcoin if his pastor told him to, which is very weird.
He said that? Oh,
who else can tell him to?
Yeah, who else would tell him to me? Oh, he's also said that he would listen to the government. Like you have to obey your government. It's like a sin.
Oh, did he? Oh, wow.
Because like his branch of Catholicism, which I never heard of before, like apparently says this.
I guess respect the rule of the country you live in. I think that's
like that quote from the Bible: "Whatever is Caesar should be Caesar's. Like whatever is He takes that literally. I don't know.
It's an interesting philosophy to have in crypto.
Yeah, right. It's like the opposite. Like very top down. Like let's listen to this authority figure.
But does he have like support for like his ideas like that you're saying he might fork off with?
He
Well,
seems to
it-
have a
it-
lot
it's
of. He
funny.
seems to have a huge following. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
It's
Suspicious
funny
to
because
say.
they rent hash rates
He's a
to make
clown.
it look like they have more support than they have, and they deploy a lot of nodes which are from rented servers and whatever. And it's just in key moments when they get more social media traction that more nodes show up, and they're like, "Look, we have the dominant node implementation, and we're running 20,000 nodes, and Bitcoin Core only has, I don't know, 15,000 or whatever." And they're just trying to prove that they have consensus and that they're the biggest. And then people point out that, look, you had a spike and then it went down a few days later. Like, how is this even real? And
What's their absolute hash rate on how much of BTC hash rate have they got? Like obviously you can, it's the same thing with like Ethereum, right? You can like spam as many VPSs as you want and just like run a node, and you can just make that number as long as you just rent those nodes. But are they a big part of the actual hash rate? Actually, I can probably just check.
Do they like Sigma?
So Vlad, you it sounds like you
I
don't
looked it up.
agree with
It's 3.47%.
3.4. It's not a lot, I guess.
Yeah.
But
It's
it
something,
sounds like you don't agree with his ideas, right? Of like this, what he wants to fork off with.
No, I think that's stupid. Like, if you want to fork off, at least add something that's technologically interesting. He's going backwards. He wants to decrease the block size, if anything.
Yeah. Oh, he's still on that narrative? Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
He wants 333 kilobytes.
This is your contender for firing core, this motherfucker? Seriously, like what's going on? Guys, you gotta step up your game. This is the #1 cryptocurrency in the world, and it's like a clown show. Your #1 most competitive node is this guy? Really? Like, come on, guys. You can do better than this. Like, really? I'm sorry.
No, so I guess
Clown
you're
world,
right,
man.
because it's just anyone that disagrees with core. Their only option is to go with knots, and that's the crazy 300 KB thing that he's been on.
The bankers
since,
have won. They've still won. Like, you guys, both sides are just controlled. It's awesome. Like, if I was a banker, I'd be laughing. You guys can do better. It's not that hard. I can fork Bitcoin Core tomorrow. It's not that hard. I mean, I already maintain BCHN. It's like 95% the same code anyway. Like, what's so hard about this? Just get like a team together and be like some serious people, not these clowns that have some serious ideology that's like decent. Like, just, you guys can do it. Like, fire those motherfuckers. Maybe you can save the world. I don't know. Or join Bitcoin Cash. I don't know what to tell you.
It's very hard to fire them. Like, when you think about it, like, someone like Peter Todd was never officially part of the core dev team. He was like a contributor. He's one of the most prolific ones. He's like top 10 or something in terms of commits on GitHub. But he was never officially part of that team. He does not wear that badge. He's never saying, I'm a Bitcoin Core developer. But he's a politician. Like, he's able to influence what other core developers are doing by virtue of being there since 2011 or something.
Yeah.
And
you got RBF in, or full mempool RBF. He got that in as a political.
Oh, you did?
Wasn't it him, Peter Todd? I thought.
And also more recently, like, he was the person who was advocating for the increase in the upper turn size, which isn't that contentious, but people accuse him of being paid by Citrea, which he was not, because I actually spoke with the Citrea people. They're doing a ZK rollup on Bitcoin. But he's very powerful politically. Like, when he says something, people actually pay attention and listen, and they consider it, except for the tail emission thing, which I actually had him on my podcast like 3 or 4 years ago talking about it, and people were just laughing, being like, this guy is insane. We're never gonna get that. But anyway,
yeah, you have 3 options. You either raise the block size and get more volume, do tail emission, or confiscate Satoshi's coins, or something else, proof of stake. I don't know.
Or side chains. We never actually had side chains.
Right, but how are you going to secure the base layer? Like, even with side chains, like, you
with
still need
merged mining.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're still going to need those stats to come from somewhere. So, I mean,
transaction
so it's going to
fees
be high,
from
like really high fee transactions. You're saying? Like,
yeah, so you have side
volume?
chains with a lot of transactions that pay the same miners. That's what BIP 300 is about. That's why I'm
I
excited
guess you could do that
about the Ecash fork.
And so the side chains have their own like coin on them or whatever, their own inflation.
No, they have the same coin.
Why not just do it on the first layer then? Whatever.
Exactly.
Why are you scratching your head like this?
It
like,
needs a soft fork.
Oh, I see. All right. So you pay into these side chains, and they do all the like the high volume, and then okay.
Yeah, basically they're miner enforced side chains. The miners
Yeah, that's
become
called
the
the blockchain.
custodians.
That's called the blockchain.
Exactly.
You can just do it on like what? What are you doing? You can prune a blockchain, by the way. You don't have to store all of it. Anyway, sorry. Maybe Roscoe can change the energy here. I'm getting a little conspiracy theory angry.
It's going pretty good. I mean, you guys have been going for 5 hours, right? So that's kind of where it's at.
Yeah. It's getting nutty for me.
No, but I guess it sounds like you do agree with sort of like Paul's ideas and his fork. Is that right, Vlad?
I'm just saying that I wish this was on Bitcoin, and I do support the fork because from a game theory point of view, it proves that there's a market for this, and also surveys the market to see basically who's gonna use this. Are any developers going to onboard this new chain? The assumption is that we're gonna get, so if there's gonna be a Zcash sidechain, you're gonna get privacy advocates joining it. If there's gonna be a big block sidechain, Paul's idea is to unite the whole Bitcoin community on his chain, which is a very difficult task. But I do see in Telegram chats that he has some BSV people joining, which at first had me triggered. I was like, I don't want to be on the same chain as these guys. But then again, I'm like, maybe it's good because this is the healing that's required.
Be careful of those BSC guys that are just gonna tell you, like, you know, like they're double-edged sword, right? They've got all this energy, but you know, when it goes,
I guess like it almost only makes sense to have this on Bitcoin, because otherwise it kind of really defeats the purpose, because then you have a new chain which is gonna have sort of this ecosystem of side chains, but all of those side chains then might as well just be their own chains, because if they're not sort of connected to Bitcoin in any way, then what's really the point, right?
Oh yeah, but there are some assumptions regarding it which have to do with game theory and reputation, because not a lot, like 3 or 4 people, including Peter Todd and Greg Maxwell, they dislike the idea. They think that if, let's say that the miners secured this sidechain, which has like 1,000 Bitcoin on it, and they make like half a Bitcoin per month in transaction fees, the incentive for them is to steal the 1,000 Bitcoin and run away with it because they can. Like, this is what some critics of the drive chains idea are saying, that the miners will steal, that they're not honest players. You should not give them any extra incentives outside of base layer block reward and transaction fee. They will refer, even if, for example, a mining pool is selling t-shirts and people buy them in large numbers, they will call that like a MEV attack, MEV, which comes from Ethereum. It used to be called maximally extracted value, but in the Bitcoin context, it means miners extracting value.
Well, that makes no sense.
So
I mean,
selling t-shirts.
what? Okay.
Like any extra revenue that the miners are making outside of the Bitcoin blockchain, like the fact that you can buy. So I'm not sure if you're following the ordinal thing, but at some point in 2022 there was this 4 megabyte block containing 1 JPEG that was mined by a miner called Marathon Holdings, and they got paid like outside of the Bitcoin blockchain. So someone
they got paid
them
outside the mempool, the normal relay, right?
Exactly.
They just got paid. Yeah.
So someone paid them for that transaction to get included into a block, and they made it happen. They had like 5% of the hash rate, and maybe that means 1 in 20 blocks they were able to mine it.
Yeah.
And that was like a huge scandal at the time, and they called this MEV. And I think also around
Wow.
the halving
mean,
time.
It kind of is, right? But like, what are you gonna do about it? I think like it's. I think most people kind of agree, also in Ethereum, that it's like it's not a great thing to have a lot of MEV-able things going on, but there's no technical way to disallow people from mining blocks that they want to mine and getting paid on their bank account, right? So it's like it feels weird to have like scandals around that, or like to have drama around that. If it's just if there is no, at least like for those kind of cases, it doesn't really sound like there is a real solution, except for like not having any kind of transactions where there is an economic incentive to want to have like a specific transaction mined outside of the mempool, I guess. But then if that's your goal, then yeah, then there's just not that much interesting things going on the chain, right? Like anytime there's anything interesting that's also like sort of contentious, there's going to be MEV.
Look, I'm trying to explain to you how deranged the ethos is. I have a friend. I still consider him a friend. He did some graphic design for me. He likes Bitcoin so much that he thinks twice before using it, which means that if the amount is lower than $1,000, he does not transact on the base layer, and he specifically asks you to use Lightning or Liquid for that transaction. If you're gonna pay him and it's $100,
it's like climate change. It's like you're producing too much carbon footprint. But
no. He thinks that you shouldn't have small UTXOs.
So it's like he's doing his part as a good member of the community by
not using the blockchain. Because if you go back to 2017 and the block size debate, there is this famous segment that I guess was also used like a gotcha moment by the BCH people, where Adam Back is on stage talking. I think it was Scaling Bitcoin, but I'm not sure which one of them.
Use IOUs?
Tabs, yes. The tabs moment. When Adam Back was asked, so there are a bunch of businesses which cannot deal with these high transaction fees. How can they manage this? And they cannot wait for Lightning because they're handling transactions now, not next month or in 18 months or whatever. And Adam Back said, well, they can use tabs, which means, they shouldn't use the Bitcoin blockchain for every transaction. Maybe wait until they have like 10 transactions, write them on a piece of paper and just settle it at the end. And I was thinking, okay, this at the time I had no opinion on this, but right now I realize this is where it started, like this whole idea that you should not use Bitcoin. You shouldn't touch it. Like, oh, you're making... This is another argument. You're making it harder for people in Africa to run a node because you run your transactions on Bitcoin.
If you were a banker, which reality or which axiom would you prefer? Use Bitcoin or don't use Bitcoin? If you were a banker, it's the same narrative. But it's like a line.
Think about the people in El Salvador. Okay, they want to validate their own transactions, and it's going to become more expensive if they have to buy the 2 terabyte SSD because of you. Because they cannot prune, right? They cannot press that one button that says prune blockchain to 5 gigabytes or something.
Yeah, I mean you can prune always. So yeah, no, I don't know. This is the banker's narrative, man. Don't use Bitcoin because if you do, it's like the fiat scam is no longer possible. So
and it goes back to what I was saying earlier about you asked about what happens when if we do get big and Sailor or these guys that come into Bitcoin Cash, right? It's that whole thing of like, okay, like what's the mental development or the next sort of thought pattern that naturally occurs when he says you're gonna need tabs? It's like, oh, now you need a layer to do the tabs, right? And then now you can charge fees like on doing the tabs.
And then you never. It's like fractional reserve Bitcoin, and you can do,
right. And it's like building Bitcoin. These. It's like building these it's like sort of like setting up for all these TradFi layers to sort of do something that Bitcoin was originally meant to eliminate, which is you're meant to reduce the trust on third party and you do the trust on just peer to peer, right? So you sort of extrapolate that. That was what I was talking about like, okay, like BTC is a little bit stuck because all these companies are have built themselves on, you know, the 1 megabyte block cap and, you know, not being able to scale. So it's all related, man. Like I don't want to go down the maybe I don't want to go down the Calin conspiracy thing, but if you think about like if I was you know, JP Morgan, if I was HSBC, like what is the most monetizable like move I can do on Bitcoin? It probably is to restrict the block size. It probably is to go like, okay, you guys should just use tabs and then use Cash App and, you know, use Square and just do it on top of Bitcoin, so we can get a little bit of
just have it behave like an asset, not have it actually, because the fiat, that's the base of everything, man. If people start preferring Bitcoin to like dollars, like it's the end of the scam. The scam's over. The clock is ticking on the scam. It's got an expiration date at that point. So they stop that completely. Like you're very unlikely to find someone that even has a Bitcoin wallet, let alone is going to accept it over dollars. Like, and that used to not be the case. The trend used to be that people were accepting it for payments, and that's a huge threat to the whole scam.
It's also hard for me to compute how these people who are held in very high regards, like Samson Mao and Jimmy Song, back in 2017, 18, 19, they were repeating this mantra. Like, I remember Samson was bragging about paying for dinner with his credit card, and he was saying, I've actually earned points and I can save some money and buy more Bitcoin.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Yeah, just use Visa, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Sometimes they mock you to your face, like after they've won, they just humiliate you, and then you just accept it, and that's part of it. Like, really, that's a humiliation ritual. The fact that he said that, and the whole Bitcoin community just let it go. And these are your thought leaders.
Didn't
like,
just
really,
let it go. He's like a hero.
Yeah,
and
he's like a hero.
Right now, he's pioneering nation-state adoption, whatever that means. I haven't heard of a single success story from his company.
Well, because he can't do it on chain.
But he hired Nick Szabo. He hired Nick Szabo. He's like the chief scientist, whatever that means, for his company.
I don't know, man. We have a formidable foe, and like they've got a cheat. So the devs need to nerf that shit, man. The money printer.
I think the smartest quotes regarding this whole situation that I ever got on my podcast, and I know that this is like demeaning everyone else's, but it's very memorable to me. I think it was 5 or 6 years ago, I got Chris DeRose, the guy who was doing Bitcoin Uncensored. And in the context of Saylor buying a lot of Bitcoin, which had just started at the time, he told me, watch out because they're paying us to leave. And I've been thinking about this over the years, like, what does this mean that they're paying us to leave? And I think it's true. Like, people who have been very early in Bitcoin, they're getting paid to leave. They're getting rich, they have other problems, and once they buy their Lambo and their nice house, they're not going to care too much about
it. Success. The money printer people sometimes don't give you anything. They just take everything. And they were forced to pay off the whole Bitcoin community. Yeah, it's something. You made him print some more money. It's something. And you know, like I said, crypto can't be uninvented. Like, they can sabotage Bitcoin, they can sabotage Bitcoin Cash, they can sabotage the world. Like, the technology exists. Like, and if there's a need for it, it's going to come back. Because, like, you know, at some point, like, people are going to want to have self-sovereign money for some purpose. So, you know, if Silk Road was able to do it, you know, at the early days, just selling drugs or whatever, like, it's here to stay, man. But it's just, yeah, which one will it be? Like, I think it'll be, you know, I want Bitcoin Cash to be in a position to be it if it needs to be. But in some way, I find it fortunate that Bitcoin Cash is kind of still under the radar, because I feel like these people aren't attacking it right now. And I feel like if they started, like, you know, if big finance showed up or whatever, like, I don't know, they could sabotage Bitcoin Cash too. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry to say this. Like, this is like just really black pill shit. Maybe I should just get off. You know,
that's true though. Yeah, I mean, so I guess the hope is to be further on along with development by the time the interest gets there.
Yeah, just get the technology to a point where it's like as unsabotageable as possible, just because of the consensus layer is strong and like the culture's there. Just get it. That's my sort of personal mission. Just get the technology to the point where it should be. Where, dude, these people topple governments, man. They start wars. Like, they could do, you know, a bunch of nerds in their basement coding. Come on, you don't even. Easy peasy. Send them a couple of Epsteins and I don't know, some money. You win. Did you see
I do have I do have a joke that I sort of throw around. It was kind of I kind of go like maybe it's a good thing BTC exists.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they're kind of like the fall guy, right? Basically, like
absorbing all the banker energy and money.
Right.
Yeah.
Basically, no one's like really like, you know, it's like they like are protecting us from like the rest of them. In some ways, because you know, you go like you want to capture like the biggest one, right? You want to capture like the OG coin. So you know, maybe it's good that we're like actually kind of like not very well known.
Yeah.
So
I
we
find
slowly
that,
like
in this
grow.
current climate, I find that a good thing. And then maybe in the future, there will be opportunity if the bankers fuck things up bad enough, where they're not under control anymore. Like things are just kind of getting chaotic. Then I think BCH could rise. But it would be actually really dangerous if BCH got to #2 right now. I think we'd just be a target. So I don't know. This is just the way I think. Sorry, you don't have to agree with me. I'm just one person. Like I don't have necessarily that much influence in this community. Like it's just people can choose to ignore me or listen to me. It's my opinion. These are entirely my opinions. They're not the whole. They don't represent the Bitcoin Cash community. Most people are not as like black-pilled as I am, or cynical.
Well, you know, at least you're not of the mindset that everything is good for your coin. Like this meme that everything is good for Bitcoin, Bitcoin is for enemies and whatever. This has helped a lot of bad actors co-opt the movement and enter the space, even if they had tainted reputations. Like, what's the name of the Libra guy? David Marcus, I think. The guy who's trying to do the Facebook stablecoin.
Oh, yeah.
And then he just came to Bitcoin and everyone was like, oh, it's that guy from Facebook. We're hitting mainstream adoption, whatever. Now he's doing something which is called Lightspark, that centralized Lightning network. And I think there's also like a backdoor in there to confiscate funds.
Oh, wow. The decentralized money like happening. Wow. That's
But they say, well, it's more private than the base layer and it's instant, so you should use it. I don't know, so many people, like, when you think about it, we have such a low threshold for just saying, well, this is a bad actor, maybe we shouldn't have this. Instead, we do this to developers, like people who actually come up with smart ideas to do stuff. They're the bad actors, they're the spooks, they're the agents. But these guys who basically come in and throw money at people and they're like, oh yeah, that's a good idea, you should try that, and you should try that too if you think that it sucks. So the two of you can spend the rest of your days while I'm paying you just fighting each other and not accomplishing anything productive.
Yeah, so that's why. Oh, yeah. That's why it's really important to have a strong core culture. I do feel like BCH has developed that like over many years. Otherwise, like it's just like, hey, you know, Mr. Facebook appears, and you know, like let's. Oh wow, you know.
Yeah, we'd be very skeptical naturally of those motherfuckers, probably. Yeah.
But when you think about it, like you,
small,
Calin, have been in Bitcoin Cash since day one, or at least since the early days. You said you're part of the group and stuff like this. Like, can you think of any Bitcoin core developer right now who is like so OG, who has been with the project for such a long time? Because as far as I know, most of them retired. Like if you go to Greg Maxwell's website, he's gonna see that he's a retired software engineer. And he's into...
Doesn't Peter Woolley still contribute code? He still does stuff. I see some
he does, but I think he's not one of the first. Like he's not as OG as Gavin or Mike Hearn or
that's true.
Vladimir Vanderlaan or...
Yeah. Those guys are all gone. Yeah,
these are all gone. They're not contributing anymore. And it makes you wonder, like, we had all of these cycles where developers just disappeared, and it makes you wonder, like, what happened to them?
Maybe they just got rich and then got lazy.
Yeah, that's a possibility. But
it's definitely, it's hard to develop, and we have a lot of money.
If someone made me super rich today, if anything, I would do more of what I do, and I would not have to worry about other stuff. Like, I don't see myself just riding into the sunset and disappearing. There's something here that we don't know.
Could be.
But I do have a lot of respect for people who get rich and then they use that money to do the things that they always wanted. Like, instead of just sitting on a beach somewhere and doing nothing for the rest of their days because they don't have to work, they start businesses, they fund projects, and they actually try to project their vision of a better world into the imperfect world that they see. That, for example, Slush, the guy who created Slush Pool, the first Bitcoin mining pool in 2010. I think it was first called mining.bitcoin.cz. And he also started Trezor, and after he started Trezor, he started something that's called Tropic Square that built the first open source security chip. And it seems like he's on a permanent quest to build stuff. So I respect
even though
people
he's
like
wealthy.
this.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah.
Also Zuko, like, he was very early into Bitcoin, wrote the first first blog post about Bitcoin. Satoshi put that on the webpage. And I guess he could comfortably retire at some point and be like, okay, I'm done with this. He's still working. Of course, he has this backstory that at some point he was broke and he was sleeping in his car. But after he created Zcash, I'm sure that there was at least one moment when he was comfortable financially and he could say, okay, I'm done. I'm out of here.
But all the original Bitcoin guys are gone, huh? Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting.
Are they all like not doing other things in the space as well, even if they're not developing core anymore?
No.
Just completely exited.
Like, what does Gavin Andreessen do right now?
Nobody knows. Big question mark.
Yeah, exactly.
What does Mike Hearn do? I think he went back to software engineering for something unrelated to Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And Mike Hearn, so he gets vilified a lot, and he's also the reason why I didn't buy Bitcoin in January of 2016, and I felt smart for not buying it, but then I regretted the moment, because he said that Bitcoin is a failed project, and he left.
He sold all his Bitcoin at like $2,000 or whatever it was, $1,000. Yeah.
No, it was below that. I think it
was below that. Okay.
Or maybe it was $1,000. Anyway, he built the first SPV implementation, which is something that Satoshi could not complete. And he also created some interesting, what was it called? Bloom filters.
Yeah, we still have those in Bitcoin Cash. Yeah, on the node. Yeah.
So he did make
You guys turned them out. Bitcoin Core, it's gone. But yeah, we still have it.
He did make some major contributions, but he's mostly remembered for rage quitting and also for the hard fork that happened in 2013. Like the accidental one with Berkeley DB.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, because there was some bug or something, yeah.
And Gavin, what's Gavin remembered for?
Like saying that Satoshi was Craig Wright.
Exactly. But what did he do for Bitcoin?
His legacy.
Like almost everything. He was number 2, like behind Satoshi.
He created multi-sigs, for example. Like that.
Yeah, P2SH, I think, as well. Yeah.
And he onboarded so many people. Like, he went on every show at the time. Podcasts were not such a big thing. So there were these libertarian radio shows, and that's where I think he went on Free Talk Live. And
yeah, he did. Early
I
on,
think
yeah.
Roger, that's where he heard about
That's
Bitcoin.
where Roger found out about it. Yeah.
Like, you can't really understate his contributions. But unfortunately, he sort of burned his reputation when he acknowledged Craig Wright as Satoshi, and then I don't know what happened to him. He was never
it's really mysterious because he was contributing to Bitcoin Classic for a while, I think, or Bitcoin XT or Classic. Like, he was a big blocker basically, and then he dropped out even from that.
I remember like in the
Did he
autumn.
get a threat? Did the CIA show up and be like, listen, just walk away?
No, he's the one who went to the CIA, and that's
I know officially, like visibly, he did give a presentation to the CIA, but then did he get some threats later? Like, he just suspiciously just disappeared, like completely. Has not a word to say about anything. One of the greatest inventions in the world, that may change history, and he was involved in it. He has not one word to say publicly about it. Strange.
Maybe he signed some NDA with Craig Wright or whatever, and he's like legally bound right now to not talk about it.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, who knows? We may never know the answer to these questions.
Yeah, but it is strange, like, when you think about it. Why wouldn't you want to be part of this beautiful system that is right now like $70,000 or whatever per coin.
Yeah, $1 trillion asset. Yeah.
And you were there before it was worth anything. Like, why wouldn't you want to wear this badge of honor? Like, some people will say, okay, maybe that they're too rich and they're afraid of rent attacks or whatever. I did meet Marty Malmy. Like, he was at a conference 2 years ago, and I did an interview with him, and I'm very proud of that. But he's very secretive. Like, he doesn't talk much. I understand why. He did publish the entire history of his emails with Satoshi. For those of you listening to this who don't know, Marty Malmy was like Satoshi's first contributor or collaborator. He created Bitcoin. I think no, he did not. Satoshi registered bitcoin.org, but Marty Malmy created Bitcoin Talk. And I think he was also in charge of bitcoin.org for a while. Like, he had custody of the domain. And right now I think it's Cobra who owns that. Another interesting character, like Cobra for most of 2017 and 2018 was going back and forth between Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash. Like, he wasn't sure which side he's on.
Yeah, true. Yeah. I remember that. And he sort of was critical of he was critical of the small blockers to some. What happened to him? Did he disappear or is he still around?
Sometimes he likes my tweets, but I don't see him posting anymore. He got sued by Craig Wright. He lost because he couldn't represent himself in court. And then it was this crazy moment when a UK court ruled that Craig Wright owns like the copyright for the white paper, so every website has to take down the white paper in the UK.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
I know.
And that guy's a good scammer, man. He got the UK court system to like agree with him. Yeah.
Well, it was a very easy win for him because it was a hard choice for Cobra. Like, is he gonna show up and defend himself but reveal his identity just to defend the white paper, or what's gonna happen?
Oh, so I guess he won by default or something.
Yeah.
Hey man, I gotta go soon because it's getting later. It's like 3. At 4, I gotta go pick up my wife. So I've been here all day, man. So it's good hanging out with you guys. With Vlad and people that showed up.
Yeah, so for people listening to this, check out Fulcrum, Fulcrum. I think it's really beautiful. It's a good way. So if you're running Bitcoin Core or Bitcoin Cash node or whatever, Fulcrum is for connecting your mobile wallet to that node.
Yeah. Of course, you need a It's a service software, so you need a wallet. But yeah, it's cool. Yeah, thanks for the plug, man. Fulcrum's the best.
Yeah, I think I gotta go too because I see some trading alerts on my screen, so I have to do some stuff on whatever. Yeah. So really nice meeting you, Vlad. You seem really cool. Thanks for having us. Wish I joined early. So I think it was a lot of interesting discussion. I was just watching like from the sidelines, just going like, like make my thoughts heard. But thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for being here, Jay. Is there anything that you want to promote or how people can follow you?
I'm gonna go, guys. I'll see you guys.
Bye.
No, not really. Not
Ask
really,
Roscoe about CastScript and the compiler and everything.
Not really anything specific. Well, if people are listening, I would because if there are people listening, I would really recommend checking out Perion. Like because I think it's when I talk to people, I do sort of venture out a little bit to Hyperliquid and Ethereum and so on. But when I talk to people, I always go like, hey, someone's actually done a Liquidity V2 on Bitcoin Cash. So that's kind of the example you can see of what future products on Bitcoin Cash can look like. And there's I think great yield on it. You can stake your tokens in liquidity pools and earn yield. And I would recommend people take a look at that if people are interested in what kind of capabilities Bitcoin Cash has in terms of building like dApps on L1, under Bitcoin's model without having to do L2s or drive chains and so on and so forth. But thanks for having me. Yeah, bye.
Yeah.
Okay, Roscoe.
All right.
So We haven't had the chance to do any introductions. Can you stick around for a bit longer?
Yeah, I'll stick around for a little bit longer for sure.
So what do you do in the Bitcoin Cash space?
So I developed CashScript, a high-level language for writing smart contracts. So I'm actually more active in the Ethereum space than in Bitcoin Cash. But I together with Mathieu, I spent some time part-time every week to improve on the smart contract language, and basically that. And it's kind of cool to see, because CashScript in 2019 kind of was a university project of mine, and just kind of over the years it became used by people. So now it's kind of cool to see that that people are actually building some pretty complex DeFi systems like Baryon that was mentioned, and AnyHedge, and Moria stablecoin as well. So it's like nowadays it took quite a long time for sort of DeFi to take off on BCH, but I think now it's kind of happening.
Yeah, so what kind of smart contracts are you building? Like, give me an example of something that you can do with them.
Sure. Yeah. Well, one of the systems that, or let's say the first sort of real smart contracts system or DeFi that was built on BCH, I would say, is AnyHedge. I don't think you had anyone from General Protocols on today, right? But they they're really sort of the original DeFi explorers of BCH in that sense. And back then, this was developed in 2020, I think, and back then there weren't a lot of advanced scripting things yet in BCH. I mean, you probably talked a bit about smart contracts on BCH before I joined, but in the past couple of years, there have been a lot of pretty interesting developments. Like just recently, loops and reusable functions were added to the VM. Then in the years before that, cache tokens and native introspection. But back in 2020, all of that didn't really exist yet. And the only thing that kind of was there that really did enable interesting smart contracts on BCH was check data sig. Because with check data sig, you were basically able to do governance because you could do a check sig and a check data sig with the same signature and pass in sort of the entire transaction object as now like a verified transaction object. So you could see, you could basically enforce inputs, outputs, anything about the transaction object. And that's kind of what was used to build AnyHedge. So what AnyHedge is a sort of a simple long short system where you take two parties. One of them thinks basically the price of BCH is going to go up, the other one thinks it's going to go down, like compared to, let's say, USD. And one side of the contract basically kind of stabilizes their USD value. So they put in $100 worth of BCH, and unless there's like some liquidation event, they can redeem that $100 at the time the contract ends, which can be like a month from now, 2 months, whatever you set. And the other side basically gets to use their BCH as leverage. So if the price of BCH goes up in the time, they are like leveraged, let's say 2x. But then if the price goes down, I guess you know how leverage works. But so you're basically able to do you're connecting these two needs of users. Like some people want to have stability in USD terms, like merchants, for example, that want to accept crypto but aren't able to like convert that through centralized exchanges. And then on the other side, you have speculators, and yeah, with the smart contracts, you're able to kind of connect those two use cases together. And that was really like the first DeFi on BCH. I guess now already like 5-6 years ago. And then since then, there's now been a few other developments, like decentralized exchanges for cash tokens, and now it's also collateralized stable coins. And the fact that you can do all of this on chain is kind of, I think, the deal breaker. Because I think the important thing with crypto is, yes, one, we're using it for transactions, for just sending and paying and whatever, but people want to do more with their crypto than just that. And if you need to take your money into or take your crypto into a centralized application to do things like leverage, or to do things like trading for other tokens, then I feel like that's kind of a weakness of the entire system, because then you're kind of forced to use centralized services for those kinds of use cases. So yeah, I think that's kind of a bit of a rundown of the smart contract history, I guess, of BCH.
Well, that's cool. I've asked the question before, but I haven't heard the answer from you. So how would you say that Bitcoin Cash smart contracts are different from the Ethereum ones, with trade-offs like better and worse? In what ways?
Yeah, I think the biggest drawback is that they're a lot harder to develop and a lot harder to work with, mostly because of the mental model. Because with Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, you have UTXOs, and Ethereum just has accounts. And I think already, if you're just thinking about regular user wallets without any DeFi, without any smart contracts, it is already harder to explain to someone what UTXOs are and how UTXOs work and what change outputs are, and all of that, compared to having an account where it's just, okay, well, you have this amount in your balance, you send some money, your account balance changes, that changes. Like that's a lot closer to what people think about when they think about digital currency. If you have a bank account, you don't have to think about UTXOs. And that's already sort of a point of friction in the UTXO model, compared to the account model. But with smart contracts, that kind of becomes more apparent, I would say, even because now, like with just a normal wallet, it is kind of easy to abstract all of that complexity away. It's like, okay, well, a user doesn't usually really have to know about change outputs or about which UTXOs they're using in a lot of cases. But then for smart contracts, especially if you're developing it, you really have to be very, very aware of the UTXO model, of how those things work together. So I think that's one of the big drawbacks. And I think also probably why I spend more time on Ethereum than on BCH. But I think the benefits are just sort of the benefits of the UTXO model in general, which is for me mostly in sort of the scalability of it. Like UTXOs can be very easily parallelized, and sort of the stateless execution is just a lot more efficient than having this huge global state that needs to be tracked, needs to be taken into account. So I think if you would have to scale a platform for the entire world, that would be a lot easier to do on a UTXO based chain. So that's sort of the trade-off there. Like it makes a lot of things in terms of development a lot harder. But then if we need to scale something now, I don't see how now we would do that on an account-based chain. But yeah, at the same time, I do think that Ethereum is also not standing still, right? So hopefully by the time that it is time to scale to the entire world, there are solutions to either the scalability of Ethereum or the sort of UX or developer experience of UTXO-based chains, like I guess BCH in particular, because I do think BCH has the most extensive like scripting capabilities and smart contract capabilities out of UTXO chains, or like big UTXO chains. Yeah, so I think it's that's kind of the trade-off that I see. And I think one of them will have to fix something in order, like neither of them are currently in the stage where they can kind of offer smart smart contracts and DeFi for the entire world.
Oh, that's interesting. So how do you define this situation where you can offer smart contracts and DeFi to the entire world? What would it take for that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not entirely sure. I think currently there's just not enough throughput on ETH, or probably even on BCH as well. If everyone would do sort of like let's just think of DeFi, or like think of sort of financial applications, like trading tokens, or like leveraging, or those kind of things, loans, all of those things. Then I think if you would take all of those sort of financial applications from the like off-chain world, from the normal world, and you would want to do all of those things on-chain, I don't think there's enough throughput in all blockchains combined to kind of support that transaction volume. So I don't have the numbers sort of, I guess, clear in my head of like what that would have to look like, but I think that's the biggest issue. And then like I guess on the and I think for BCH it's probably easier to scale to a level where you would be able to at least do enough transactions. But then currently it's just really hard to develop these kind of systems. So then you would kind of run with BCH, you would kind of run into the issue that people still need to be able to develop all of the systems that are required to do these like financial transactions on chain. Which yeah, I think we're making good progress. Like I mean, I guess Cashcrypt is sort of the project in BCH that is working towards making those things easier. And it's but yeah, that takes time as well. Yeah, like there's I think on one hand you have the VM updates that make things easier, and then on the other side there's just kind of another layer of abstraction that needs to be built on top of just the on-chain contracts. So for example, one project that is being worked on now is the XO stack, which is which you might have talked about before as well in the past 5 hours.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, it's also developed by General Protocols, so the same company that built AnyHedge that I talked about before. And this is kind of a system to sort of declaratively document everything around on-chain transactions and like these on-chain applications, because it's never just the smart contract. Because you have the smart contract, which governs sort of what can happen in on-chain transactions, but then you still need to know what off-chain data do I need for that, which transaction inputs am I expecting, what's actually the format of the transaction that we're trying to build, because smart contracts on BCH and on, I guess, like UTXO chains mostly are, or let's say governance in general, are putting restrictions on what can happen or inside the transaction, what the outputs can be, what the inputs can be. And that is not actually making those transactions themselves, right? They're only saying this money can only go there, or it can only do this. But then the whole creation of the transaction, matching the UTXOs, creating the inputs and outputs and all that, is happening by a transaction builder, like off-chain. And knowing which UTXOs are what in the system is sort of a higher layer of abstraction on top of just the scripts. So for example, with the Perion stablecoin, how that project works is you essentially lock up BCH and you're able to mint new stable coins with that BCH as collateral. So it's similar to how DAI worked on Ethereum. And then if the price of the underlying collateral drops, then there can be liquidations, and there's a whole system around that. But for example, that system has 27 separate smart contracts that all perform some function in the system to like do certain things. And how those 26 or 27 contracts work together is sort of like domain information. It's not written in code. Well, it's written in like the surrounding code, like the backend and the front end of the application that you use to mint those tokens, for example, or to lock up your BCH. And the XO stack is essentially providing a way to document all of that in a single sort of data structure, which then kind of also allows you to have wallets that consume this documentation, this template that they call it. So you don't need to then build these entire, like, let's say, just JavaScript code around all of these contracts. Yeah, so I think that's the biggest challenge in BCH smart contract development. But I think in any kind of UTXO smart contract development is the fact that it's not just the smart contracts that you need to write, but these entire things around it, and having a higher level of abstraction to kind of abstract away the complexity there. I think that is the sort of what is needed for BCH smart contract development to sort of thrive, I think.
At this point, I want to announce that more than 1,300 people have tuned in to this live stream. I'm not sure how many of you are actually listening right now, so leave a message in the comments, write something in the chat to let me know that you're still here with us and you didn't just leave your computer on and left the room or whatever, or went to sleep. And yeah, we've also crossed the 6-hour mark, which means that this is the longest episode of this season so far. My record from the previous season, which was last year, was 10 hours.
10 hours.
With a single person. And it was Moonsettler. I guess you know that guy.
Oh, yeah.
It was like his letter to the Bitcoin community, like why he is so frustrated and why he spent so many years trying to get covenants to work, and he was also working on Lightning, and he has like an entire story about this. And he decided, I think right now he's working on Bitcoin Cash, right?
Is he? It might be. I'm not sure actually. I haven't.
He did
haven't heard
propose
so
something
much,
for Bitcoin Cash at a hackathon or whatever.
Oh, cool. No, I haven't kept up with the latest, but that would make sense because if like the whole governance thing doesn't seem like it's gonna be happening anytime soon on BTC, right?
Well, we were like this close, and then people started fighting about spam. And
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
what's going on. It seems like there's always a distraction that gets on the way of making any meaningful progress.
Yeah, I think so. But so would you say then that, like, what do you think the chances are of governance or some sort of governance system being deployed on BTC, let's say in the next 3 years are?
Very low, but at the same time I've seen some very smart research papers from people. For example, there's something that's called Collider Script. It was written by the Starkware team, and basically they figured out how to do Upcat without actually having the Upcat soft fork, but it's very expensive. Like, you need millions of dollars to be able to do that.
Oh yeah, wait, I saw this.
Which I think is like in tune with the whole long-term philosophy of the chain, which is that it's supposed to become expensive and unaffordable for the average person to use.
Yeah, fair. I mean, it's cool to see those kind of experiments. Even if it's just not really viable, but I think it's kind of nice as well. Like, probably let's say if BCH didn't split in 2017, like let's say BTC was just like, okay, cool, let's go for bigger blocks. That's the way forward. I'm not sure if we ever would have had governance on that sort of chain either, like, because that's so maybe kind of the whole, like, having another UTXO based chain has kind of allowed that to become possible, because it is needed to have a UTXO based chain that can do complex smart contracts and these kind of DeFi systems that Ethereum can do, even if it's just to like demonstrate that, even if it's just to kind of like see what is possible, to kind of test the limits of UTXO, the UTXO model in that regard. So I think I'm pretty happy with how all of those developments have progressed in BCH. Like I said, the past couple of years, especially, there have been a lot of improvements on the VM side that really enable some super sophisticated use cases, like the systems that we talked about, like those collateralized stable coins. I'm not sure those. I don't think those could have existed, or at least not in any practical way. Let's say 3-4 years ago. So it's there's a lot of cool developments in that regard. Hey, Calin.
Yeah, Calin is back. He can't stay away. You're supposed to go pick up your wife, man.
I did. I picked her up and I dropped. It's not far. She's at UTXO here. It's like 15 minutes each way or whatever, 10 minutes. Yeah.
Welcome back.
Every point in Austin is like 20 minutes away from every other point, like by car. So, yeah. I was thinking about the podcast. So I came back and I'm glad you guys.
I'm glad you're back. The conversation is gonna get more colorful now.
Probably it's gonna get nuts as the longer you go. It's just so yeah. With Bitcoin Cash, we've been nimble, like we've been lean and mean. It's kind of I'm glad Roscoe mentioned this. Like, it's like fortunate that we've been able to do our own thing, but still, like, we've got that conservative hardcore tech values. We don't do like crazy stuff. We're not and we've had some OGs, like even Jason Draesner, who designed some of the virtual machine extensions. He's like an OG from BitPay, like he was around like years ago at BitPay, and You know, it's a lot of passionate people that have been in Bitcoin forever that just want to do things right, you know. So it's kind of cool. That it's kind of fortunate. I mean, you have to always count your blessings, but some of the blessings with BCH or this, that's just like a lot of OG hardcore people. Yeah, smart people.
Absolutely.
and new people, young people, like, you know, there's a lot of good stuff going on.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so I want to tell you a funny story from 2 years ago after I interviewed Roger. People wanted to send me BCH, and I wasn't very comfortable. I was still trying to defend myself against the people I thought were my friends.
Oh, because you knew that some reputational savaging would come had you decided to.
And
yeah, of course.
They were accusing me of getting paid by Roger, and maybe if I posted a BCH address, they would say, "Oh, of course, this is like the hidden way of you receiving payment from Roger." So what I did at the time was go to the freeross.org website, and I took the BCH donation address from there, and I tweeted out, "Hey, this is my BCH address. You can send me this." I think I raised like $1,000 for Ross.
Okay. Did people that tried to do reputational savaging not realize that was the Ross address and be like, "Hey, this guy got paid millions of dollars" or whatever?
No,
you know,
because that address I think was changed at some point, and there was nothing in it when I posted it, or maybe it was like $10 or something. And then people started donating. You know, I was just laughing. I had no idea that the following year Ross was gonna get freed, or that Donald Trump was gonna win the elections or whatever. I think this was April. And it felt wholesome in some way. I'm able to make some libertarian positive change, but some BCH people were actually upset. They're like, "Oh, you should have told me because I sent from an exchange address or whatever, and I don't want to have my identity tied to donating to this person who went to jail for this case."
That's funny.
And in that situation,
it's funny how people see Ross Ulbricht. You know, it's very divisive, even among crypto people. Some people think he's a criminal. Some people think this is ridiculous.
Well, maybe that in that case they didn't care much about their own opinion, but what the exchange is gonna think.
Yeah, they don't want to be investigated or something. yeah.
It's getting close to my bedtime, so I'm gonna drop off.
Oh no!
Cool, chatting with you guys.
So, did you have anything to promote or to tell people to follow?
I mean, Cash Crypt would be the thing, I guess, to promote. So if you liked the things I said, I guess, about smart contracts on BCH, you can go to cashcrypt.org. We just released the latest update, which adds support for loops, and that's a pretty big enabler of even more sophisticated smart contracts. So if you have any ideas of cool DeFi projects and you want to play around, again, cashcrypt.org and online playground.cashcrypt.org to just try it out without installing anything. Would love to see some more cool projects.
Yeah, I'm highly impressed by the work you do, Roscoe. Like, you know, writing a compiler is no joke, and
I appreciate it.
And the language design itself is elegant, and it's cool. Like, I love it. I love the tools. The tools Roscoe works on are awesome.
Love to hear it. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Much respect. Yeah.
Cool. Well, you too. I love what you're working on.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks.
All right. Thanks for organizing, Vlad, and see you guys next time, I think.
Bye, Roscoe. Thank you for joining.
Bye.
I just put another one of these cash tags on the screen. Is that what they're called? Cash tags?
Cash stamps.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can claim some more BCH. I guess this is the last one for today. Or maybe there's another one that was unclaimed. I gotta ask Steven how this went. So yeah, you scan the QR code on the right to get an amount of BCH, which is like $1.50. And then you're gonna see that you pay a very small fee for that transaction. You can do whatever. You can try to buy a gift card. I'm not sure if you can buy much. One way you can use it is to try it on one of these LLM aggregators like NanoGPT or ppq.ai. And you can try Claude, or you can generate a few images with this. I think it can be useful for that. Is there anything about Bitcoin Cash that we haven't discussed? I'm Still thinking. Why is it not following BIP 101 by Gavin, which was about doubling the block size every 2 years, I think?
It could very well have, right? Well, let me look exactly. BIP 101. You guys have too many BIPs, man.
No, but that was the first one that proposed the block size increase. It was
Increase maximum block
2015.
size.
That's what led to Bitcoin XT.
Essential double every 63 million seconds, 2 years until 2022.
2015. It
So
was
the maximum block size would be 8 gigabytes after 2036. Right. So I wasn't aware of this, but the details of it, I'm just scanning. I'm reading it really quickly. I know I'd heard of this before, but well, so why didn't it follow it? I mean, the history of the block size wars was such that this BIP is the most obvious thing you could do, right? And it's probably really reasonable, really good. But the core people were constantly introducing doubt and whatever into the narrative, and so we're always trying to the big blockers are always trying to come up with compromise solutions that seem to plug enough holes that in the core argument. I mean, this is the most reasonable thing. Like, people should just do what Gavin said, honestly.
So are you saying that Bitcoin Cash is like reactionary to the narratives in Bitcoin Core? And
it was initially, at least. I feel like now we're doing our own thing. But yeah, I mean, any group of rebels is going to be reacting to the thing they rebelled against, and it's going to influence the culture for a while and the thinking, right? Because you fought this noble fight, or ignoble fight, depending on which side of the fight you're on. And so that's going to affect, because before you end up winning the fight, you actually try to compromise. You're trying to gain mind share, right? Because there's a debate going on and you're trying to gain mind share. So maybe you have like a purist position. Oh, the block size should just increase, like the way Gavin proposed. I think that's the most pure position. Have a set schedule where it increases, just like we have a set schedule for inflation until we reach some limit. It seems reasonable, it seems simple to implement. But then people sort of find holes in that argument. They're like, oh no, you can't do this because of that, and you can't guarantee, and blah, blah, blah. People introduce doubt, right? And so you try to meet them halfway. You're like, all right, we won't do that, but we'll do so the big blockers at one point came up with like a compromise. I don't know if you remember this, but like you could signal your block size preferences as a miner, and then if enough nodes, that was the Bitcoin Unlimited.
Yeah.
Sort of approach where like if enough nodes signal that they accept blocks this big, then miners could start mining them that big if they want. Like the adaptive block size and done in that way, sort of as an emergent thing by like miner signaling, which is the standard way stuff often works in Bitcoin with miner signaling. So
well, yeah, right.
But
now
I mean,
miners in Bitcoin are so afraid of anything political, like they would just follow the rules, which I think is gonna take until the moment when they have to shut down. I see some of it happening because a lot of miners, I don't think this was mentioned in this 6-hour podcast, but a lot of mining companies are pivoting to AI because it pays better. They have access to the electricity, and they give up on the ASICs, in which they invested a lot of money, but then again, they can make that back if they just provide that service to AI companies, and it's difficult. I don't know. I'm not sure if there's any resolution for this, maybe more fees for them, or maybe the price needs to go up a lot, and I'm not even sure if we're in a bear market. It's very strange.
It's a strange bear market, right? It's sort of like, like it hasn't really been a collapse. You're in a bear market where like you lose all hope, right?
There was no capitulation moment. There was no.
Yeah.
I don't know. There wasn't Barry Silbert tweeting that this is the lowest point or whatever, which was like a recurring theme in every cycle.
Yeah.
I haven't seen too many I lost everything stories.
Yeah, not yet. So maybe we're not quite in the bear market yet. Maybe we're not. Maybe we should all be. Yeah, who knows?
But also think that we're not gonna get significant improvements in BTC until Sailor gets liquidated or something.
Yeah, I don't know much about. See, I don't follow that kind of stuff. I know Sailor like is holding a lot of. He's got that micro strategy, whatever it's called, and he's holding a lot of BTC, and he kept accumulating. Like I don't really know what's going on with that. If you don't mind, maybe you can fill me in. I don't know. Maybe some of your viewers would appreciate it. Maybe they all know.
I think it's very interesting how he was able to step into this community, and the first thing he did after announcing that he's buying a lot and saying that he has this Bitcoin strategy, he bought or used a bunch of his domains, because it seems like he was very big into domain brokerage. And he, for example, turned hope.com into a Bitcoin education webpage, and then he started funding Bitcoin education websites that were promoting Bitcoin as a store of value. And it's very obvious in hindsight that what he did was to capture the narrative. He went on every podcast, except for mine. I never invited him, but he went on every damn podcast in 2020 and 2021 talking about the fact that Bitcoin is king, there is no second best, the number will go up forever, Laura, and stuff like this. I'm not sure if you saw the memes. I'm not sure if you follow, but
yeah, I remember seeing some of them on Twitter, but I sort of stopped because for me, every example of this is just like it's pouring more salt into the old wound, which is like I realized something fishy's going on. So seeing this stuff happen just is like, oh, you know what I mean? I remember seeing some of these memes, yeah, like the little clips of him talking about it being a store of value. So
right.
I guess his big thing is he pushes the store of value stuff, right?
Right now it seems like MicroStrategy holds approximately 850,000 Bitcoins, which is a lot.
That's a lot. Even if it was Bitcoin Cash, that'd be a lot. But for Bitcoins, that's ridiculous. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but he's becoming this point of failure. He's trying to be like the spokesperson for the project. I remember as early as 2021 when Elon Musk briefly announced that Tesla is gonna accept Bitcoin for payments for the new Cybertruck and for the Tesla cars in their online shop. A month later, he backed down from it and said that mining is not green enough and whatever. It doesn't follow the ESG standards, which later he admitted that they were bullshit. But after Bitcoin was removed as a method of payment from the Tesla web store, some people decided that they should establish this council, and Saylor became the president. Like, he elected himself the president of the North American Mining Council. And then he went on to negotiate with Elon, and they had a talk, and they were trying to get him to accept Bitcoin once again. And this made me suspicious very early on. I was like, why is this guy like the head of the council? And everyone just acknowledges that, yeah, that's where he should be. And then he went to the White House last year and he was telling Trump about Bitcoin and whatever. Like,
yeah, so he's like, maybe to certain politicians even, he might credibly be like representing Bitcoin, right? He holds so much Bitcoin. He goes on all these shows, you know, the president wants to talk to him. It's like he's like an important person now, like self-appointed important person. Right?
And also, he's like the biggest voice that speaks against privacy in Bitcoin, and he explains why it's a bad idea and why he basically, he didn't say this directly that he would sell his coins, but he's saying that Bitcoin will be less useful for institutions and blah blah blah. So a lot of developers, I guess, they were deterred from deploying anything. And 2 years ago, I like to think that 2 years ago is the year when...
So his commentary affects the culture, like developers will be
does.
like, oh,
yeah.
Okay, yeah, right, go on, yeah, sorry to cut you off.
2 years ago, I think, was when Bitcoin really died, when they arrested the Samurai Wallet developers and the ETFs started becoming a thing.
Very fucked moment, man. Agreed, yeah.
It felt like, so I remember I was in Nashville at the Bitcoin conference there, and I was looking around, seeing politicians on stage, and I felt like I'm in the wrong place for the first time ever.
Was this during the president 2 years ago?
Yeah, it was during the campaign. I think it was also for Congress and
so politicians were there like catering to you guys, like trying to kiss up to the Bitcoin community.
Oh yeah, like RFK, he was still a candidate at the time. He spent 30 minutes kissing our asses and saying that he's gonna buy Bitcoin every month with the taxpayers' money, and that he's gonna make Bitcoin tax-free, and you're not gonna pay any income tax, or you're gonna be able to spend it without having to
capital gains. Yeah.
Exactly. But
I
it
remember
it
that.
was all
I was
wrapped
into RPA.
in a
I was into him at
speech
the time. I
that
remember I was following him.
sounded
I think
exactly like a cult Bitcoin podcast. Like he was using terms like I fell down the rabbit hole and I became a Bitcoiner and I took the orange pill.
oh, that's
And
cool. I guess he's an effective politician if he's able
he
to make
is
speeches like
like
that.
the
Because, you
speech
know,
that he was presenting was like a Bitcoin podcast. And I was thinking, okay, I don't trust this guy. He's an outsider coming to show us that he can talk in our lingo, in our slang. And I don't know. I got very bad vibes from it. And the very next day, Trump showed up on stage and he spoke about anything else except for Bitcoin. And he was also late. And
also Trump was there too. Okay, I think I remember seeing the film this like on video. Yeah, okay. And you were there. You were at Nashville.
I was
And
there,
they just
but
arrested the samurai guys.
there was
And you're
like a queue or a huge waiting line outside of the room to be inside when Trump is speaking. I think they started around, so they lined up around 8 in the morning just to get a seat inside. And I was like, screw this, I can watch it on screen. I don't care. I was outside. When I go to conferences, I don't spend too much time watching the talks. I just walk around, I talk to people at booths. I think that's where it gets more interesting, where you get to meet people and learn what else is happening in the space. The stuff on stage, you can watch it on YouTube when you get home.
Yeah, true.
But
so what you're saying you had the feeling that you're in the wrong place. Like, do you feel threatened?
for
like,
the first time ever. Yeah.
Because you're in the United States, you're in the belly of the beast, or is it because
No, it was my first time in the US, so I gotta acknowledge that. It was my first time at a US Bitcoin conference. But looking around and seeing all these suits and hearing people like that was also when Saylor made the famous speech about what it means to be a triple maxi. Like, you're a maxi if you hold more than 90% of your net worth in Bitcoin and 10% is fiat. You're a double maxi if you hold 100% of your net worth in Bitcoin, and I don't even know what that means. I don't know how you feed yourself. Anyway, and you're a triple maxi if you take on loans from everyone you know, from institutions, from whatever, you leverage your entire future to be able to buy more Bitcoin. And also last year, I saw him on stage telling people to get into debt. Like, he was like, if you can borrow $1 million and buy Bitcoin, do that. Take money from your parents, take money from your close friends, take money from anyone who may not ask for the money back and buy Bitcoin with it. And you're going to thank me later. Like,
yeah, it's incredible. I mean, in some ways, like, so this is like let's say you're a bag holder of Bitcoin, right? Let's say, you know, you bought Bitcoin at 30K. And so you're doing okay now, but you still want your bags to go up. And you sort of don't know too much about the space. And then you see this higher profile guy like Saylor, like, you know, sort of promoting Bitcoin, promoting more buying, promoting basically positive price pressure. You're very likely to like agree with them. You're like, oh, yeah, I mean, this if everyone does what this guy says, my bags go up. You know, it's almost like a populist message in a sense. It's like a politician saying what a dumb person wants to hear in a way. You know, like high information.
But politicians will tell you to vote for them, and that you should follow whatever, but they don't ask you to borrow $1 million and buy something.
Yeah, true.
Like they don't ask you to leverage your entire financial future. And to be honest, this sounds very desperate. Like when you go on stage and make speeches like that, it means like you need more liquidity very quickly.
Oh yeah, it could be a sign that he just wants to get more liquidity and so he could rug everybody, right? So currently he's got, if you see he has 850,000 Bitcoin, that's like $59.5 billion. That's a lot, man. Yeah, 59. That's crazy, dude. Dude, Twitter was 40 billion and that was overpriced. That's a lot of money, man. That's like one payment for the Ukraine war.
Okay, it's not that much.
Yeah, it's not that much in those terms, but those guys steal a lot of money. At one point, the U.S. gave like Ukraine like a $60 billion payment, which is the entire stash of Michael Saylor.
When you think about it in these terms, it's not a lot, but
yeah.
Bitcoin is not a proof of stake system, so if you have more coins, you don't get more votes. but it seems like if you do have more coins, you have more influence, and you can tell
You
people.
can, because if you're such a big whale, you can crash markets at least temporarily, right? Like if Sailor gets pissed off, you can just be, all right, I'm gonna sell like fucking 100,000 Bitcoin. See how you like that, right? And people are gonna be afraid, like, oh no, don't sell. no, wait, what do you want? I want this, and this. Okay, you start to have leverage, right? When you have 100,000 Bitcoin, right? You can threaten everybody. You can threaten, because you can like affect the price at least temporarily.
And it seems like the price is the only narrative. Like that's all we got.
Yeah, I mean, your price is good, dude. Like, I mean, a lot of people got very rich, and like, it's more than it's more than a lot. The bankers were forced. Minimally, I could say the bankers were forced to pay out significantly and let this thing exist and let people get rich off of it. So that's a small win.
Do you have any
yeah.
regrets for selling your BTC?
Yeah, so I would be like a multi-millionaire now. So I liquidated when, like, after the fork happened and after I was in Bitcoin Cash, I was like, I can't hold this coin, so I sold all of it. I actually traded it for BCH. I'd be a multi-millionaire now. Like, I'd live in a nice big house in Austin, and like, I wouldn't give a fuck. I'd probably have to, even if I paid tax on it, I pay tax on it. I get half of that money. I can still afford it decent. Yeah, I mean, but I don't regret that at all because I just didn't believe in it. I was like, I can't be a part of this. I was like, to me, it was so clear that like what's happening is this thing is being sabotaged, and like I couldn't believe it was happening. It was like going against everything, like the whole thing that I understood Bitcoin to be. Like I was like, I can't participate in this, man. Like, so I sold all of it in disgust. But yeah, I'd be very wealthy. I'd be a very wealthy man right now. Like, but I'm fine. Like I'm happy. I'm not poor.
Have fun staying poor. That was like the last cycle's meme.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, even now, like I don't know, I wouldn't be a multi-millionaire because I wouldn't have known to hold it till 100,000. Like I probably would have sold it on the way up. So I'd probably be break even anyway. Yeah, I mean some people are ridiculously wealthy and they're in the Bitcoin Cash community. They were OG Bitcoiners, they used to mine at 50 blocks, like 50 BTC per block, they'd mine on their GPUs and whatever. Like there are guys like that are still in the BCH space now. Good for those guys that they're wealthy. Like
are they contributing with something, at least financing development or whatever?
Yeah, there have been some whales that have financed on the yeah. I'm not going to give out their names, but there are some. Yes.
No, that's fine because a lot of people perceive BCH still as being Roger's toy coin,
like Roger's scam coin, right?
Yeah,
trying
exactly.
Because he had Bitcoin.com, right, and he was sort of sending customers over to Bitcoin Cash, and so that was perceived as being like deceptive. Just to defend, like, the thing is, in our mind, they were like, you guys captured Bitcoin, right? We considered, for a while, we considered ourselves the real Bitcoin until it became clear that, like, the rest of the world doesn't see it that way, right? Like, in our minds, it's like, like Taiwan and China, like, Taiwan still insists that they're the official government of China, and China still insists that Taiwan is not a country. It's like, these endless, like, this war that was fought, right? Like, both sides think from their point of view that they're right, that they're, that they were trying to save the republic or save the, so it wasn't like an intentional scam to call Bitcoin Cash. It's like, yeah, motherfuckers, we're Bitcoin. Who are you? Like, and then we're forced to pick a name. All right, we'll pick Bitcoin Cash. Initially, it was called like user activated hard fork. Bitcoin user activated hard fork. Like, we couldn't think of a name. And then it very quickly like crystallized around Bitcoin Cash. So
was that reactionary to the user activated soft fork?
Yeah. It was, yeah. And I think the name crystallized before the actual fork day. I think like by July we decided that it should be called Bitcoin Cash, and then we forked in August. But yeah, it was as a reaction to the UASF. Yeah.
I do remember the hats.
Yeah, that campaign. Crazy time. Do you remember the New York? Was it the New York agreement or the Hong Kong agreement?
Yes.
Like
yes,
Segwit
yes.
2x.
I was gonna get to that because some people conflate Bitcoin Cash with Segwit 2x, and they think, well, I think this was a very convenient narrative for Blockstream and the rest of the small blockers who wrote the history, that you guys were financed by the largest companies in the space, BitPay and whatever, Barry Silbert. Well, what's his name? Anyway, my point is that there were the signatories of the New York Agreement, which you can still find online. Maybe I should look them up. And they were backing SegWit2x as a hard fork that was supposed to happen, I think, in November of 2017. But when they tell the story, they refer to this as the New York Agreement that was backing the big blockers, which today are Bitcoin Cash, which is not entirely wrong, because after SegWit2x did not happen, the ones wanted big blocks in Bitcoin came to Bitcoin Cash. But it's not really what happened. It's not like when Bitcoin Cash was created in August, you already had that backing.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think, yeah, that's correct. It's not the full story. In some ways, Bitcoin Cash was like a hedge against the fear that Cord would head, like something would happen and SegWit2x wouldn't get activated. And so like, at least we have this. You got to understand, like a large part of the industry like saw the problem. Like, we got to scale this thing on chain. Like, what are we doing? You know, like, especially people like BitPay. Like, BitPay was like, dude, like this, you know, BitPay was a payment processor at the time. Like, it was used everywhere. Like, the fact that the unpredictable fee market would just create so much chaos for them and for the customer experience, where like, you know, adoption was going negative. So they're like, yeah, I mean, there were people in the space that were worried about the fact that that Bitcoin Core didn't want to scale on chain, and so, you know, Bitcoin Cash was sort of an answer to that. It was like a sort of a fuck you and like a hedge, you know, like we still have this other chain just in case you guys don't want to, you guys don't end up doing SegWit2x. At least there's Bitcoin Cash as sort of a hedge, you know.
Yeah, sometimes.
And at the time, we really believe that maybe we would end up supplanting Bitcoin, because we really believe that the correct thing to do is scale on chain. But yeah, sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah, sometimes I think about BCH as this blackmail chain, which is telling BTC, like, get your shit together, or we're gonna take your miners and we're gonna take your users and market share.
I mean, I think there are probably people that contributed to Bitcoin Cash in the early days in terms of money that were thinking in those terms, and we wanted to leverage, like, as a leverage point. It's like, hey, listen, if you don't listen, you know, if you don't do what you agreed to already, like months ago, you know, you signed on the paper, you should do what you agreed to. Like, we're going to just fund Bitcoin Cash, you know. There were people in the space that were probably thinking in those terms. I wouldn't call it blackmail, I'd call it leverage, but you can call it blackmail if you like. Like, as a hedge, you know, it was like, you know, because people are really worried. They're like, hey, if we don't have enough on-chain traffic, like, you know, what's going to happen to crypto? Like, right now, this is the moment. Like, we got to ensure that adoption grows, that people start accepting payments. And, you know, there was this fear that was happening at the time.
Yeah, I think 2017 was a very confusing year.
Yeah, very much so. In some ways. But I mean, I don't know.
But also the years that followed, like 2018 was also weird. There was new hope in Bitcoin that Lightning is gonna be the one true solution to scale. And Bitcoin Cash was pushing like full force ahead to claim the title of the real Bitcoin.
Yeah, we were still thinking in those terms. We were still vying for that. We thought
I remember the meme wars that were happening at the time with Dan Darkpill, and there was the CoinSpice guys on the other side. It's kind of unfortunate that they're not around anymore.
Yeah, I mean, so we suffered so many forks within Bitcoin Cash. Like, we suffered two major ones, like when the BSV people left, and then what Amaury decided to do was tax coin. He took all the CoinSpice people with him. So like the community got really fragmented in the Bitcoin Cash side. Like, we just like suffered 1,000 cuts. So yeah, those guys aren't around anymore. And then like a lot of people lost hope because they were really hoping they could supplant Bitcoin, and they gave up. You know, years and years passed. Two hard forks later of Bitcoin Cash, like 2 contentious hard forks later, communities divided, price isn't going anywhere. You know, they just like sort of just lost interest. A lot of people just left, you know, or they went to BSV, or they went to Amaury's coin, tax coin, or whatever you call it, Ecash 1.0. I don't know what we could even call it to disambiguate it from the new Ecash that's coming, but We jokingly called it tax coin. I still call it tax coin to this day.
I've been meaning to ask you this, but before that, I gotta acknowledge that Cell the Agorist just retweeted this. He has 278,000 followers, and we just gained like 200 views just like that. Poof.
Yeah,
so
dude, he's huge. He's huge.
I feel like I should dance right now to please the newcomers or whatever.
Oh, that's awesome.
Anyway, how come you haven't activated the Avalanche pre-consensus, which is the only technological claim that Amari's fork has compared to BCH?
We have a different approach to that. There are other things that we would want to do. Pre-consensus is something interesting to look at, and we've done research in that. There's something that we're working on that's different. So. Long story short, like there's been one proposal called Sunlight, which is just a different sort of scheme, but it gives all the nodes an idea of what's about to be mined without like this proof of stake component or whatever. I don't know, the latest iteration of Avalanche was like kind of weird. It's got like kind of a proof of stake component to it. So there are other solutions. Like Avalanche isn't the only way. Despite whatever Amri or other people have told you.
Oh no, I don't think he said that it's the only way. He did say it's his preferred way, which is what he believed was the best solution at the time. And right now he's trying to scale with something that's called subnets, which is sort of like sidechains. But yeah,
I mean, there are ways you can do this. I mean, it's all depends on weak subjectivity. Like you sort of, but you know, there are ways you can do this. It's not exactly Avalanche, but the whole idea is to just have a picture of what the network's mining, what the next block's going to look like with some reasonable confidence or some really high confidence, and then punish, disfavor blocks that disagree with that. You know, if some miner doesn't mine exactly what it seems like should be the next block, you know, punish him in some way, disfavor him. And you could do that in a subjective way, like you sort of just don't switch to that tip for a while, or you could do that in some objective way, which I guess I don't know. It's the same problem really, but it's like Bitcoin Cash is a different sort of proposal regarding it, but we're not going to implement it anytime soon.
So how did you guys get to the conversation about taxing miners to pay the developers? Like, was that entirely Amari? Was that a consequence?
Amari like announced it one day.
Was it a consequence of Bitcoin Cash not gaining the expected traction or not being able to pay the developers, or did he just want more money?
You gotta ask him, man. It wasn't something that anybody really had discussed. He'd sort of bitched about his dev team not having enough money and that the funding's drying up. And then he proposed the consensus chains to just pay to his own wallet address out of the block subsidy one day, at the 11th hour. And then that was, as you can imagine, contentious. And we quickly scrambled to just form another dev team, have another node that people should install. We told all the miners to install this node software. And, he got the boot. He forked off into his own chain. It was not something, it was like by fiat. It was like fiat meaning by his own will. It wasn't like a community consensus thing. Just like one day he like slunk it in there. He's like, by the way, we're gonna have this consensus rule. I get 8%.
Oh, that's crazy. 8%.
Yeah, he's kind of fucked up, dude. Not cool.
I mean, when he was on my podcast, he was nice. I had him twice.
He's like I think he's like a sociopath, dude. Seriously, like I've worked with a guy. He's like a narcissistic sociopath. Like he's not a normal person, dude. Extremely toxic to work with, like really difficult, insulting, manipulative. He feels like, if you could even look on maybe his Twitter still says this, like benevolent dictator. Like, dude, the guy's like an anarchist, but he wants to be a dictator. Like there's something in his brain that's like not, you know what I mean?
Oh, he's pretty smart. You gotta give him credit for that. And I guess this is why he's referred to as
people in this world
the Greg Maxwell of big blockers.
He's the Greg Maxwell of big blockers. Yeah, I would say. Did a lot of damage, man. Betrayed a lot of people. can make convincing arguments, can be very persuasive. I mean, at the end of the day, I think Amidst is not a good person. I think he's like a bad person. I think he's done evil in this world. He's betrayed a lot of people for his own ego or whatever. Like, you don't do shit like that. You don't like take Satoshi's invention and like add a tax to it because you can't fucking fund your dev team. If you can't fund your dev team, then like, you know, close up shop and like you don't change the, you know, another dev team will step up, volunteers will step up. Satoshi worked for free, right? I mean, Gavin and Andreessen worked for free initially until the Bitcoin Foundation. Like, you don't tax the chain. Like, this is not sound money. It's just like arbitrarily the devs just start taxing. I mean, you can do it. Some chains are structured that way from day one. Like, you know what you're getting into. You don't just slap it on at the end, right? Like Zcash, you know, like that's okay if that's you know you're getting into. You know,
that was there since day one. Yeah.
Yeah, it was there since day one. You don't just slap it on, you know, haphazardly without any consensus around it. It's like the final nail in the coffin to like kill Bitcoin Cash. Like someone cynically minded might say maybe he got paid off by Blockstream to do that. Who knows?
Okay, but
there were like some forum posts on Reddit where like, and then this could just be trolling. Like, what's his face? Greg Maxwell, you know, Nulcy on Reddit. He's like, ah, ha, ha, I think you guys think, you know, Amidst works for me now. Ha, ha, ha. Like he was like sort of, Greg Maxwell was kind of boasting that Amidst works for him now. During the whole tax coin, during the whole Bitcoin ABC split from Bitcoin Cash. I mean, it could just be him trolling because that's something Greg Maxwell would do. So
playing 4D chess.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I don't know. I still have some respect for the stuff that they both made, like Amari and Greg. I'm not sure if I like them too much as people. I wish I would interview Greg Maxwell on my show, but he hasn't done any podcasts, I think, since 2014. There's an old one called Epicenter, where he did an interview with Adam Back. I think that was the only podcast appearance that he did. And I wish I would pick his brain on the current state of Bitcoin, because intellectually, Bitcoin right now is sort of following his thought process about what it should be and how it should function. He was the original guy who said that Bitcoin should sync on his Raspberry Pi.
I mean, my summary of him is that he's a very persuasive arguer. He's a very intelligent person, highly intelligent. He's not a genuine person. Like he does not, like Gregory Maxwell's not trying to find the truth, right? That's the difference between, like, most people are just like, oh, I want to find out what's true. No, Gregory Maxwell wants to be right. And so he's going to just like distort reality, and he's very smart. He could do it very effectively. He can create an aura around himself, but like, you know, rather than explain things, you know, to find truth, like he'll just like distort. He's a manipulative person, man. Like, I don't know. It would be interesting to see, like, yeah, what do you have to say for yourself? What's your strategy now? You know, this is, we did everything you said. Look at Bitcoin now. What do you have to say for yourself? I don't know. What would he say? He'd probably declare victory or something. I don't know what he'd say.
Yeah, he will say he made everyone rich or something.
Yeah. I mean, he'll find some reason and some argument. And, you know, Amidst as well. Like, if you ask him to this day, like, what did you do to Bitcoin Cash? He'll be like, well, you know, he'll have like, oh, you need to have a dev fund, and like, you know, we're the best dev team, and the people running Bitcoin Cash now, like, they can't code for shit, and like that's just why you need funding, and like Bitcoin Cash is like negligent chain, and like they don't, you know, he's got all these arguments because he's got to justify the reality he's in right now. I mean, he's basically charging tax on like a number 154 coin on the, you know, on the blockchain, charging 33% tax. He's got to justify that, right? Like, oh yeah, we're the best dev team. And, you know, Greg Maxwell's going to have some rationalization for everything that's happened, because he's never going to be like, oh, I was wrong. You're never going to hear Greg Maxwell ever say I was wrong. Like, you're never going to hear him apologize for anything. Is there any human being on this planet that can't apologize? That's a normal person. Like, no, these are narcissistic personalities, man. Like, both Amory and Greg, like, they're both very similar in that regard.
The moment when I sort of lost respect for Greg Maxwell was when he was engaging with someone from the Grin community, building Mimblewimble. And the way in which he dismissed a technical argument was by posting a price chart. Like Grin compared to BTC. He's like,
Yeah,
okay,
like he'll like resort to tactics like that if he needs to, and if he has a technical argument, he'll try to confuse you with like a lot of technical mumbo jumbo and sophistry. And if he doesn't, he'll resort to just making fun of you. Yeah, he's not a genuine person, man. Like, does a genuine person argue like this is trying to find truth? No. You try to stick to the point. You try to concede points. Yeah, no, I mean he's just a manipulative person. So.
But I do have to ask you, do you think Bitcoin Cash would be ranked much higher today or have more success if Amaury was still around and he never asked for a tax?
It might be. I mean, you never know. It might be.
Because it seems like you have a lot of young blood right now with young developers who have no past in the block size wars.
Yeah. That's
They just want
thing,
to build cool stuff.
So I think that Amaury was had tendencies towards being a dictator in the Bitcoin Cash space. He didn't allow room for anybody but his ideas, and like he's very difficult to work with. And I think his toxicity pushed a lot of smart people away and a lot of good ideas away. I think Bitcoin Cash, technically speaking, would be shittier today if he were still around and still leading. Let's say he hadn't asked for a stupid tax, right? And let's say he was like basically, he positioned himself to be the dictator of Bitcoin Cash. It was like his coin. It was like his way or the highway, right? So like innovation wouldn't have happened with such a structure. Like,
but how did he get there? Because you were part of the chat that led to the creation of the fork, right?
Yeah.
So was it just because he forked, or did he also have the most contributions?
No, I mean, he had the client that everybody ran, Bitcoin ABC. I mean, he played the same play as Core, just like on Bitcoin Cash. He had the client everybody ran, so he can ram through his changes. People would begrudgingly go along with what he wanted. Some people traded away and like were like, fuck you, and left. There was the guy that ran Bitcoin Classic, Tom Zander. He stopped supporting Bitcoin Cash. He's like, fuck this. Like other, people that traded away. Like he managed to push all the N-chain people away. Like the whole Bitcoin SV fork didn't need to happen, maybe.
Well, are you sure about that? Because it seems like the plan all along was for Craig Wright to do some stuff. Like they added some coin confiscation feature.
Yeah, but that was after. So the initial reason, I mean, you know why Bitcoin SV forked off, right?
No.
The initial contention was that like Amaury Sachet wanted all the transactions to be sorted in the block by their transaction ID, rather than in Bitcoin currently they're in natural order or in topological order. And for some technical reasons, he wanted them sorted so that you could do this thing called graphing a little bit faster, which is like a faster compact blocks. And that was the reason. And the N-chain people came up with research. They're like, oh, you don't really need to do this right now. Like, well, you're pushing this through right now. And Amaury was like, my way or the highway, we're sorting. And the N-chain people got really pissed off and they forked off. So, a lot of that didn't need to happen. It was like Amaury's toxic personality pushing people away, And some people were like, no, fuck you. We'll go. I mean.
Steven is back. And
figured I'd rejoin the fold here for the last bit. You guys are still going strong.
Yeah, man.
Nothing less from the BTC Takeover podcast. You're notorious for the marathon pods, Vlad.
But you're saying this is the longest one he's ever done, I think.
No, it's not.
Did you? No. He's had like an 8-hour one or something.
10-hour.
Oh, wow.
With one guy.
Oh, wow.
Insane. That's insane.
It was Moon Settler. I guess you guys know him now.
Yeah,
I know him. Yeah. He contributed this. What was it? It was like another quantum resistant scheme for Bitcoin Cash. Like he wrote some stuff there. Yeah.
Yeah, he was working on covenants on Bitcoin for a long time, and he just kept hoping that something's gonna happen and he's gonna be able to get to work, and it hasn't happened. At least not
became
yet.
Disillusioned, I guess. Like, is he one of the disillusioned Bitcoin people that's been waiting for opcodes forever?
But let me tell you about the coolest psyop in Bitcoin. You don't need to change Bitcoin. You need to change yourself.
That's a good one.
Like, if you think you need to change Bitcoin, you really need to take a break, reflect, and realize that it cannot be changed, and therefore you should change yourself, like your expectations, your way of living, and whatever it is that you are planning to do after making a change to Bitcoin.
Right. You've just not read enough. You need to read more. You need to study Bitcoin more.
No, that's not it. It's lower your time preference.
Okay.
Like, oh, you want this? Oh, maybe in 10 years.
Yeah.
I've actually had like
What are the expectations?
Andrew Polstra was on my show. He's the chief scientist or head of research at Blockstream. And he was telling me that, so it was incredible how he was planning ahead in his speech. He was saying, and he's a very nice guy. Like, I'm friends with him. When we meet, we say hello and stuff like this. But he blew my mind when he said maybe that next year we're gonna get Upcat, and maybe in 4 to 8 years we can also get CTV, and then in the 2030s we're gonna maybe have like a ZK verifier. I was thinking, it's how and why? Like, why this time frame? Why that specific choice? Is he trying to like central plan what's gonna happen to Bitcoin, or is he pushing the narrative so that, you know, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy sometimes? If you put something out there and enough people listen and believe in what you're saying, they're gonna make it happen. I don't know. It was just weird how he was able to say this by himself. I'm not sure if it was his personal opinion or it reflects what Blockstream thinks, but none of that happened anyway, so.
It sounds like varying levels of cope to me is what it sounds like. You can paint it however you want, but it sounds like a bunch of mental gymnastics to cope is what it sounds like. It sounded like I came in the middle of you guys talking about CTOR.
No, we're just shooting the shit. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about CTOR. Yeah, and like Amri Sachet, sort of how he pushed that through, and then that sort of scared the BSV people away.
He didn't like me calling out the humiliation ritual as you coined, Calin.
Yeah, the CTOR thing.
He
Yeah.
promptly blocked me on Twitter. I mean, I have no beef with him. I don't care. I was kind of, I guess, parroting what you had said about the humiliation ritual, but he didn't take kindly to that apparently.
Yeah, completely unnecessary change. Didn't need to hard fork over it. Yeah.
But I guess if you want to expound on that a little bit, Calin, from what I understand, it could potentially have some payoff and benefit down the road as the block size increases.
Yeah,
Is
for
that
like
correct?
graphene, which is it's like a more efficient way of relaying blocks. If the transactions are sorted, then you can leverage some performance out of that. I mean, you didn't need to do it now, and you didn't need to scare away half the community. Like I don't know. I feel like the CTOR was not like the thing. The thing was getting those BSV people to leave, so you can have more tighter control over it.
And they love to use that as a cudgel, CTOR, because it's not in the white paper, while conveniently ignoring that NAR-DAR is not in the white paper either. It's just hilarious to me.
Yeah, true. I mean, yeah, in my opinion, CTOR's dumb. Like, we should have never done it, but now it's there, so whatever.
It's kind of nice that I started with you guys and you're back 7 hours into the interview.
Full circle.
I can't stay long. Dinner's on the stove, and I'm probably going to bounce here to head home at some point, but just wanted to pop back in. I did get to listen in between appointments. It looks like you guys had a full house there for a bit. Roscoe, Jerry, Joey, a whole bunch of people. So I bet you covered a ton of topics. Anything that you haven't covered, Vlad, is pressing?
It just came to my mind. So there's nobody else joining from this point on?
I don't know. I mean, they all have the stream link. So if anybody wants to hop on that's watching this in our community, absolutely welcome it. Let's go for the 11-hour mark if we can.
Jeremy, the BCH podcast guy, he can join too. He's been sending messages from the sidelines. Like, maybe I'm not invited to his show, but he can join right now. I don't have any beef with him.
We invited him from the get-go. He had a bunch of work to catch up on. Everybody's been kind of playing catch-up since Bliss last weekend. And I don't know if he's traveling or what, but I think he said he's got work to catch up on, and he's calling it a night on his end. But who knows? We'll see. I would have been great if Jonathan or John, Emergent Reasons, could have popped on to discuss the XO stack a little bit. I was hoping for that, or maybe somebody from Rift and Labs. with Cauldron and Moria, the other stable coin. I don't know if you guys covered Moria at all.
Is that the thing just like DAI on Ethereum? Like the algorithmic stablecoin that you can use for taking loans?
It's we have two stable coins in the ecosystem. Moria was the first that launched a little over a year ago, and then Perion USD, which just launched last weekend officially. And as far as the similarity to DAI, again, I don't want to get in over my skis here on the technical side of things, but to my understanding, that is an accurate description there. Correct me if I'm wrong, Calin. But yes, it's completely BCH backed stable coin.
Yeah.
Did you talk about the attack last weekend, Calin, at all, and how we were unaffected?
No. Yeah, so we got hacked, or there was a hack attempt. Like we did the upgrade. It was upgrade day, May 15th. We're all in Ljubljana, you know. And someone, I don't know if you're aware of this, but there was a Bitcoin Core disclosure like on May 5th about some bug, long-standing bug on Bitcoin Core before version 29.
Yeah, I did see that you were parading a bit, saying that this is not on Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah.
And you also blamed Peter Willie, I think, for introducing
he's the one
that.
I think you were gonna. Yeah, you started. We were gonna talk about that. We never got to talk about it.
5 hours ago. Yeah.
Yeah. 5 hours. Yeah, Peter Willie introduced this change, and you know, it was like a dangling pointer kind of thing. Like he wasn't taking into account like object lifetimes properly in C++. And there have been a number of bugs that he's introduced. This isn't the first.
But there's a web page of him, like peterwilliefacts.com, where he's like the Chuck Norris of Bitcoin. He mines Bitcoin with pen and paper, and consensus is reached every time you look into his eyes, you know, stuff like this.
Oh, yeah, he does have some sort of legendary status, which I feel like is perhaps over-attributed.
He has most contributions, I think, that's why, and he's the oldest active contributor.
Yeah, and he's prolific. I mean, and he wrote the libsecp, like the elliptic curve library that's used. He wrote that. So yeah.
But you were saying about the attack.
Yeah. Oh, so there was this bug introduced by Peter Willie a long time ago that no one had figured out exists as a bug until like a couple of weeks ago, I guess, or actually 2024 is when it was first discovered. But coincidentally, Bitcoin Cash had fixed this years ago, just because it was a code smell. That one line of code was a code smell. So like long ago, this has been fixed. So, but it's a crash bug. Like if you send a poison block to any node, like it would crash it. So you could theoretically crash. You know, you could crash an exchanges nodes. You could crash like mining nodes. You could crash the whole network just by sending this poison block out. And someone tried to do that to the Bitcoin Cash network. They tried to send out this poison block. So it's a block that's crafted in a specific way. I mean, that's invalid, but we'll get the node to crash. And so that happened on Bitcoin Cash. Someone mined two blocks within 30 minutes that like were poisoned in this way, but like the Bitcoin Cash nodes don't have this bug, so they just like, oh, this is an invalid block buy. But someone had actually spent money to mine, you know, like I guess they'd spent the equivalent between $3,000 to $10,000 to mine these two blocks as an attempt to attack. But you'd think that like before they do that, they would check the code or something, like, you know, does Bitcoin Cash have this bug? But I think they just assume like, oh, Bitcoin Cash, haha, it's copy paste of Bitcoin Core, you know. Like they just assumed that we'd have the bug without checking. But yeah, it was kind of funny because it was like we just upgraded like our network on May 15th. So, and then they did these poison blocks. I guess the person probably wanted to crash the network and like discredit Bitcoin Cash, like, aha, upgrades are, you know, hard fork upgrades are bad. Like I don't know what the intention was, but it was like timed for fork day for May 15th.
They just ended up with egg on their face to the tune of 10 grand.
Yeah, but then all of a sudden, like all these short positions open, then 2 days later or a day later, Bitcoin Cash crashed by 30%. So I guess maybe some people decided that they're gonna fuck with us the old-fashioned way, using their money, using money printer. I don't know. We went from like number 11 or whatever to 15, where we are now. Like,
oh, that's crazy.
Like all these shorts opened right after that. I don't know if the shorts were open because they anticipated to crash the network, but yeah, we lost like 25% of our coin price since then, or 20%. You know, they failed to attack us to hack us, but I don't know what's going on, dude.
Yeah, I was looking at the price now.
Yeah, we were like at 450 like 2 weeks ago, or a week and a half ago. We were 450. Now we're 350.
345.
Yeah, it's painful.
Yeah, but it's almost everything is red right now.
That's
I'm
true.
looking at it.
We're redder than others, but yeah, everything
Yeah.
is red.
I hope not red as in communist.
Yeah.
No,
But it
sir.
seems like in the US red means Republican, so
Yeah.
it's confusing.
In this context, it means blood. There's blood in the water.
Loss. Like, if you're in the black, you know, you're okay. If you're in the red, you're losing money.
So the topic that I really wanted to start, and I guess I failed for about 7 hours now, but it's very significant in Bitcoin, and it concerns the 2018 inflation bug that was found by a Bitcoin Cash developer.
Yeah.
And that's very significant because that was at the height, maybe the highest point of the conflict between the two chains, trying to claim that they're the true Bitcoin, and that was exploitable. I think it was revealed later that the bug was introduced by Matt Corallo, who was trying to do like a 5% optimization on something.
Yeah, on block validation. Yeah.
And it was a Bitcoin Cash developer. I'm not sure exactly what his name is, to my shame. It seems like you guys don't have as many rock stars. Like, we have all the big names.
Many. I think Many was his name. Many. Yeah.
And that was a significant moment because it proved that maybe developers are operating at a higher level where they cooperate and they disclose to each other what's going on.
That's usually that's the understanding, the gentleman's agreement, that when it comes to bugs like this, you won't disclose responsibly.
Because someone could exploit that and maybe point fingers at Bitcoin Core and be like, "Ha, you guys are incompetent. You don't deserve to be number one." But that never happened.
Yeah, maybe it should have. In retrospect.
Yeah, I was just looking it up. It was Awemany, AWEMANY.
Yeah, Awemany, yeah.
On September 17, 2018.
I remember exactly where I was when that was happening.
David Jensen.
Actually, yeah,
David Jensen independently discovered it and reported on September 20 of 2018. I guess Awemany disclosed it. David Jensen reported it.
Yeah, and then it was fixed, and we owe that to you guys. Like, I can't imagine what would happen if someone actually used that, exploited it in any way. Like, of course, we would have to hard fork, and that sort of defeats the whole narrative of how Bitcoin currently operates, and especially back then, it was still in the aftermath of the scaling wars.
That was in the same quarter. We hit our all-time low of $75 per BCH later that year in December.
Oh, really?
Yeah, December 5th.
That was after the BSV people. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, right after we booted Fake Toshi and his Kool-Aid cult, we hit an all-time low. In poor timing, the very next month, December 15th of 2018, number 35 in market cap rank and 75 per BCH. Now, if you'd have bought then, you'd be sitting pretty now.
Yeah,
from an investment perspective.
Like an easy 10x right now.
Right.
And I think another low was COVID, right, during the pandemic. At some point, I remember we're at $70 for BCH again.
I don't think it got that low. It got really close to 100. I know that, but I don't think it ever dipped down to 75. But
yeah, I don't know. Honestly, like, probably if there was another inflation bug like that, I probably would disclose it responsibly. But I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe if I found another one, I should just fix it on Bitcoin Cash. And I don't know. Like, you know, we've been Mr. Nice Guy for so many times. Like, what did he get us? Like, we're still discredited, we're still attacked, like we still are getting hack attacks on our network, we still get people shorting us. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I also remember I was at a table at one point with a developer from Dogecoin, and he was pissed off at Bitcoin Core for disclosing some of the issues too late.
Yeah, they'll sit on stuff for a long time because they don't want, like, because with Bitcoin Core you have a heterogeneous set of node, like people don't necessarily update right away. You'll have like version 25 running at the same time as version 30, you know. So Bitcoin Core like tends to wait until like a majority of the nodes on the network have upgraded, like past, you know, when they fix the bug. So yeah, they wait a long time as a result until they disclose.
I get that.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, and that's reasonable. Like, I don't blame them for that, but yeah.
Yeah, makes sense now.
But for instance, they don't have a disclosure agreement with us, with Bitcoin Cash Node. Like, if they find a bug, they're not going to announce. You know, we might have the same bug. They're not going to tell us. You know, we get to find out as like everyone else does when there's a bug. Like recently, on May 5th, they released an announcement that they had that crash bug. They didn't tell us about it. You know, maybe you could argue they looked at our code and saw we don't have the bug, but like, should we disclose to them when they don't have a relationship? They don't have a reciprocal agreement, you know, with us. Like, we've never once gotten a bug report from them. We have to find out like everybody else. Like, that's not cool. Like, in the future, if I find a bug in Bitcoin Core, should I tell them? They wouldn't tell me if they found a bug in Bitcoin Cash. Like, you know, is that cool? Like, should I, you know, what should I do? What would you do in my shoes, Vlad?
Well, I've heard some people have this argument that if BTC goes down, the whole industry collapses.
Maybe it should collapse. You know, recessions are good things, right?
Clean
Let
out
it
the crap.
burn. I guess finally Peter Todd would be vindicated if there's an inflation bug. He's gonna be like, "Oh, well, I told you guys all along, like just 2% a year."
Yeah, 21 million's a meme. I told you, you know. Yeah, you'd get vindicated.
There's no doubt that BTC crashing would infect the entire market, crypto market specifically. But I think you would see people scatter to other chains pretty quickly. As many have stated on this pod thus far, the genie's out of the bottle. There's no putting it back in. But could the king of crypto, BTC, recover from a blow like that? That's what would be, I'd say it would be really hard, because they're showing no upward mobility as is, and haven't for over a decade at this point. So it would almost be the nail in the coffin, I would think. But
wouldn't you love to see Michael Saylor like have his bags wiped? He has got 850,000 BTC. He's got $60 billion. That's one Ukraine war payment. Wouldn't you like to see him wiped out?
for the second time in 20 years, let him get completely wiped out.
Wasn't he with Enron or something? Like, wasn't there another thing he was involved in, or like the savings or whatever it was?
He was involved really well. No, it was really big in the .com boom. He got cleaned out.
Okay.
In the early 2000s, but
okay.
There's a newspaper headline with him, like his face on the front page, that he lost. Let me look that up. Michael Saylor.
Like he lost like his investors' money.
It's the most
his money, right?
at the time.
$6 billion in a day.
Yeah, most in one day.
That's insane. But now he can lose 60 billion in a day.
Yeah, so. It's like 10x that.
10x.
I mean, I don't want to see Bitcoin crash because you know, that would be bad for everybody. But by the same token, you know, maybe that would be the kind of reality check moment where people start to realize. I don't know. You got to wonder though. There's like money printer people heavily in Bitcoin, like, you know, like Howard Lutnick and all these other people you don't know. Like maybe they'll just like bring out the money printer and like you don't know what's gonna happen. Like maybe they won't let it crash.
That's essentially what they're doing with Tether now, isn't it?
Yeah, and you could do like so much manipulation with Tether. You could like manipulate markets with it. It's like fiatception. Like you have fiat, which is like USD, and then you have Tether, it's supposed to be backed by USD, but it's probably not. USD was once supposedly backed by gold, but it isn't anymore. It's like how many levels of China doll like indirection? It's like insane, you know. Do you believe Tether is backed 1-to-1 by dollars? I don't. Do you, Vlad? Maybe you do.
But they don't even claim that anymore.
Yeah, they don't bother claiming it.
They say they have. So the smart play that they did, which you can also argue that is their infiltration in the system, is that they bought a lot of treasury bonds. Like, they're in bed with the US government. I think they might be one of the largest private holders of US treasury bonds.
Yeah, so in a way, like, they're a big player. So, like, the government's going to look the other way.
And yet they've still never had an official third-party audit.
I think they did recently, like, very recently, like a few months ago. Tether full audit. I remember reading about it. Okay, so in March of this year, Tether signed a Big Four firm contract to complete the first full audit. So they hired the firm. I don't know when the report is gonna get published.
You know, we have that happen like 10 years ago or 5 years ago where they hired a firm and then nothing ever happened. I feel like you do this periodically. They hire a firm and then there's no actual audit.
No
Hopefully
idea.
this time. I remember they did this in like 2018 too.
It's above my pay grade, but I do
Yeah.
remember the Tether fraud in 2018. It was off the charts. In 2019 also, I remember when it depegged and it was like 80 cents. Those
Mike
were...
Benz, I don't know if you've watched any of his stuff. He's gone pretty deep down that rabbit hole with Tether.
I like Mike Benz. I feel like he's really thorough. What has he said? That it's all is it all smoke and
Yeah,
mirrors?
I was at the conference in Nashville in 24, and he was it was Mike Benz and somebody else on stage, and they were going back and forth. And Callisti was in the audience with me as well, a few other guys, and I can't remember who he was talking to, but it started to get heated. And he point blank asked, you know, what if Tether implodes? What happens to BTC? And the guy got completely deflected. I forget who it was. It was Booth. Was it Booth?
Jeff Booth.
I may have been. Don't quote me on that. I forget. It was two of them on stage, and I think it might have been Booth. But it really got awkward for a few minutes, and then suddenly they just ran out of time and they couldn't continue the conversation. I thought it was kind of funny, but he was starting to hold his feet to the fire about the strong connection to Tether, and the price of BTC at the time, which was at that point nearing record highs. But yeah, interesting. You can't tell me there's not a very strong correlation there with the equivalent of the Fed. You've got a crypto money printer with Tether. You can't tell me it's not being used and manipulated in nefarious ways. And yeah, they can buy all the treasury bonds they want to put lipstick on that pig, but that's all it is at the end of the day.
You know, it's very different between communities how different the opinions on Tether are, because in BTC, like, you get Adam Back defending it, saying Tether is fine. You should use Tether. It's good. But coincidentally, the Tether company gave a lot of money to Blockstream a few years ago. I think they bailed them out at some point.
Follow the money every time, especially coming from a Lolita Express Andy Back plane rider. I mean, give me a break.
So is that definitely Adam Back, the Andy Back thing from Epstein Files?
I mean,
probably, right? Because it's in the same context. It's like Andy
could
Back.
Andy Back could it be?
Yeah, that's got to be him.
What's funny is that Epstein was asking, like, specifically if he's coming, like, oh, I want to hang out with that guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But Saylor is also in the Epstein files. In a way that's curious, because Epstein is like, he's this lunatic. I don't want to hang out with him. I don't like him. I'm not sure if it's good to be not liked by Epstein or it's bad, because it can go both ways. Like,
wait, so Saylor was quoted in the Epstein Files, was quoted as saying, "I don't want to hang out with Epstein. He's a lunatic." Is that?
No. Epstein said this about Saylor.
Oh, about Saylor.
He said he's very weird and
thinks Saylor is too much of a lunatic. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
And then Andreessen, I guess, was contacted shortly after in that thread of emails, and I guess he just kind of ignored it or said, "Oh, I'm not available," or "I can't show up."
I'm not available. Yeah.
No, but the main island guy was Austin Hill, who was the CEO of Blockstream at the time when they were fundraising. And he's the one who sent Epstein a message like, oh, I had a really good time, whatever. Thank you for inviting me. In the case of Adam Back, he was also there. He was referred to as Andy Back a couple of times. I'm not sure why.
Yeah,
but also Epstein's emailing style was like he was on a BlackBerry sitting on a beach or something, and he didn't care too much about punctuation or proper grammar. He made a lot of typos.
Aaron Day has done a really good job of going down that rabbit hole with Joito and Epstein and the ties and connections during that time. There's a specific pod that he did a while back. I can't remember whose pod it was on, but excellent. A pretty deep dive down that.
Maybe it
that
was
rabbit
his
hole
own, because he does have his own show.
No, he was a guest on another show. I know he's got his own. He's prolific content creator, but this was somebody else's show. I'll find the link and send it to you.
So to me, like the whole Epstein revelation just sort of further adds to it's like another data point to my hypothesis that Bitcoin has been captured long ago by banking interests. To me, it just makes it really clear. Like, yeah, Bitcoin became of concern to like, I mean, I think Epstein was like a representative of the Rothschild family. I don't even think he worked. I think he worked for the boss. You know, he worked for the CIA's boss, which is the Rothschilds. Like he worked for the boss of the Mossad, right? So, like Bitcoin became visible, became of interest. And then like, okay, how do we work to like capture this thing? How do we put it on the payroll? Like once you put something on the payroll, like you have a lot of influence over it already. You didn't have to do much anymore. So Epstein was involved in that, making sure that happened. You know, it's pretty clear to me. And then like once the bankers get the ball rolling, you're on their payroll. Like, you know, people tend to align their mentality with whoever's paying their paychecks or whoever's giving them money. It's just human nature.
Follow the money every time.
You take on the values of the people giving you money, man. Especially if they give you a lot of money. Especially if they give you, you know, $70 million in seed one, round one funding, and then $400 million later. And, you know, to me, it's pretty clear, man. The bankers figured out that we got to capture this thing, and they did. And it's even in the Epstein files. It's like, this is how things work sometimes.
Show me who controls the nation's money supply, and I'll tell you who controls the nation.
Yeah, exactly. Oh. And just to think they did it relatively cheaply, right? Like $70 million of initial seed one, funding, and they captured Bitcoin. Probably they had to throw some more money into the market to like pump up the price. So we don't know how much they threw in. But they didn't have to kill anybody. Like, they didn't have to get the military involved. You know, didn't have to pass any laws. I feel like they captured Bitcoin relatively on the cheap. You know, like it was like an easy operation. Like, and I don't know, like they, because like they must be patting themselves on the back. Well, that was easy. You know what I mean?
But even before Blockstream, so you're referring to the seed rounds in which Blockstream was involved. But there is an email from Epstein. I think Joy Ito messaged him and said, hey, the Bitcoin Foundation is about to shut down.
Yeah.
And this is our opportunity to step in.
To get in there. Yeah.
Get some developers. So before Blockstream, they actually got Gavin and Vladimir van der Laan and Corey Fields. And I think Jeremy Rubin was there as a student at MIT. So all of them basically received grants from MIT to keep working on Bitcoin development. Something that was happening in parallel was Project Hamilton, which is the CBDC pilot by MIT. And that one is actually using...
Joe Ito connection. That's a strong Joe Ito connection because he spearheaded that, to my knowledge.
Yeah, so Project Hamilton is actually using Bitcoin technology. If you read the white paper, you're going to see a lot of Bitcoin-related references. They're even using Schnorr signatures, which was part of the research that was meant to come to Bitcoin. I don't know how we didn't even get proper Schnorr.
Wait, guys don't have proper Schnorr yet? I thought you did.
No, we don't. We got Taproot, which is like half-assed Schnorr. We're supposed to get it in two parts, and the second part was called cross-input signature aggregation. Everyone forgot about that like 5-6 years ago. We got Taproot, and then, okay, we're fine.
I just sent you the link in Telegram. It was the interview with Steve Patterson, Aaron Day, and Brett Weinstein on the Dark Horse podcast.
Oh, I think I saw that was an excellent episode. I saw that
Yeah.
of Dark Horse. I was driving through Texas. I listened to the whole thing on my drive. It was awesome. It's a really good episode.
I feel like I should interview Steve Patterson because he does need
Absolutely.
to update his book, which many people are not aware, but he co-wrote Hijacking Bitcoin. Maybe Roger provided some ideas and Steve did some of the writing or editing. I think now that the Epstein revelations are out, and we're not even, like, we only have a small part of the emails. We're not even sure what else is out there, what we're gonna discover.
Yeah.
But I think there's enough material to add at least one more chapter to put everything in context.
Yeah, totally. Like, oh, hey, this is more pointing to our hypothesis that there was a capture going on, a hijack. Yeah, totally. I mean, I don't know. Like, as soon as Hijacking Bitcoin came out, like the U.S., like IRS or whatever, like fucking wanted to destroy Roger Ver. So maybe it'd be wiser if Steve Patterson and Roger Ver just stayed quiet for a while. I don't know. Like, you know about that, right? Like he was like under house arrest for like a year and a half.
That's how I actually met him, ironically.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, because you had him on your show, I guess, like during that period, probably, or after.
No, I had him on my show in April, and I think he got arrested in May.
Okay, so you were on the show before. Yeah, he got arrested in May 2024.
Yeah, and then I went to a conference in Mallorca, which I was attending since 2021 or 2. 21, that's when I went for the first time. And I went there, and he was also on the island, and at the time, I was under a lot of scrutiny from the high priests of the Church of Bitcoin, who were telling me that I got paid by Roger. And I even told him, how can I even prove that I didn't get paid? And he was like, oh, if you need me to put out a tweet and say I didn't pay you, maybe I can help. And I was like, no, please. That only makes it worse.
Yeah.
Makes people think more about it. And I don't want that kind of attention. I just want to keep going with my podcast. I don't want to get more drama. And I met him for the first time in person. And we had lunch one time, and we were talking. And I realized that he was very humble from the fact that at one point he decided that my glass needed a refill, and he just refilled my glass. And I was looking at him thinking, I'm having this potentially multi-billion-dollar guy serving me with water right now. And then he offered to drive me to the airport. And I was thinking, nobody will ever believe me if I tell them that Roger drove me to the airport.
Did he drive you? Did you end up accepting his offer, his invitation?
Yeah. I mean,
cool.
Why
That's
not?
awesome.
He was there. He seemed to be happy to have a road trip because his life was kind of monotonous. At that point, he was just going every morning or something to the police to report that he's still there. And then I guess he had calls or whatever, business meetings. But I guess he was very lonely. He spent like 2 years there.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, sounds about right.
I think it was under a year. I want to say maybe a little over a year. I forget the
Definitely over a year.
amount. Yeah, I talked to Mark Edge. In fact, I got a 30-minute interview with Mark Edge in Ljubljana last weekend, who's good friends with Roger. In fact, Mark is who told Roger via Free Talk Live about Bitcoin back in I guess it was early 2010.
When Gavin Andreessen got on the show, right?
Yeah, correct.
Then
correct.
Free Talk Live.
But he was talking about Roger because he's spoken with him since all of this shitstorm has kind of calmed down now, and he doesn't even know where he's like, I don't want to know where you are because I can have plausible deniability. He's like, I can say he's somewhere in the northern hemisphere with 90% accuracy, but he didn't even know where he was. But he has spoken with him, and it's funny because he has a 3-year gag order right now from this all of this fiasco with the IRS, and so he can't even talk about what's happened for another 3 years. In fact, the fact that he even mentioned the gag order, the attorney tried to issue another gag order on top of the gag order, he said. So you can't even talk about the gag order. It's pretty absurd. But I've got about a 30-minute interview I'll be posting here hopefully this week with Mark, who had some insider baseball on everything and how it went down. But
yeah, I mean, it's like lawfare, a clear example of just lawfare. It's like abuse.
What's funny is
And-
that Trump ran on this campaign that he's gonna put an end to the lawfare, but it seems like he only helped those who. So Roger was very ideological, and he was very much living and breathing what he was preaching. Other guys like, I don't want to shit on the CEO of Binance, but he sort of got away by paying for it. And there were a bunch of other guys in this situation too, like the BitMEX guys and whatever. They got full presidential pardons. And it seemed like there was a window of opportunity for anyone who could afford it to get a presidential pardon from Trump, at least last year. This year, it seems like he's busy fighting worse.
Fighting off the deep state. Yeah, so like there was a thing on Twitter, like Elon Musk saw that like everyone was making noise about Roger Ver, and then Elon Musk was like, hey, I'll ask, at the time Elon Musk was in Dodge, he was at the White House every day. He's like, hey, I'll ask the president about it. And then Elon, do you remember, you guys remember seeing this?
Yeah.
And then Elon Musk came back, he's like, oh, this guy renounced his citizenship, so membership has his privileges.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck, dude? He renounced it because he knew you guys would do this to him, and he did it anyway.
And if he's no longer a member, why are you extorting him
Yeah,
for
why
50
extorting him,
million?
You fucking retards. And when he
Exactly.
actually paid you like what he thought he owed, and then usually if there's a disagreement, you can just give him an opportunity to pay again. Like you don't fucking like the whole thing is insane.
And it clearly had its intent of having a chilling effect.
Yeah.
Using him as an example, it can't be pure coincidence that 1 month before the end of the statute of limitations on his exit tax, and 3 weeks after his book comes out, they nab him in Mallorca. You can't tell me that's just pure coincidence.
So the book came out, and there was a lot of narrative management that people from Blockstream and others were doing, and I feel like someone just like Adam Back made a phone call, like, "Hey, this guy, what can you do?" I don't know. Like, I think that's really what went down. I think literally Adam Back made a phone call.
But to be honest, like he was actively tagging Adam Back on Twitter saying, I'm gonna debate you about the contents of my book and we can donate $1 million to charity or something. So he put a stake to this conversation.
Yeah.
And I was also trying at the time to get him to debate Saylor, which I think would be much more interesting than having
That would be awesome.
the debate with Adam Back.
It would be much more interesting.
Because in a parallel universe, Roger could be the Michael Saylor of Bitcoin, basically. I'm pretty sure that he owned much more Bitcoin than Saylor will ever touch.
At one point, probably, yeah. He mined, early on, yeah.
Also, in that parallel universe, maybe that the split never happened, and maybe that the community maintained a degree of sanity and just found a way to compromise without splitting.
In that parallel universe, the Rothschild family doesn't exist. Neither does the representative of Jeffrey Epstein. But yeah, and then maybe even Bitcoin wouldn't need to exist because they wouldn't have built out the banks in 2008. So I don't know. It's a very parallel universe where a lot of things would be different. I mean, because one of the things is like Satoshi was upset about the bailout. Like, that's in the Genesis block. That's one of the things, right? Like if the bailout in 2008 hadn't happened, maybe like Satoshi wouldn't have been motivated enough to actually finish and do Bitcoin. Like who knows?
And then I think in 23, in January, we got Biden bailing out Silicon Valley Bank, which was one of the banks that was holding a lot of Bitcoin or serving customers that deal with Bitcoin. So in a way,
is that true? Okay.
There was a bailout for Bitcoin.
Yay! Come full circle. Woohoo!
But nobody called it that because there's this approach in the cult where you're not supposed to say something that's not bullish. That's the term for it. You gotta find the bullish angle.
Because the narrative, like you really want just more people to buy Bitcoin. So, do people think of adoption? I've heard Bitcoiners say adoption, and they just mean people buying Bitcoin and holding it. Is that true?
No, that's only for the El Salvador people. It's only for Africa. It's for the places where you can virtue signal that adoption is happening. It's not for Europe. It's not for the US. I think Jack Dorsey did something with Square where he integrated Bitcoin into terminals where you can make payments, I think. Haven't tried it. I'm not in the US.
Yeah. I haven't used Squared. I'm in the US.
But I do remember, so this year at the Bitcoin conference in Las Vegas, that's where I met Steven and Kalisti and a bunch of other guys.
Okay, awesome.
There were a bunch of booths there where you could claim, for example, they would say, we're going to give you $50 of Bitcoin. That would be nice. What do I have to do? Well, you have to KYC to our app and sign up with an account. And this was Square also. And then they said, well, you need to have a US bank account. And I was like, why? Well, that's a requirement. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm out.
Yeah.
I can't participate. Even if I wanted, I can't.
And then you saw Steve giving out cash stamps. You know, you don't have to do anything.
Yeah, I met him the same day. Yeah.
I bought his beautiful collection of Takeover podcast guests. Really cool. I want to do something similar in our ecosystem. I love collectibles. I think people, there's definitely a market for it, tangibles and collectibles. So the idea is to kind of turn these cash stamps into more collectible items. And now we can load not only BCH on these wallets, we can load NFTs and cash tokens on these paper wallets as well. We should be able to do that on our cash stamp creation tool soon. But
that'd be really cool. I think that's a real opportunity. You can just sell merchandise that way. That's like collectible, nice objects that maybe they have a private key inside of them, or they're represented by an NFT somewhere, or I don't know.
Right, exactly. I mean, I've always liked collectibles. So if nothing else,
cashless coins, like the original BTC cashless coins,
the Castatius coins, I think people like that, and there's a market outside of crypto altogether. Just for collectibles in general. I mean, you saw half of the tables there in Vegas were Pokemon and Magic the Gathering tables, so there's definitely a market for that. I'm curious, Vlad, though, you've correct me if I'm wrong, you've globetrotted quite a bit. What has been your experience in actually trying to spend and replace BTC on the national stage?
Well, I can tell you that during the Bitcoin conference last month, I was actually going to Chipotle spending Zcash.
Oh, that's awesome.
Directly at Chipotle.
Yeah. They have this integration with Flexa, which is... I'm not even sure if it's a payments processor or something more, but it is like an institution that's handling payments. And basically, all you have to do is register with an email, and So I have this feature on my iPhone which is called Hide My Email. So it generates a new email address for every service that I use. So I basically presented a redirect dummy for my Flexa account. And then I paid directly with shielded Zcash to Flexa. They do zero conf, so that's sort of convenient. I got something which resembles a gift card. And it felt much more cypherpunk than what the rest of the guys were doing, just tapping their cards.
Oh yeah, I see Flexa supports a whole bunch of cryptos. That's pretty cool. I'm looking at it now.
So, but just to be clear, you're purchasing a gift card in Zcash and then spending that gift card, correct?
I think that's how it works.
Okay, I mean, it seems to be the standard right now. I know Dash has had a lot of activity this last year, and I think we need to do the same in our wallets. They have the ability to buy gift cards right in their wallet, which is really convenient. So when you're at a store, you spend your Dash, you get your gift card, you scan the card, and you're going. It's not purely peer-to-peer, obviously, because you've got a proxy there in the middle, but it's certainly a step in the right direction, and you've got that ability to spend your crypto. I hope to see that in our ecosystem with the various wallets that we have as well. Mocha, we had a gentleman at Bliss last weekend with the Mocha app who's spearheading point of sale systems and payment systems for all crypto. So merchants don't have to pick and choose. They essentially will accept all crypto. There's an exchange through their Any Wallet platform where basically you choose what you want to spend, and it use the merchant's QR code, and they receive whatever you are wanting to spend, and they have the ability to immediately swap it for a stable coin of their choice if they don't want to be exposed to price volatility, or they can immediately exit to a gift card, a Visa card or a MasterCard, so they can spend it immediately as well. Again, a bit of a proxy situation there, but I think it's a real big step in the right direction. where all of us in this broader ecosystem can spend the coin of our choice, and the merchant can accept that coin while still maintaining a stable coin and avoiding volatility if they want to. Of course, they can keep it native if they'd like as well. But Mocha is doing a really good job. They'd be an excellent, if I could suggest, an excellent podcast guest for you. The guys at Mocha are doing big things. They're out of Guadalajara, Mexico. Really solid group there, and their vision is absolutely aligned. They were at Bliss because they prefer BCH in their process because of SPV, because they have that instant payment verification there, which is essential in any kind of point of sale system. So if I could throw a nod their way for a podcast guest, I think that'd be a good one for you.
Yeah. Also, something
we were in. I'm sorry. I was just going to say we were in Bliss 2 years ago, and we were able to spend in 2024. Crypto was still very prominent in that area. In fact, my first trip there to Bliss was in 2024, and I did the entire trip, start to finish, no cutting corners, spending nothing but BCH, and it was really neat to actually spend there at merchants using the Go Crypto point of sale systems. Was that prolific across Europe, or was that just kind of in pockets and areas?
I hadn't seen it anywhere. I'd spent some time in Europe. I'd only seen it there.
It was also in the
Romania,
Czech Republic. There was something called Querco, a payment service where you could pay at restaurants, and the waiters had no idea that you're paying in Bitcoin or whatever. So it was very cool from this point of view. There are a lot of companies and shops accepting Bitcoin. There were a few in Romania. So I bought the laptop that I use for this live stream with Bitcoin, this microphone. A lot of the gears that I use for my podcast were bought directly with Bitcoin, my phone.
Dude, it's awesome.
But this was before MiCA or MiCA, M-I-C-A, which is this regulation that came into effect last year. And companies have to apply for a license if they want to accept coins. And the license is like 10,000 euro or whatever. And they need to pay lawyers' fees. And it's a very sophisticated process. And most companies are like, screw this. I'm not going to waste my time with this bureaucracy, which is also very expensive. It's probably cheaper to just drop Bitcoin as a mean of payment. So
which is what happened with the Go Crypto. And yeah. I mean, they're killing it by regulation in Europe. Yeah.
They are. Yeah. So it's very sad to see these places go. It was also sad to see there was Parallel Police in Prague, which was like a shrine of Bitcoin and cypherpunk culture. You could go there and pay for everything with Bitcoin. And they would brag about not accepting credit cards. Over the last year, they started accepting credit cards because they realized that they want more normies to come and spend. And they shut down this year. They say it's because the landlord decided to kick them out. And it's very weird because they've been there since 2013 or 14. And they have been operating there. And the landlord was aware of what's happening there. So it's not like it was a novelty that they're accepting crypto. But the landlord told them that he doesn't want anything related to crypto in the building anymore. So they had to pack up and leave. It's very sad because it was the first cafe that accepted a Bitcoin payment back in 2013. And it was also a great place where you could hang out with people who were very like-minded. And it's in this... So the Czech Republic during communism had this idea of parallel societies, of places where you could get together and imagine what life would be like without communism. And it was not legal, but it was tolerated by the regime. I think Czechoslovakia actually had one of the lightest forms of communism. Like it wasn't as bad as Romania or the USSR.
In Romania, in certain periods, you wouldn't dare discuss what it would be like without, because that just shows that you're, you get thrown in jail.
Like in the beginning, they would send you to jail in Romania for doing that, like in the 50s.
Or they'd ruin your life otherwise.
But then they realized that they can actually use you for forced labor. So a lot of bridges and salt mines and grand projects were built with slave labor, basically.
You're in Romania, right, Vlad?
Yeah.
And you've got ties there, don't you, Calin?
Yeah, man. My mom was Romanian, and I'm scarred by communism to this day.
Wow.
Like that leaves its fingerprint on your soul, man.
He has a
I
very
can
famous
imagine.
uncle.
Yeah. One of my uncles is somewhat renowned. He's an academic. He ended up going to the University of Chicago from Romania,
And he was shot in the
he was
toilet.
assassinated there, possibly by the Romanian security service.
Oh my God!
No one
Wow.
knows who shot him. They shot him with a low caliber weapon right behind the ear, which is the classic execution tactic of the Romanian secret police. They like found him in Chicago and killed him because he was like a dissident.
Good Lord.
Yeah,
But we don't know. Nobody knows who killed him. But that's
he had
probably
like
the most-
remote fights with the Romanian president, criticizing him and whatever. So
Yeah.
it's likely what happened. But his uncle was the disciple of Mircea Eliade, who is like possibly the biggest researcher that compared religions.
Yeah, like religious studies. A lot of people in the US here, people that are in the like religious studies world know who Eliade is, and they've even heard of Culianu, but they like people outside of that haven't heard of him. So you can't expect Steve to know about it unless he's in the humanities studying like literature or something. It's not a well-known thing like who Mircea Eliade is. In Romania, of course, that it's a well-known thing. But
I have some of your uncle's books in the living room. I wish I would get up and I wish I was smarter and prepared them for this interview. But
yeah,
my dad was a big fan.
I've never met him. We were gonna meet him. I never met him. Like, you know, he died when I was a child, or like I think I was like 11 or 12 when he died. But yeah, I mean, I'm not into like I'm into religion a little bit, but I'm not like into that, you know, on that level. I mean, I'm a computer programmer, but yeah.
I mean,
Guys,
I'm into religion. It's called Bitcoin.
Yeah,
And
there are aspects of that in the crypto world. It's interesting, but actually, I got to get dinner soon too. You saying you got to go, Steve?
Yeah, the wife's about to call. I was just about to bounce here. I don't know if anybody else will hop on. The link is out there in at least our community thread. So if somebody hops on, feel free to carry on.
I just want to say that we're 10 minutes away from breaking the 8-hour mark. So
Oh man,
we gotta go. We gotta keep going, then. We got to at least 10
I
more
can stay another
minutes.
10 minutes. I do have to eat dinner. Like I'm starving, man.
10 minutes. Come on, I'll stay on with you, Vlad. If you got to go, Calin, I'll stay on with you.
10 minutes, that's it.
We got to at least break the record. Got to break the
I've
record.
got it like a couple.
not a
I got some
record.
leftover. Let me just heat up my leftovers and come back.
It's
Like,
the
I'll
record for this
11,
season,
huh?
but not the all-time record. Like
The
that's
record's
10 hours.
11 hours? Oh my God, that's insane.
insane.
What is somebody sitting in? No, I was going to say sitting in a diaper talking all day. That's pretty vile.
I'm not in a diaper. I took advantage of my cat wanting to go out to use the toilet. I came back. Oh, there's someone else.
You got someone else in there.
Hey, Joey. Joey, I was going to say,
I'm here to break through whatever barrier.
I'll get a
So is
snack.
this
I'll be
like-
back. I'll be right back.
Is this like a record? Are we doing like a record?
For this year, yes. For
the
last
record
year,
is 10 hours. So we still have 2 more hours to go if we're going to break a record. I will not be around for it, but if you want to stick around, that would be awesome. I'm hoping that at some point we go long enough here that somebody from Riften Labs or General Protocols can hop on for a bit. They've been traveling all day, but we've been on long enough that we might be able to catch them here end of the day. So
What time zone are they? Yeah, I guess technically they could, in theory. Like,
I don't know. Jonathan and John are both traveling. I don't know if they're going to be able to hop on or not, but it'd be cool if we could get Dagger or Halvor on here.
they
That'd
just
be awesome.
text the group something.
I mean,
I can't stay that long. I mean, I literally saw like 10 minutes, so I was like, okay, that's gonna race in.
I'm going to go to dinner, but I just wanted to plug a few things. I don't know if you were aware of that, but we have a. Are you a sports guy at all? Do you watch any kind of motorsports or any sports at all?
I mean, I do like cars, but I find it boring to watch that on TV.
Okay, so
Yeah, same.
we've got a sponsored rider. Are you familiar with the Isle of Man TT motorcycle race?
No.
Okay, so it's the most dangerous motorcycle race in the world. There's been 270 deaths in this race since 1907. On average, 2.5 riders die every year.
Wow.
It's the pinnacle of all racing in at least known to man. And we've got a sponsored writer in there. He's a fan favorite and a top contender. This guy has won it 5 times, and he's had 35 podiums, going for his 36th podium coming up here. It's this coming Sunday, the 31st of May. He's riding 6 different races, but the main event is the Superbike race. These guys average 136 miles an hour around a rural road course. It's not even a track. It's just country roads with like deformities and route disfigurations, and
Wow.
it just absolutely, it's completely mental, like completely mental. But we have a BCH sponsored writer there this year. A few of us got together from the community and sponsored Dean Harrison, which is a top 10 or a top 3 contender, and arguably the fan favorite this year. So the reason I mentioned this is we have prediction markets on Bitcoin Cash under BCH Guru. If you go app.bch.guru, you can actually bet yes or no on whether Dean Harrison will podium. So podium being first, second, or third place in Sunday's race. And if anybody's a betting individual out there, check it out. Even if you're not a sports fan, if your palms aren't sweating watching these guys go literally 200 miles an hour on country roads, it's insanity, absolute insanity. But
Sounds nuts.
yeah, it is. It's completely nuts. But these guys kind of make it their life, if you will. I mean, they study this mountain course their entire life, and it's a different kind of mentality to ride this race. But really, really fascinating stuff. My father, when I was a kid in the 80s, he turned me on to this as a kid. So it's always been one of my dreams, and it's definitely my bucket list to attend this race. But being able to actually sponsor a writer this year in Bitcoin Cash is extra special. So he's got the Bitcoin Cash logo on his helmet on both sides. Dean Harrison is who you're looking for if you want to follow the race. And anybody out there listening, feel free to tune in to that race. And if you want to join the prediction market, BCH Guru, which is app.bch.guru, you can join the prediction market there on Dean's race and several other prediction markets that are live on there as well. But and just I'm gonna go ahead and check out here. I'm gonna go to the house and get dinner. But cash stamps, if you want any more of those, Vlad, I give this to the entire community. Anybody that wants to get out in their community and onboard people to Bitcoin Cash, I'll fund your first 20. I put approximately $2 on each one. So if you want some cash stamps, we can create custom cash stamps. We're about to launch our first big update in a year, which will allow you to be able to create your own and customize them to your liking. That should be rolling out here fairly soon. But I'll fund your first 20 if you're willing to get out in the community and onboard merchants or customers. Or I leave these things everywhere. I leave them as tips. I'll put them in the bathroom on the top of the the urinal. I've actually had people join our Telegram group saying that they found a cash stamp in the bathroom. So they do work as easy onboarding tools. But just giving that plug for cash stamps. And we have a token tied to it as well. If you're into shit coins, there's a stamp token that we try to use some tokenomics to fund some of these campaigns that we use them for. But that's neither here nor there. So again, I appreciate you allowing us to take 8 hours of your day. Vlad, you've been a very gracious, knowledgeable host. And we really do hope to see you in Ljubljana next year, if nothing else. I proposed a prediction market as to whether or not you're going to show up in Ljubljana next year. So we'll see if that gets any wings.
But are you sure it's going to be Ljubljana? Because I heard some people saying that they don't want to go to the same place because they don't accept BCH anymore, and it sort of doesn't make sense.
I mean, there's that sentiment, but there's also the sentiment that we've kind of rooted down there. It's not that hard to get to. I mean, especially if you're in Europe, it's usually just one flight from wherever you are. From the States and Asia, it's definitely harder to get to, but there's really no easy place from, if you're too far away anyway. So the hotel is great. The food is incredible. like you get fed all you can eat for 3 days in a row. The rooms are comfortable. The city is beautiful. I don't know if you saw my AI clip that I posted on one of your posts about Slovenia, but it's really
pretty. It's really like postcard. Like it's
Yeah.
I couldn't have imagined it. It was just like take all the good things you can think about Europe and just like put them in a place that's all walkable, all dry. You know, there's so much stuff I didn't even see. I didn't even see the lake. There's apparently casinos on the Riviera. But yeah, for people that do criticize on that, I feel like, well, you know, if they want to fly over to the Philippines, we've got Cash 3.0 happening, you know, over at Cebu, you know, in Asia. It's just that a lot of people, those same people say, oh, we want to spend cash. I basically challenge them, you know, fly over that if you want to experience like, you know, 250 merchants in like one city. And, you know, everywhere they go, they can spend Bitcoin Cash. I'm sure Peitaka will be like, you know, basically doing everything they do with the, you know, peer-to-peer economy there and, you know, doing a lot of speeches. I think I'll probably, I mean, I'm going, you know, just that they asked me to do a speech and I'm like, I've never done one. So that would be a first for me. And yeah, so I think like there's no perfect place to host it. And I think like the BC, it's sort of triaged into this location that originally, yeah, they had Go Crypto and that was great. But now it feels like the right place where everyone can just kind of get to. It's also, you know, not super expensive. That's a concern for some people. You know, if you host it, you know, you can like, if I did it in Hong Kong or something, right? Like who can afford that? Yeah. But you could, but then all the routes and so on. It seems like this like sort of middle ground that everyone's happy with.
Yeah,
So
it's nice. And it would be
mm.
a simple direct flight for you, Vlad. I mean, you'd be very. I mean, I don't even know how far it would be to drive, but
I was just searching for that. Maybe it could be an enjoyable ride, but it's 14 hours by car.
You said you like fast cars, right? You said you like fast cars.
That's right.
Like, gotta go 200. I'm just joking.
A lot of people will stay the week after because you're 1 hour from Venice, and you're literally, I think, 30 minutes from the Croatian border. So a lot of people will visit Croatia and Italy while they're there the week after. That's our plan. I'm going to try to bring my family next year, and hopefully we're going to do some traveling south of Slovenia next year. But yeah, it's gorgeous. I kind of hope we stay there because, and I hope we continue to have other conferences elsewhere, like in the Philippines. I'd love to see something again in Townsville. I don't know if you're familiar with Bitcoin Cash City in Townsville, Australia. That's still a very prolific area that uses and spends BCH on a daily basis. We've got some good community members down there still nurturing that market, but I mean that's obviously going to be the hardest to get to for everyone unless you're in Australia. But it'd be nice to see more things popping up, and you are seeing them. You are seeing more BCH events in Argentina, in the Philippines. We have our developer and builder focused event in Ljubljana. So we're on the right path. I think the growth is going to start happening. We've laid a lot of track, if you will, the last 9 years. Been through a lot of shit and come out the other side, and we're still standing. So, you know, we're all anxiously awaiting a boom, if you will, some big growth here. But it's going to take an effort, and it's not something you can sleep on. We've got to keep showing up at the end of the day. So, but anyway, I'll quit blathering. I'll let you guys take it on to the 12th hour. Thank you again so much, Vlad. And keep in touch. I sent you some links in our Telegram thread, so reach out at any time if you need anything, man.
Congratulations for crossing the 8-hour mark. Thank you for your time.
Oh,
Thank you for your invitation to BCH Bliss. I will consider it. The reason why I didn't come this year is that I wanted to spend time with my father because it happened around the same time as his birthday. And yeah, what else is there to say? There's I can't get up to close my window, but there's this car that's spraying pesticides to kill bugs outside. So I might get gassed soon.
you should get Was this car just like driving past, like just sprays like in your entire neighborhood, or what's that? What's?
Yeah, I think it's spraying on trees.
Oh, right. I see.
Yeah, Romanian
Yeah, so
problems.
it would be wonderful to see you at the next Bliss event. That'd be like really awesome. I do think like it's so interesting that Steve and Kavisi basically just going to a few conferences, they meet people that are actually very open-minded. So I think that's a real vector we should really consider, that we need to do more outreach in BCH outside of our like ecosystem, and really get out there and talk to people. And I think also like Fiendish Bitcoin Cash's OG Twitter account basically just kind of shows like there's people interested in Bitcoin Cash, and we just get out there. But we have to get out there and spread the message, and have to do more coordination layer stuff where we actually come across like an entire ecosystem to the outside world, instead of being like, hey, I remember Bcash from 2020, and some details there about like Craig Wright and Roger used to own the coin. I think we kind of we can like get over that. And I think people are mostly over that. I don't really get this like thing where it's quite interesting, because I saw you guys talk about the sabotage on the attacks on Bitcoin Cash. Like in my most early years, I used to do the Bitcoin Cash meetups, and actually Bitcoin people would actually show up and like point fingers at me and go like, you're running a scam coin. You're just owned by Roger and you're paid by Roger. And I was like, I wish I was paid by Roger. I wasn't paid anything. So I think it's actually quite a common story in a lot of early Bitcoin Cash people, that it's like you get accused that you're getting paid by like Roger, but it's like, well I'm doing it for free. I'm just volunteering. Wow, this is like kind of crazy. So it kind of shows you the scale of things we had to overcome, especially in those early years. And some of it is internal. Like some of it we have to acknowledge is internal. Like you brought up about Craig Wright, and I do believe that we should have had that defense mechanism to basically say you're just a scammer, but we didn't do that. The top people in BCH are the biggest influences welcomed him, because like Calin said, like we were just a ragtag, a bunch of people like different feathers on a bird, and then we just kind of go like, okay, he's saying the right things. And I think that was a mistake. And through all those things, like every time the community came back, and it came back stronger. So I think I was saying at Bliss to someone that I think culturally we're like in the best position like BCH has ever been, and it's probably culturally one of the strongest like coins like on the MCAP table, like in terms of culture. The next part is really like doing this thing like like Khaleesi and Steve like coming out and just really talking to people and being really open-minded, but also not being antagonistic. I feel like in earlier BCH, it was like people were a lot more spicy, and then I guess we're all younger back then. We're just like, we just wanted to go and just be like, oh, you guys are like basically like all like brainwashed and blah 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 blah, and that doesn't really work, because you don't really get through to people like that. They just double down on like, okay, like remember the whole like Roger and this is just like, I think like now BCH we sort of arrived at a much nicer vibe, instead of that like, hey, like it's like as Calin pointed out, I think every group that splits off in the first year, there is that thing where it's like, okay, now we have to build it. Like we're just an angry mob. And I think especially after being out of BCH for a few years and coming back, the vibe, I think the BCH community doesn't really see how much they've like improved.
Yeah, it's been improved. Yeah, and then people that have come in that have tried to improve the vibe, like Fiendish, he came in and and Jeremy and other people are just like trying, hey, let's get let's be more positive, let's get the vibe positive, let's not be so bitter.
yeah
let's not be toxic. Fish rots at the head. We had like the self-appointed dictator Armory, so he didn't help the culture either, because he was a toxic motherfucker. So
yeah for sure I mean
better now.
To that point about building inroads, last plug, and I'm going to bounce. There's actually a cash stamps challenge right now. New Rain, one of our community members in Nigeria, is spearheading this, but it's a national initiative. $150 to whomever creates the best onboarding content. We'll fund your cash stamps. Everybody gets 3 cash stamps. You create 3 videos, and we get to decide on who's who's the best. $150 to the winner, $75 to second place, $50 to third place in BCH. And we'll actually fund the cash stamps for you. So if anybody is outgoing and wants to create content and onboard people to Bitcoin Cash, the Telegram group is Cash Stamps Challenge. And I can get a link to you, Vlad, if you want, or your community. But yeah, if you want to earn some BCH and create some cool content and get paid in BCH to do so, that's out there for some of you more outgoing individuals. I'm going to go eat dinner, guys. Thanks again.
Before you go, let me just say something because it's important. So I want to say that you made all of these mentions about the community getting better, and I also think that the fundamentals are more interesting, because in the beginning Bitcoin Cash was just like Bitcoin with 8 megabyte blocks, so it wasn't that interesting, to be honest. It wasn't that much of a leap. Bitcoin did 4 megabytes with SegWit, and then you guys did 16, 32. Anyway, I got a message just now from Robin Linus. He's the creator of BitVM, and he's also a PhD student at Stanford. And he said, tell the BCH guys that I, the officially crowned king of Bitcoin script wizards, am fucking jealous of all their neat code upcodes and wish we had them too.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Join us. BCH is for everyone. Come join us. BCH is for everyone.
A lot of these opcodes came from Jason Drazer, who's got a lot of insight into the VM. So
Yeah.
thanks to him.
Yeah, if you can get him on a pod, my God, you want to go deep down the rabbit hole. He's a absolute big brain in this space for sure. I did text him, but he's not much one for public appearances. I think Jeremy gets him every now and again. So, but he'd be a great guest for sure. But yeah, again, thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it. I'm gonna bounce. I'll keep listening.
I gotta bounce too, man.
Follow up on this.
I gotta hang out with my wife, and
thanks for putting this together.
So do we? Is this the end? This is the end, right?
We passed the 8-hour mark. I guess we reached the goal.
Cool.
It's gonna be hard to top this
year. So we set the record for 26, right?
Yes.
Awesome.
2026.
And that's just one season. So is it like we set the record for like the entire history? I guess not. I mean, it's season 17. So
yeah, in season 16, I've had 2 other people who did 8 hours and 1 who did 10 hours. So
oh wow!
It all started with Amir Taki, who joined the show and spoke for 7 hours, and I was mind blown. I was like, how can this guy on his own talk so much? And after people saw him, they were like, no, I can do better than Amir, okay? And I was cursed to sit sometimes for 5 hours, and after 5 hours they would say, oh my god, this is hard. I was thinking it would be easy to talk for 7 hours, but I ran out of topics. And I was like, I'm sorry, man. I guess it's not for everyone. But for me, it's not hard, you know, to engage in conversation. It's not like I have to prepare 7 or 8 hours of talk. Most of the times I just listen, absorb, and try to ask questions off of that. I don't make plans before the conversation. Because if you make plans, they're going to break anyway.
You're a great host, for sure.
I appreciate it. And if anyone wants to send me Bitcoin Cash, you can find my address at bitcoin.takeover.com/donate. I think that's the URL. I can tweet that if you want.
Okay. What is it?
I'll send you a tip. Yeah, well, I'll send you a tip.
Yeah.
What is it again, Vlad?
Bitcoin-takeover.com/donate. You know, Jeremy was making fun of me saying, well, you never support Bitcoin Cash or whatever. I actually put a donation address for people who visit that page. So
let's see.
I'm trying to find it here. Bitcoin Takeover donate.
Gotta be safe.
Can you send me the link? I have for Bitcoin. What?
I'll put it in the channel.
I can type this. I'm not begging for donations, by the way. So Bitcoin.
People in BCH love spending their BCH, so I don't think we'll have any problem sending you a tip.
Do you accept cash tokens as well? I can send you some Fulcrum coins. There is special.
The counterparty is still alive? Huh. Is it? Interesting. Huh. I suppose they never died, right? Okay. What is BTC TKVR tokens?
Oh, yeah, that's an counterparty, yeah. It is still alive. It's kind of something that comes back every 6-7 years and then dies and then comes back. It's like hard to describe why that's such a big thing. But at some point I figured, okay, I can make 21 million Bitcoin takeover tokens on Bitcoin and sell them for $1 or something. And then I can claim that I had a much fairer distribution than Bitcoin. Of course, it didn't land. It was not successful.
You could do this on cash tokens, man. Create some tokens on cash tokens.
Because I put it in a dispenser, so it's not like I can send it to whoever wants. It's like everyone can get one for $1. I think now it's more than $1 because it was $1.21. So
is that a legacy address you have on your site there, Vlad?
No, it's the he just doesn't have the Bitcoin Cash colon. The one
Okay.
that's WBC.
No, it's not legacy. It's not like
QZW SAS 6 CAC. I don't know, whatever.
should I change it?
You might want to put Bitcoin Cash colon before it, but yeah, it's fine. You could leave it like that. That'll work.
All wallets understand it, right?
All wallets will understand that. That's fine.
All right, tips and Vlad, I'm out. Thanks, guys.
I gotta go too.
Right.
8 hours,
All
14 minutes. Thank you very much. Thanks to the sponsors.
Okay, yeah, I'll go too. Right. Yeah. Really nice meeting you, Vlad. See ya. Bye.
Likewise.
See you guys.
Bye. Once again, thanks to the sponsors. Orangerock, the place where you can trade without KYC, and also they have support for privacy coins. Layer 2 Labs, building the Drive chain, also launching the Ecash fork this summer. Cake Wallet, offering also support for Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, privacy features, privacy coins. It's really cool. And Sideshift.ai, which is the place where you swap your stable coins for sound money. Thank you very much. I'll see you in the next one. If anyone listened up to this point, you're a hero. Leave a comment and say anything but BCH. Write that in the comments, and I will know that you listened up to this point. Thank you very much. Good night. It's almost 2 a.m. here. It's crazy, but I have the best audience. Bye.